처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜 드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 것, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
PUBG라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
PUBG의 다음 이야기.
PNC 2026에서
만나보세요.
Hello everyone, welcome to a sit-down business talk time with Bella and Team Norway. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
What makes your country, your team, strong at this year's PNC?
I think we had a lot of good preparations. That's what makes us really ready for this tournament.
Can you elaborate on that, James? What kind of prep work did you guys do?
We went over our flight tickets, made sure that we went to the right country.
Yes.
Here we are.
We know you guys as PUBG, the gamers side, right? But let's see what you guys would be if you weren't a professional gamer.
If I weren't a gamer, I would probably be a businessman.
What kind of business?
That's a good question. Maybe a tailoring shop.
All right, I can see that. Well, what about you, James?
Probably be a businessman, tailoring shop maybe.
So creative here.
I would be the boss of the tailoring business.
Ben?
I'll be the tailor.
You be the tailor, the actual. All right, thank you. Can you teach me a Norwegian greeting or like a bye?
Ha det bra.
Ha det bra?
Yeah, it's like goodbye.
Ha det bra. Wait,
Ha det bra.
okay. Ha det bra.
Ha det bra.
배틀그라운드는 행복이라고 생각합니다.
배틀그라운드로 인해서 관계가 많이 개선이 되고 가까워졌으니까
게임할 때가 너무 저는 행복합니다.
네, 저 이름은 노예담이고
오성철이라고 합니다.
나이스 스킬! 나이스 스킬! 예, 레전드! 와!
예, 아빠와 아들 채널은 아들과 함께 배그하는 그런 채널입니다.
게임이 처음 나왔을 때 인기가 많아서 잠시 시작했었다가 FPS 그냥 총 쏘는 게임 제가 잘 흥미를 못 느끼는 그런 편이어가지고
제가 직업이 목수인데 계단이나 물이나 다 너무 디테일해서 그런 점이 저는 게임할 때가 너무 좋았어요.
나이스 스킬!
아버지께서 정말 배틀그라운드를 너무 좋아하시는 모습에 조금 나도 한번 해볼까 제가 먼저 같이 하자고 말씀드렸습니다.
총 잘 쏘는 거 일단 30%, 그 다음에 던지는 거 있잖아, 주류탄이나 이런 거, 그게 30%, 그 다음 운용이 30%, 10%는 이제 재수.
정말 가장 짜릿한 순간은 아버지나 저나 둘 중 한 명이 먼저 기절했을 때, 잡고 나서 아버지 살리러 이제 뛰어갈 때, 그때 정말 행복합니다.
꼭 치킨이 아니더라도 마음 맞을 때가 있잖아요. 그때 도파민이 이제 방출을 하면서 그럴 때가 그냥 항상 좋죠.
와, 이거는 인정. 와.
초등학교까지는 그래도 공부 좋아하고 그 부모님 말 잘 듣고 그렇게 지내고 있었는데 14살부터 조금 문제가 시작됐어요.
그 집을 많이 나갔었거든요. 당연히 저희 아들은 가출할 줄은 진짜 몰랐죠.
제일 힘들었던 부분은 전학도 많이 다니고 이사 다니고 한 5번, 6번 정도? 또 다시 새로운 친구들 사귀어야 되고 조금 저도 지치고 가출해서 돌아다니면 이제 먹고 잘 데가 없으니까 찜질방에 한번 뭐 결제하고 들어가서 뭐 한 3일 숨어 지낸 적도 있고
그런 게 저는 용납이 안 됐거든요. 그 당시에는. 아니, 집 나간 것도 이해가 안 됐었고 그 남한테 피해 준 것도 용납이 안 됐었고 대화를 못 했죠. 일방적이었고 혼만 냈고.
이제 제가 하기 싫은 거를 도저히 이제는 못 하겠더라고요. 16살 때부터 안 가기 시작했습니다.
학교 그만두고에 대해서는 엄청 제가 반대를 했었는데 이제 벽이 좀 생겼던 것 같고요. 인사도 잘 안 했던 것 같아요. 아니 꽉 막혀 있었던 상황이었죠. 제가 게임을 좀 못하지 않습니까? 총은 잘 못 쏘지만 자기장 따라 최대한 오래 살 수 있는 데는 자신이 있었거든요. 남자다 보면 이제 탑대 안에 들면 좋지 않습니까? 예.
약간 게임을 워낙에 많이 싫어하셔가지고 어머니께서 막 몰래 PC방 가서 게임도 하시고
게임을 하러 다니니까 제가 PC방에 좀 쫓아다녔어요. 그게 싫어서 집 나가가지고 이틀, 3일도 안 들어온 적도 있고요. 저 사람까지 집 나갔어요.
예, 한 3일 정도 나가서 거의 게임만 했었습니다. 실컷 했었죠, 그때는. 오직 배틀그라운드만 했어요. 예.
예담이가 옛날에 집 나가서 거기 찜질방에 친구들이랑 같이 있었던 데인데 마침 거기 있더라고요. 그 자기가 아들 찾아와 놓고 혼자 거기 가가지고 아주 놀기에 좋게 PC방 뭐 한 층에 다 있더라고요. 그게 찾았을 때 그 개강
좀 궁금했어요. 오히려 배그의 맛을 내가 모르는 건가? 아 저렇게까지 배틀그라운드를 막 열정적으로 하시는 거 보니까 같이 하고 싶은 생각도 더 커지고 영상 같이 찍자고 제가 먼저 같이 하자고 말씀드렸습니다.
대화도 잘 안 하는 그 애담이가 그러니까 먼저 이제 말을 걸어주고 말을 건네주고 접편해주고 너무 좋았었어요.
아 저기 있다. 저기 한 명 기절. 아
맞았어?
네.
잠깐만 연막 하나 더
집에서
깔게.
저 입으면 큰일 나네.
이거 연막 하나 깠어. 어디였노? 연막 깠는데 왜 보이노?
뭐야? 아! 팀킬! 아 뭐야?
연막에 소름 떨어졌다.
팀킬을. 부끄러워. 팀킬이에요.
원래는 아버지께 이제 마음의 벽이 좀 세게 쳐져 있었는데 배틀그라운드를 같이 하면서 더 가까워지는 그런 계기가 많이 된 것 같습니다.
자연스럽게 대화가 엄청 많아졌어요. 뭐 엄마는 어떻게 만났어요? 이런 것도 직접 물은 적 한 번도 없었거든요.
아버지한테 궁금한 게 조금씩 생기더라고요. 저는 나중에 아들 낳으면 이어서 아빠와 아들 또 하고 싶거든요. 그냥 파밍하면서 그냥 대화만 해도 아 진짜 재밌다 행복하다 이런 생각도 많이 들어요.
게임하고 나서 달라졌어요. 인상이 웃는 얼굴로. 바라는 점이 있다면 가족이 좀 더 화목했으면 좋겠다. 잘 때는 좀 조용히 했으면 좋겠다.
당연히 우리나라가 치킨을 먹는 게 제일 기대되죠.
올해는 우리나라가 꼭 우승했으면 좋겠습니다.
한국팀 화이팅!
아버지 앞으로도 같이 게임 재밌게 하면서 좋은 아빠와 아들 사이가 이어졌으면 좋겠습니다.
애담아 사랑해. 다시 한번 찍을까요?
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions.
알겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 행운의 주인공이 되신 관객분들에게 다시 한번 축하하다는 말씀을 좀 드리겠고요. 오늘 e스포츠의 메카 현장에서 여러분들이 이 열기를 더 뜨겁게 만들어주셔서 대단히 감사하다는 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 지금부터 펼쳐질 무대는 단순한 마술쇼가 아닙니다. 현실과 환상의 경계를 넘나드는 스페셜 퍼포먼스 일루전 프로토콜입니다. 국내 정상급 일루전 마술사 아리엘이 선보이는 압도적인 퍼포먼스를 통해 여러분들께 또 다른 차원의 몰입감을 선사할 예정인데요. 눈앞에서 펼쳐지는 믿기 힘든 순간들을 놓치지 마시고 뜨거운 박수와 함성으로 힘을 보내주시길 바라겠습니다. 현장의 팬 여러분, 그리고 라이브 중계로 함께 해주고 계신 시청자 여러분, 지금보다 더 큰 함성과 응원으로 PNC 그랜드 파이널을 함께 즐겨주시길 바라겠습니다. 지금까지 진행의 최민준이었고요. PNC 2016에서 행복한 추억 많이 만드시길 바라겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
반갑습니다. 여러분, 마스 아리라고 합니다. 지금부터 약 짧은 시간 10분이지만 여러분들 앞에서 화려한 마술을 선사해볼까 합니다. 여러분들의 박수와 함성과 함께 첫 번째 무대 시작해보도록 하겠습니다. 음악 보여주세요.
Not words but rhythm through the chassis floor. Steering wheel tripping like a heartbeat gone wild. Asphalt blurs beneath me like a runaway child. Machina, it's tied up. Maybe I'll sleep without us, steal the sweat and shadows we can't outrun. Machina, maybe I'll sleep without us. The road's got teeth and it's chewing off the sun. Machina, it's tied up. Maybe I'll sell it out or steal its weight and shadows we can't outrun. Machina, maybe I'll sell it out. Is this freedom or just another cage on wheels?
감사합니다. 여러분, 재밌게 즐기고 계신가요? 하지만 아직 시작에 불과합니다. 지금처럼 이렇게 여러분들의 뜨거운 박수 함성이 있다면 더 화려하고 더 신기한 무대로 여러분들을 이끌도록 하겠습니다. 자, 박수 한번 받아볼까요? 좋습니다. 다음 한번 보내주시겠어요?
And I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. Da 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 di da di da di da di la 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 da do do di la da la la feeling
for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. Are you up all nighters? We can take it higher. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. I know we've got a long way to go. I know we've got a long road home. I know we've got a long way to go. Let's do this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Let's do this. Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to die. Let's do this. Oh, you know we're gonna do this. Oh, you know we're gonna do this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
감사합니다 여러분. 재밌게 즐기셨나요? 좋습니다. 감사합니다. 지금까지 마스터 아리엘이었습니다.
More bass.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 한국 비트박스 챔피언 잭 브라이언이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 우선 PUBG 네이션스 컵에 비트박스 공연을 하게 되어서 정말 영광입니다. 제 비트박스 솔로가 끝나고 뒤에 또 멋진 비트박스 분을 초대했으니 잘 즐겨주셨으면 감사드리겠습니다. 그럼 바로 다음 곡 가겠습니다. 혹시 모니터 스피커 조금만 더 올려주시면 감사드리겠습니다. VIP angling and drip. One more time. Back to the fine art. Beatbox start! Are you guys ready? You're wasting your days laughing to the chaos we don't lead away. 소리 질러.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 대한민국의 비트박서 사이트라고 합니다. 일단은 이런 정말 멋진 무대에 설 수 있는 기회를 주신 모든 분들께 정말 감사드리고요. 오늘 세계 최고 선수들이 모인 만큼 저도 한번 최고의 에너지를 무대 위에서 한번 보여드리려고 하고 있습니다. 다들 준비되셨을까요? Alright, let's go. Bass. Are you guys ready for the battle? More bass.
반갑습니다. 네, 정식으로 소개하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 저희는 TYTD 소속 잭 브라이언
비트박서 사이트라고 합니다.
반갑습니다. 저희가 솔로 공연은 여기서 마치고 이제 둘이서 공연을 선보일 계획인데요. 이제 다음 곡은 웰컴 투 마이 배틀그라운드 곡을 비트박스로 리믹스를 해보았으니 잘 즐겨주시면 감사하겠습니다. kissing with a kick and slap. 박수 한번 주세요. 감사합니다.
네, 저희가 다음 곡으로는 배틀그라운드의 또 대표곡 중에 하나죠. 랜드 루트 서바이브라는 곡을 저희가 비트박스로 리믹스를 해봤는데요. 이번 곡 같은 경우엔 방금 들려드린 곡과 좀 다르게 좀 더 세고 파워풀한 스타일로 저희가 한번 리믹스를 해봤습니다. 감사합니다. 그리고 정말 안타깝게도 이게 저희 마지막 곡이라 지금까지 못 보여주신 함성 좀만 더 부탁드리겠습니다. Are you ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
감사합니다. 지금까지 잭브라이언
사이트였습니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Take me as I am. Through all of the chaos, you understand. Better than anyone else, better than I know myself. The light that I'm drawn to against all odds is you. You're like a fire in the rain. You break it all. The pleasure in the pain. You're undo. You break down the walls where the rain keeps falling. I will come for you. Only you can release me. When the rain keeps falling, I will come for you. Only you can release You're like a fire in the rain. Break through, I'm free from it all. The pleasure in the pain. You're undo. Break down the walls where the rain keeps falling. I will come for you. Only you can release
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions.
(9년이라는) 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜 드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 것, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
펍지라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
펍지의 다음 이야기.
PNC 2016에서 만나보세요.
Yes, it's time to esports. We are here for day number 2 of PNC 2026, live from Seoul, South Korea in Jangchung Arena. All the teams want to be back on the battlegrounds, ready to go, ready to blitz, ready to jive, ready to jab, ready to pull a rabbit out of their hat maybe and get themselves a lot more points to be able to become the champions of PNC 2026. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. Joining me, we have Gibson, we have Mark, we have Matrim. We're ready to go, ready to rumble here, Matrim, for day number 2 of the grand finals.
Oh, yeah, I am excited. Brazil on the top of the leaderboard right now. Argentina tailing in right back behind them. But there is a pretty decent gap. Everything else still pretty compacted moving into the just next stage back behind him. So a lot of big names such as, I know, Ukraine, Vietnam, Denmark. Everybody still has opportunities, as it should be a phenomenal day.
Look how happy that cheeky chappy is, Mr. Mark Powers. He's ready for day number 2 as well. And Brazil obviously was amazingly ready for day number 1. I think, again, surpassed my expectations. Where would you think, though, they'll be able to do it back to back here on the stage?
It's really interesting about that because Brazil historically has the abilities of doing 1 game, 2 games, and they look good, but then they kind of disappear into the abyss, and we kind of see the strength of these other teams around. But they look so good yesterday. My logic is I think they might hold on to day 2 and remain at the top.
That'd be exciting. Here's our 16 teams that are going to be playing things out. Some teams having a bit of a harder time, of course, but yeah, towards the top, it really was the Americas looking strong. Argentina as well in second place here, Gibson, being able to give a lot of these teams a good run for their money after also looking pretty darn good in survival stage.
Yeah, they had one of those days where they just climbed as the day went on and found themselves up at the very top alongside Brazil when the day finished, but to me, it's no surprise. Like, you look back historically, Brazil and Argentina have done relatively well at PNCs. They've won maps, and I think if you want to look back at even history last year on day 2 of PNC, both of those nations won maps as well. So maybe history could repeat itself, but one thing's for sure, South America's looking really good this year.
Yeah, yes, they are. Let's see if they can continue that on. I'd love to see, again, even more of them at international stages beyond just PNC. But here's the prize pool overall. We did break the $1 million mark, bear in mind, for all of this. So that is exciting. I think last time I was logging on, it was $1,022,000. But here's the 5 maps coming at you today. Matchroom Double Tego will shake things up a bit.
Ooh, this is going to be a spicy day, as Tego can sometimes provide some very big opportunities, but whenever we look at it, squads like Ukraine, Vietnam, very kill-heavy capabilities coming out from them, as we could get some crazier circles on Tego.
Yeah, we could. We definitely could here. Only the one Erangel for today as everyone preps for it, but let's listen in down on the floor.
Hi guys, it's Bella here. I ran into some Brazilian fans and I pulled them aside for a chat. What are your names? Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. My name is Pedro.
Okay, Pedro, nice to meet you. What about you? What's your name?
Nice to meet you. My name is Salvador.
Okay, we got Pedro and Salvador joining us. What's in your hands? Tell me right now.
É os guri do Brasil. It means like it's the boys from Brazil. We will win.
All right, we love that energy, all about that united front. What do you have in your hand, Salvador?
Vamos Brasil!
Says Brazil win PNC and World Cup. Yes. Shout out to Sparking's interview from last night too. What?
From Brazil.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. We know that Brazil is all about the energy, the hype.
Yeah.
Are you liking it here? Is it fun so far?
Yes, it's so fun, and like we are so excited because Brazil is playing very well, and let's go Brazil, let's go. Vamos Brasil, vamos caralho.
Okay, give me a last shout before I let you go, Salvador, okay? You give me a shout, okay?
Okay. Vamos Brasil!
Vamos Brazil, let's go!
Vamos! É nossa!
Hello, it's Bella on the fan hunt in front of the substage this time, and I have 2 very special fans from Kazakhstan who speak Korean. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, good to have you all here. Well, what brings you to PNC? Are you a big PUBG fan? 이번 PNC 2026을 찾게 되신 그 이유와 원래 배그를 좋아하셨는지 한번 들어보고 싶어요.
네, 이거 여기 분위기가 정말 좋아요. 한국 good, very.
Well, he loves the energy here and he loves Korea even more. Brilliant. What about you? 좀 어떠세요? 원래 배그를 좋아하세요?
원래 배그를 원래 좋아해요. 오늘 저녁에 치킨.
오늘 저녁에 치킨 기대하면서 좋습니다. Well, he loves PUBG and wishes that we see a big, nice chicken dinner on the screen. Well, here, we've been here for a while, right? What is your favorite part of this PNC? Is it the substage or the nice little things that we can get from booths? 여기 좀 행사 부스 좀 다녀보셨어요?
네, 다녀보고 왔습니다. 우리는 코리아. Korea.
코리아를 응원하시나요?
네.
Well, he has been to all of the booths, but his favorite is Team Korea's booth. All right, thank you for joining me. 감사합니다. 오늘 have fun and say bye. 안녕히 가세요. Bye.
Good to hear from some of the fans down on the floor as well, as of course Brazil with the national pride looking to still secure that #1 spot here throughout the day. I think it's going to be difficult though, Mark. You've got Ukraine, Vietnam, Denmark and the like all hunting for those top spots.
Yeah, look, it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, Gibson alluded that South America are storming ahead, and it's good to see. Ukraine couldn't quite get across the line. I thought they might have been a bit stronger. They got the additional points from yesterday as well, so it puts them a little bit ahead of Vietnam. But I do worry there are so many teams sitting in the wings that are ready to kind of leapfrog and sort of drive, I suppose, some more points into that leaderboard.
I think it's very clear as well, Matrim, that Brazil has gone away and really honed down and focused on this opportunity, right? For this grand final, they were seeded directly forwards into it. They've clearly gone away with the addition of Tony as well, who's looked awesome. I think it's been a good outing.
Yeah, I mean, they just seem hungry. And that's the best way to describe it. Like, you can see that there is some fatigue on some of the teams and everything else like that. Brazil is just coming into this like it's their life if they don't compete, if they don't get that #1 spot. And they are fighting tooth and nail for it. Argentina on the tail end of that trying to make something happen, but I do 100% agree. I'm terrified. While we've been talking a lot about green and yellow, we still also have green and blue.
We got the battle of the kings, Sparking versus DraftKing. Hello guys, what up?
안녕하세요.
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 안녕하세요. Good to see you both. I mean, you guys are the biggest football rivals, and yet here you are, rivals again at PNC 2026. Right now, Sparking is the bigger king because he's on top of that leaderboard. What do you have to say to that?
He was lucky yesterday, but he's not getting the same luck today.
Oh, yesterday is a different day than today. All right, what do you have to say to that?
I would just stay humble, you know. There's nothing defined. There's 10 more games to go, and I will keep proving myself.
He just said that he's gonna keep on being humble and made you be like that hungry one. Well, should we close it out with your last statement?
That's fair, but we gotta climb to the first place, so I gotta be aggressive.
Okay, all right, all's fair. How about we do like a nice peace offering fist fight? All right, fist fight, fist bump. Okay, fist bump. Thank you guys. Good luck today.
Yes, Bella trying to incite violence there between Argentina and Brazil. Not too much surprise at all. But the battle of the kings at the top. You know what? I like that here between Sparking and DraftKing. But again, just two stalwarts of the industry, of the esport, of the discipline here, Gibson. That it's great to see you performing well here on the stage.
Yeah, they're phenomenal players, and I wonder if they'd have been standing that happily beside each other this time last year. Matt and I were casting whenever they had that incredible finish to a PAS where I believe DraftKing wiped out Liquid, knocked them out. So those players have a lot of history against each other, and it'll continue. And you know, one thing Fury said, they got lucky yesterday. If I remember right, Sparking was the one that pulled off the incredible play on Miramar where he jumped through the smoke and wiped out 2 Argentinians for the chicken dinner. So I expect to see more Sparking magic today.
Yeah, I expect so too, especially since he really did look locked in yesterday. So if they can continue that on against what is a field of extremely strong killers, then they are going to be looking good. But you've got to go up against some of the very world's best here for this one. As one of those teams that is one of the world's best, of course, currently from the survival stage coming in is Denmark. And already we heard from people like Gustav Matrim that, yeah, it's all about Beamy. Beamy's really good. And haphazardly, he is really good, yes.
I mean, Beamy is good, and we've kind of talked about this. He does have the capabilities of doing some crazy stuff, just even in a desperate situation as a solo, can find ways to net you points. But Gustav has also had his own independent moments, and everybody on the roster has. They qualified through the series and played so efficiently. They're still in the thick of everything and still have some capabilities to try to go for a climb.
Yeah.
They just have to try to find the right way to enter the circle because, man, there are just so many killers hiding out on the edge of these zones right now because of all the hardships.
And of course, whilst Beamy was able to do some of the heavy lifting, it is going to be Kickstart and Schiller for America as well as Turkey coming in here, Mark. And I think we were absolutely convinced that Schiller was definitely the one for Turkey. Kickstart for America, though, I think that roster across the board has some good heavy lifters. It's just Kickstart's been able to perform so far.
Yeah, actually, I take away from Kick from day #1. He was definitely one of the last surviving. We saw that play where he jumped in and out of the car. He left the ammo, had to jump back out, grab it again, right? He's able to survive in really difficult situations. For US, for me, would like to see him a little bit higher on the leaderboard. I know they're sitting down there at the moment, but again, if Kit can sort of drive around the rest of the team and get some more points on the board and maybe even look to convert a win, I wouldn't be surprised if this team could be competing with the best.
Yeah, one good game will push you into podium when you're in that mid-pack, right? So, like, there is definitely an opportunity there for them across the next 2 days. As the champion formula, well, yes, as much as I glanced over to this and saw Great Britain in the first place, and I was like, wait a minute. But no, not quite just yet there. That's the 2022 second place that they're able to take here. And what's interesting about this here, Gibson, is that we have 3 contenders that have not been able to quite attain those very top spots in the previous years. So that's an exciting potential change up here.
Yeah, it is, and you have to remember this is Ukraine's first ever PNC, so they definitely haven't been in the running before. But the thing about that graphic that stands out to me is all the previous winners were in the top 4 at the end of the first day. And Vietnam at 83 points. Yes, it was a 6-map format, but I don't think we'll ever see as dominant a day in PNC as that Vietnam were over the course of the first 2 days. But it's looking good. If you're in the top 4 today and you can keep it up, you're definitely going to be in with a huge chance coming into Sunday.
Yeah. And for all those people out there as well, all the fans watching along with it, you can be joining in on not only the PNC Fantasy that's currently going on in-game, but also there's loads of other things going on, like the drops that are going on for stuff like that, etc. But one thing's for sure is that I did want to change my roster. I was unable to do so because I missed the window. There's a little situation where I kind of wanted to sub Brazil off here matching because I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to do it 2 days in a row, but I would like to see them do it 2 days in a row.
Well, okay. I think that you're fair in that assessment, right? Is that whenever Brazil performed very well yesterday, but whenever we look at the squads that Brazilians play on, sometimes it's always not the most consistent. There can be a little bit of back and forth on how everything plays through on the leaderboard. You want to switch off for Brazil. I think that they're still too price efficient to jump off of just quite yet. My problem was I was holding on to China, and I have expectations for China, but they're just so expensive right now for where they are in the leaderboard.
Only 26 points so far, so they didn't quite get you as many fantasy points as you would like. That said, though, a team like China is a team that isn't going to take that lion down from a day one. So maybe they can move on. Let's take a look at any changes that happen. I think Mark and Gibson, you were able to make some changes, right, Mark?
So, yeah, I subbed out. Obviously, I wanted to look at potentially getting rid of Turkey, but in order to get rid of Turkey, I had to really drastically change my squad. So I have dropped Thailand, and that was a bit painful for me because, again, they're a team that's sitting sort of that high mid-pack. A good game will really change things, and they were thereabouts, maybe not to the level that I wanted yesterday, but you've got to pick up Denmark, and then look, for me, you then caveat that South America with Argentina. But the difference between me and Gibson, I'm still sticking with Ukraine as my 1.3 multiplier.
So you have exactly the same team, but a difference in your favorites, Gibson. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, so I looked at it and I thought everyone's going to have Ukraine as their favorite based on how they played in survival. So if everyone has them, you got to differentiate yourself. So I went and backed Brazil. I had my team in first, so I'm not saying Mark copied my homework, but I think Mark copied my homework just a little. Why not? I am winning, beating him so far. So I guess.
Oh no! Everybody suddenly picks up Argentina and Brazil, and it's the smartest move that nobody could have ever expected in the world.
I like it. I like it a lot. Of course, the fan cheers here. Still, China will lead the pack. Not too much surprise there. Vietnam in second place. There's not been too much shifting around here, to say the least. Although that said,
Ukraine's dropped off, right?
Yeah, where's Ukraine gone? Hello?
They've fallen off the whole. They've gone. They're out.
I suspect this might have been a previous graphic, and that's not the correct one, because I'm not sure Ukraine has fallen off that much. Surely that's insane. But anyway, all right. So before we actually get into today, though, do you think double Tego is going to make too much of a difference here? I guess I'll go with you, Gibson, here for this.
I think it will. Look, the map plays really differently. We saw some mental Tagos over the course of survival stage and yesterday. I think losing Erangel, Matt will tell you from what PAS is, Erangel's like the craziest map in PUBG at the moment, so I think it's not the worst thing for players losing it, but Tego will make a difference.
Especially with how our circles go, right? I think as soon as yesterday we go onto that Erangel matchup and then it throws that curveball straight away. I think the teams may have been even off kilter from that. It was a long day anyway, but that to start off is rough.
Well, especially given the fact that we had to pull up onto the island, right? That's kind of whenever we look at what's going on with Tego is you can get that pull off the side. Erangel's very mapped out, so everybody's going to specifically play it a lot more aggressively. There are certain times on Tego where you're just kind of forced to play a lot more, I guess, casual or safe than you want to play whenever you're wanting to go on the hunt for points. But I think that you hit the nail on the head, James, and thanks for bringing up the point that this is also going to unlock the capabilities for a lot of teams to really navigate circles efficiently in placement.
All right, well, let's get to it then. Day number 2 of the PNC 2026 live from Seoul, South Korea, as we begin the opening ceremony in just a few and get day number 2 well underway.
Desde que eu me conheço por gente, eu sempre gostei de jogar, sempre amei jogar. Quando eu tinha 1, 2 anos de idade, eu jogava jogos de tiro no colo do meu pai, no computador.
Whenever I was a kid, I liked to go outside a lot, and then whenever I would come inside, I would play on my Xbox.
5살 때부터 PC 게임을 접해가지고 그때부터
PC방도 다니고 어릴 때부터 좀 게임을 좋아했던 아이 같았어요.
I jumped in PUBG 2017 when the alpha was out. It was really hyped and really excited for the first time.
2019 saya menonton PNC secara online. Turnamen PNC menjadi salah satu motivasi saya menjadi profesional player.
我从来没有想过我能成为职业选手。我觉得成为职业选手其实挺难的，感觉中间需要练习的东西很多。
พ่อแม่รู้อีกทีก็คือตอนที่ได้เป็นนักกีฬาสปอร์ตไปแล้วมันแบบสามารถที่จะทำเป็นอาชีพสามารถที่จะหาเงินได้ด้วยตัวเอง
Então eu sempre escutei muito, muitas pessoas sempre duvidaram de mim e sempre duvidaram da capacidade de eu fazer com que a minha maior paixão se tornasse o meu trabalho.
Khi mình trở thành tuyển thủ chuyên nghiệp thì mình đánh đổi rất nhiều thứ, con đường học vấn và thời gian và những thời gian ở cạnh gia đình của mình. Thì đấy là những cái mà mình đã hy sinh rất nhiều. Thì mình theo con đường chuyên nghiệp này là sự đúng đắn và mình đã làm được bằng 2 chiếc cúp vô địch quốc tế.
Whenever I was a kid, I never thought that I'd be representing Team USA for playing a video game in general. For 5 years, I've been wearing this Team USA jersey for PNC, and I'm very confident in us, and I want to show my appreciation and my confidence in our fans.
การที่ผมได้เป็นตัวแทนทีมไทยในครั้งนี้ผมรู้สึกว่ามันเป็นผลตอบแทนจากการที่ผมได้ซ้อมมาอย่างหนักครับ
10년 만에 첫 국가대표가 되었는데 이 태극기를 달고 하는 만큼 제가 뽑힐 만한 자격이 있었다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다.
Kami ingin menang dan ingin membuat rekor untuk PUBG Indonesia.
O objetivo é sempre o mesmo, é ser campeão, é o número 1, e o resto é o resto.
我希望这一次我跟我队友也能取得不错的成绩。我也希望自己这一次的发挥比上一次更好。
If I win the trophy in PNC, I'm probably gonna every probably emotion and just be happy to win it. Yeah, I wanna make it happen this year in PNC.
Chiến thắng của Việt Nam ở năm ngoái chỉ mới là khởi đầu thôi. Ở giải đấu lần này, Việt Nam sẽ bảo vệ chiếc cúp vô địch và giành lấy cái danh hiệu vô địch 2 năm liên tiếp.
Korea is down and out. 127 points. Those last few kills are what got them to the top. Your champions of PUBG Nations Cup 2022, United Kingdom! All right, and first up, your defending PNC champions, UK.
popped up the P90 Soul with a last spray, able to deliver a win.
2023 PNC champion, South Korea! Just 80. Korea can do no wrong. Look at that.
Can he get any further? No, he's done. He's out.
Congratulations, Team Korea!
Team Vietnam is your 2025 PNC champions.
All right, let's get this well underway then, as we have got ourselves day number 2. It is going to be Brazil in number 1 right now, looking amazing. Can they continue into day number 2? That's the big question on everyone's minds, Mark.
Yeah, it's going to be a big topic of conversation through the day because it is transition day, and this is where we see these teams that want to climb the leaderboard, that are in that mid-pack, that want to end day 2 on top, because if you're in a top 4 position going into the final 5 matches, that's where you want to be with a chance to win.
Yes, you do. Of course, Argentina here looking for the catch-up. Very stoic and not the happiest of faces there across Argentina, but a team that is a previous champion, the current defending champions in Vietnam. I think they looked a bit lackluster yesterday, Matchroom, compared to where they could be. Look at that pedigree that they've been able to have across all PNCs with different rosters, but this one is the championship defending roster.
I mean, whenever we got to the tail end of the day, it started to feel a bit more like I was expecting Vietnam to be, because this squad is so good, they are so explosive, and they should be able to rock a lobby.
All right, looks like it's already time to take over then for Game 6 of PNC 2026. So let's get ready to go here for all of these teams. Knock Brazil off their perch. That is the target here for today. Giving you over to Gibson and Mark here for all of the action for game number 1.
It is time to take over. Thanks, James. Let's see which team can put the beat down from their box as we get ready to kick off the day. Mark, Argentina and Brazil leading the way, but Tego's been a map that has kind of suited some of the European teams a lot better over the course of the last few days.
Yeah, we look at yesterday, obviously South Korea got the win, but even like, obviously I would include actually our US, because their play was good. Germany was strong as well. They was able to survive out. Team UK held out for a period of time, but they got caught on that split. So EMEA's not really focused actually on the Brazil. So interesting to see with double up today what they can do.
Yeah, you think about the finish yesterday. Germany said they got a good centre spot, but didn't really take advantage of it. I think we saw some great moments from Denmark on that map as well, but I'm looking forward to seeing. I want to see what Germany can do, right? I took them out of my fantasy team, but they found themselves centre circle a lot yesterday, but didn't take advantage of it. And I suppose just a reminder, is Chris, I think, IGLing this team for the first time, Mark?
He is, yeah, he is. Just talking to the guys. Different team. Obviously, you've got Coach come back as well, which is good to see. I think arguably on paper, as I said yesterday, you'd expect the team from last year to be stronger, but they did find centre circles, they did find good position. There goes the map, and the flight path obviously was from an east and down towards a west, but the zone goes very much to, I suppose, I'm going to say this, Germany's home turf, that army base, that's where they normally like to drop, but the plane path hasn't given the opportunity.
I was about to say, they probably looked at it and thought to themselves, man, I wish we dropped there. They'd have the north all to themselves. But Mark, look how many teams are already at home and in place on that northern island, right? You've got UK, Philippines, Korea, Denmark, Finland, Thailand, China are just a little bridge jump away as well. So many teams really well placed to take it. And I want to talk about it. You were looking at Ukraine, but Thailand have already sent Tigger deep into that North Island towards Army Base to secure the North.
Yeah, it did. It's good play. Really good play. They using the zone, knowing that there's not many people jumped out this side. So Tigger taking the opportunity here. Finland, they got involved in a lot of early fights, Gibson. They found themselves actually down that bottom of that leaderboard as a result of it. But they also have the opportunity and now sending Corexi up towards the north.
Yeah, Corexi, I think, get him up there. I think Finland flattered to deceive quite a bit, not really living up to the expectations we would expect. But when you have a good circle like this, it's all about taking advantage. And Corexi, probably the most experienced player on that Finnish roster right now. As we look at our lobby leaders, Brazil, inside of Hosan, they've got a funny enough rotate, right? Because you've got Denmark, Vietnam, Turkey, even China arguably holding or in and around the bridges that they're likely going to cross. I'm not going to lie, I expect Brazil to probably go towards the west here, Mark, and over that double-decker bridge. It's probably their least traffic path into the circle.
That will look for emergency pickup. We know Tego, definitely for me, is bridge camping. You had the opportunity. We've got Turkey, which is an aggressive team out in the west, which is that bridge you're alluding to. But you also got Vietnam by that fishing camp over towards Palace. So opportunities to potentially close the bridge for service. Now, they are in the town, so they should be able to get an emergency pickup if they can find it. That would allow them to leapfrog like Indonesia's doing now, as they do take an emergency pickup from the east all the way across.
Yeah, it's going from there. I suppose it's just right that they take the airplane from airport to get themselves over to that North Island, as Germany will see them going past. But as you can see, it looks like Neutral might be considering setting up a bridge camp, Lou?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to send maybe leave Lou here. But this bridge in particular, Mark, we see a lot of bodies fall a lot of the time.
Yeah, Lou's picked up the cars in front, so he's popped the smoke behind just so he can jump out and scout. So really good play from him. I don't think we're going to see them stop at the moment. If they would have heard cars, 100%, because we've seen Neutral do that before, especially in the Twisted Minds, roster of Lou and Batulings. Indonesia do take the emergency pickup now, so they are transitioning from airport. They should leapfrog a lot of these teams. The concern they will have, and they'll be looking at this high ground, have they factored in the early rotations from some of the neighbouring teams like we see from Thailand and like we've seen from Philippines, as they already work to centre area?
Yeah, if anything though for Germany, that might give them favours. Like that north bridge by Shipyard's completely vacant, so they've got a free rotate in from that side of the map. Like, as we spoke about earlier, Thailand have already gone towards Army Base, so you've got a large pocket of space. I'm curious though, like Ukraine know that Vietnam are going to be around fishing camp. So they know that bridge is going to be a point of contention. And with a lot of teams having them favoured and a lot of people having them as their actual favourites to win the overall event, they're just going to wait. And I think that just Fairest feeding this information over, if they realise Vietnam are parking up, Ukraine have just been given a free crossing of the bridge.
Yeah, they're being more disciplined about how they approach this, right? Look, I can't hide it. I've got them favoured up. I've got the 1.3 multiplier, so I expect big things from Team Ukraine today. And I think, look, they got an additional couple of points, as we mentioned before, because of disconnects. I think even that may have set them aside. They didn't perform to the level I expected on day number one for them, but they're not out the running. They're sitting in third. They're on 39 points. This team is a force to be reckoned with. They're getting not wins, but huge amounts of kills already.
Well, we looked at the graphic. All 4 teams that have won PNC in the last few years were in the top 4 at the end of day number 1. It just goes to show a good Friday sets you up for success. But you and I, Mark, we love to call it Saturday is moving day. That's when a lot of teams make the jumps, as Indonesia jump on into Army Base off the back of that emergency pickup. And Thailand just weren't in the position to take advantage. But keep an eye on these two sides probably crossing swords in the next few minutes.
Yeah, south of this, though, we have South Korea. Obviously, they've taken to the hills, so they're going to get some kind of visual if they can flex out a bit. Thailand's going to cause them problems, and it's not just anyone. It's Kiss that's positioned himself now into striking distance if South Korea. So they've got to try and farm some information. Looks like they're going to dig themselves in, entrench into that position, because we've seen zones come that way. There's Cowboy, though, and Srimsy open up on Argentina.
Yeah, Kickstart's going to try and get some more shots off the DraftKing. That UAZ is taking a bit of a beating, but I think he's going to get about far enough up that hill. And unfortunately for the US, that firing on the DraftKing feeds the information to the rest of Argentina, who instantly popped at west, went left and avoided that setup from the US. And I don't think the US are going to chase. I think they're just going to continue carrying on north, but that potentially leads to Brazil and Argentina coming into contact in a little while.
Talk about contacts though. M249 Turkey rotating over the hills, kept him in play at the moment now, but he makes the drive over the top, gets connection to Komarko, but doesn't get the knock. CJ not too far away as he will look to try and open things up.
Yeah, and Alec, he takes a bit of damage from Celtic as Turkey look to capitalise on, you know, a really good survival stage, maybe move up the table a little bit more. Currently sat in 12th place as Alec just about spots Celtic by the pony, and looks like Vietnam are just wrapping on through here as well. It's getting pretty busy up here between the Philippines, Turkey and Vietnam.
It's interesting because it's all about timing. People haven't got the timing right, and Tego does force this a lot. Expectations, teams are going quite early. Some are thinking they're going to have an opportunity. Everyone's donuting up. Everyone's trying to find themselves to the top of the mountain, this middle of the zone.
Yeah, and you look at it, you got Finland, Denmark, China. You've now got Vietnam coming in as long as Finland. It's getting very busy in and around the mountains on the north side of Tego. Elsewhere around the map, Germany still up by Shipyard. Chris is just making sure nobody's on that bridge. I think USA, they're going to run in towards neutral, who they're not quite holding a bridge camp mark, but they're just on the other side of the bridge behind the hill into the field, which gives them a lot of information on a potential USA rotate. So expect US to hang right or hang left as soon as they get over the bridge.
Hang right, they might be pushing at the same time that we see Team Germany as they're coming over from Shipyards. Just in with Brazil as they rotate in, but Tanvu open things up here for the Philippines. They've worked in, the zone does shift, and it shifts back. He goes down towards the southeast. We hold huge amounts of water, and we know that likes to play that way, and Himbus gets confirmation. First kill is on the board here for day number 2.
Yeah, MVP in 2025, and you hear the Vietnam chant going on in the stadium. I describe the fans as ultras, Mark. You were there last year and so was I.
Yes.
Those Vietnam fans are loud and they bunch together, and it is something whenever Vietnam start pulling off plays, and they'll hope that maybe Himas can lead the charge on day 2. Because they're in 4th place, they're not a million miles off top spot, but it wasn't anything like what we saw from the team last year.
No, they've not fired up on all cylinders, I don't think, just yet. Between losing one, they've had to rotate around. They take towards the coastal road. That's the furthest point away from the zone. Indonesia already here. They will entrench in. They will try and hold the outside edge. Vietnam's not too far away. And also we see Thailand repositioning. Belmoth, though, coming through army base on the other side. So for the Philippines, they are going around. Indonesia's going to try and get his shots. He does damage, but it's not enough.
Yeah, the timing. Trick just couldn't get up on the wall quick enough, but Setsuna will get the knock onto Algenbots, and it looks like Vietnam are going to abandon him to his feet. But there's Alec on the other side. M249. He's going to get the instant flush and trade as Trick tosses that near over as well, but Alec's causing a problem.
He had to get out of his hands. We didn't want another doozy, did we? Knows where the position is. The M249 doesn't quite have to get the reload needed. Damage has been done. Now the spot comes around the other side. Great nade will come through. Unleashes the barrage of 556, but he knows he's got 2 in that grenade. It's violent. He turns. He gets the knock. Kobe will come in. In Indonesia, find them open.
Yeah, and that's one back the other side. And the explosion of the vehicle should eventually flush that one out as both these teams are battling. But CJ running along the cliffside on the edge, looking to maybe get a flank off and catch out Indonesia. But watch out, because Vietnam are on their way here as well.
Yeah, they need the points. They know day number 1 wasn't for them. They have to make the charge forward. Tanvu gets the information now, gained exactly where they are, and the fighting is happening. So they're entrenched slightly. There's that confirmation. Indonesia here in the cars has to reposition. Smoke goes out, and he looks to work his way across back to his team.
Yeah, Sololzi just moving along the edge now, looking to peek on up and garner the information, but the rest of the Indonesians have pushed back inside the compound for now, not taking the risk of pushing out to confirm out those kills, as Algenbots will eventually fall at the hands of Queen. Now, all this is going on just on the edge of the circle, Mark, and I just want to point out Vietnam have backed off. They're not going to stick onto this one, and Thailand are in a great position to pick up the pieces of this fight when these teams eventually leave.
Yeah, not just them as well. South Korea also done the same. They were not too far away from this. Kiss was holding them out. Didn't exchange any shots on the map stream, but also you could see them also disengage. So they play a little bit further down towards their south. Again, holding to the high ground as the rest of the teams work on the outside edge.
Yeah, Brazil getting very close to Ukraine here, as both of our favourite picks for the fantasy are going to play on either side of this bridge as the circle shifts and just settles right on top of the 2 Nordic teams in the lobby. Finland and Denmark in a wonderful position to take advantage, but A lot of teams now expect them to maybe play in and around Yongchon because everywhere else is pretty packed.
It's difficult. You go in there, it's going to be hard to come out, and you're praying for a zone shift back your way. Finland and Denmark really good positions, and Argentina in second place taking a stab as Brazil rotate past them the other way.
I like it. Brazil trying to leapfrog Ukraine now, and that's exactly what they've done, but they're heading directly towards China. Defex will try to land some shots. A nice headshot this time does 51 damage, but not able to land the second or third. That'll cause the knock, but I think Brazil could be in a lot of trouble here, Mark.
Yeah, this is ascending to an area. They don't really have the information, the punishment that's going to come from China. They might have to get moving. The smoke comes out. They have to use the red zone grenades. They found themselves entrenched, but I can't see them getting out of here. They have to fight their way out.
Yeah, but that's what Brazil are good at, Mark. They're a scrappy team. They love a brawl, and, well, the position they've put themselves in, there is a brawl coming for sure. As we do lose Philippines, they're wiped out by Indonesia. But now you've got China, you've got Brazil, you've got Ukraine, and I want to just point out Zhao Wu is playing separate. It's a 3-1 split for China, and Zhao Wu's holding the compound on the north side of Yongchon all by himself.
Oh, he's not. He's gone for the drops, Gibson. You see him. He's got to be greedy.
Yeah, but he's got the compound.
as a reward, you've got the drops and the compound. Let's see if the rest of the team can work in, but it is a critical bit of information. They are on a 3-1 split, and Zhao Wu will have to try and hold out because teams from the south, like Argentina, now trying to migrate towards this north side. We are phase 3, and Argentina skipping on past Brazil, but they're going into the loving arms of China.
Watch the kill.
Send them to space, man!
Captain gone to that man has just been sent to space, and Chan will get that kill confirmed. China picking up one, and I'll tell you this, had Argentina got a knock the other way, I would have expected Turkey to maybe get involved in Brazil as well, but for Argentina, your second place team, they've lost 2 already, and it doesn't get any easier from here because the rest of the team are going towards Ukraine.
Come on, UK, you need a big go today. Fex gets one on the board for the team. Tambudo is just escaping the line of sight with one shot remaining, but Dex away from it. Comes round on the other side, but does he go straight in towards the compound he's talking about? Javu has to try and hold out. P90 in hand. Can he get a shot? So it's going to be Himas.
Yeah, Himas is taking a bit of damage. Sololzi is going to fall at the hands of Defex as Ukraine get a punch in, but Himas will send it up onto the hill. Ferris doing the damage, getting that one confirmed, but here comes T-Bone Mark pushing on to Turkey.
Yeah, they're open up. They want to play the edge now today. They've got the opening. Ferris though looking to try and get involved. Actually, Vard gets that confirmation as well. Tambu will go down on the adjacent side. Michael though finds Sheila. It's explosive start from them. Vard on the off angle. Maybe gets the opportunity to open things up as Turkey looks to escape.
Yeah, Michael chasing it up. That's another good nade as he finds a knock on the board, and Fex sends the rest of the Turkey players fleeing, and they're going directly towards the spot China were playing, as Lil Ghost will send it deeper inside the circle too. I think they're sending it down to Zhao Wu now.
Yeah, they are. Now to the fight coming in from the town. Strong leaving the zone. So for Team USA, they are having to make the push, and now making the push on towards Team Neutral. Turkey, though, down to the final bodies. Mezbedo does find an opening, but he finds a huge opening. Real will go down.
Yeah, the nade though is brilliant from Kraken, and that's going to get the trade. 2 Brazilians are down, but not out just yet, as shots are coming in from the far side. Tony moving up to try and get a res, and look at this, USA pushing into neutral. His kick is down, and Kurt and Shrimsy are going to lead the way.
Yeah, they divert. They're coming towards the safety of the compound. Have the hard cover. Lou has to move around the adjacent side of Doozy, looking to try and climb. That's a good play from him. He's avoiding the grenades and the mollies that are coming in. And for Turkey, well, they will fall. Spaceman sends another one to outer space.
And I think Brazil are going to get everybody back on their feet too. That's big for your lobby leaders, but the nade is going to do a little damage on the Cowboy, but not quite enough. Levante will double down. This nade does even more, but Cowboy's still alive, still standing. But guess what? Levante's got one more, but he's a bit more focused on Shrimsy, who he spotted out of the corner of his eye.
Yeah, they're just piecing this puzzle together now. Purdy getting the information, does pop and sees one. He does actually pick up Levante in the kill feed. We'll swap back towards UK. They are trying to find their way in towards zone. It's actually Fex leading the charge here. Brazil on the other side. And for Ukraine, they're taking huge amounts of damage at distance. And Ferris gets the opener.
The smoke just didn't dissipate quick enough, and that's going to lead to Fex falling. And looking at the map, I think the rest of the team might just go for the pickup, but Kick back on his feet now. USA, 4 players up and neutral with just a Doozy and Lou left standing.
It's good play, really good play from USA. As they are sort of breaching this compound, they took the opportunity with that pause to get that res back on. Shrimpsy not quite seeing where Lou is. Lou opens up with a couple of shots now to drive his way forward. Here's the click though, as he will now swap to the grenade himself. Don't forget, he has a C4 in his back pocket, and if he wants to, he can force neutral out the compound, but kicks there with the grenade.
Yeah, 3 nades thrown at once, and now a doozy's position's revealed. They know the last player's in behind the sandbags inside the shack. So a doozy steps out the other side, trying to maneuver himself into a position to force multiple 1v1s, but Kurt is there, and neutral eliminated at the hands of USA.
They are. It's Chris, just on the other side of this ridge. He can play peekaboo at any time if he wants to try and open things up. But if he opens up, he has to get the knock, and he doesn't though. He's given away his position. Germany on a huge split. It's Chris back in the car to tie up with the team.
Yeah, and look at that, Pains and Justice. They've got to deal with Thailand on the northern side, but their hands might be a little bit busy right now with Indonesia going right towards Scapi. So keep an eye on what's happening there. But Ukraine now, are they about to get kicked out of the circle? They're going to have to go towards China and Brazil.
Well, they're kicked out of the circle, but not that far. They have to now charge. Brazil is in a bit of a sandwich. They were the one causing the damage yesterday. Sparking him finds Diffix, though. DraftKings finds boostings for Ukraine. Their driving force forward, though, has been decimated at the hands of multiple teams.
The two South American teams dealing damage onto Ukraine. Ukraine, they're down to 1. Argentina will fall as DraftKings goes down to the blue. But that might be that for Ukraine, unless the UK has something to say. Feck steps on up, does a ton of damage, but there's the Kraken rising from below.
He does rise from the belly of the beast. He pops up out the smoke, puts down the Welsh dragon himself. He's going to be careful. The higher he goes, the more he gets exposed. Tony holding Ukraine up, and the confirmation Spaceman is there, and the mortifier comes in. So more points going the way of China.
BL down though, and this is going to give an opportunity for the UK to reset once more. Michael will bleed out, but they'll get Fex back on his feet, and Kraken can't really do anything about it. He's only got really secondary utility to throw. He's got smokes in his cut. It may be a BZ, but this is not looking good for the UK.
Tony takes huge amounts of shot from the back of his head from Sparkin. It allows Var to get the opening as he works his way around. Sparkin's now down as well. Ferris will open things up here. UK, they've got to drive the leaderboard, and that's going to be kills. Ferris confirms that he's now looking to take on Tony.
Yeah, 1 Brazilian left standing now. Ukraine down to 1. Brazil down to 1. Vietnam down to 1. And Argentina out already. There is movement to be had at the top of that leaderboard as Kraken will just dip down into the depths once more as Fairest will send it deeper inside the circle. And let's look on up now because Indonesia and Denmark are going head to head.
Yeah, they are. They're just trying to find a position. They're actually driving away outside of the zone to sweep in and around. Mixon will fall though. Grenade well placed from him, but they are entrenched. The bulky King Ketzer though is keeping his head down. He's going to hear the cars above him, and he's itching to get moving.
Keter is nearly as deep as you can possibly get as Ukraine do fall. No placement points for them. Setsuna, he is going to peel off that strike, and he's going to take down Keter with the Panzerfaust. And for Denmark, it's not looking very good here at all.
He needs it. He needs a helmet. He needs a vest. That opportunity now for them is great. He's got the information. South Korea not too far away. Beamy, and he's going to be there. But again, for Denmark, they are entrenched here. It's difficult for them to peep up and get involved because grenades are coming in, and there's another one. Heaven puts Beamy down.
You dig a hole and an 8 is just going to fall down inside of it. That is exactly what they played for. Gustav, he steps up and across. Gustav will find one, and he uses the porter for some cover. He spots out Jackson on the side, but Denmark are eliminated at the hands of the Finns.
That's difficult. You entrench yourself in. It felt like Denmark dug their own graves there. Indonesia take the high ground. South Korea on the charge forward here. Scav opening things up as well for Finland. When you see Germany again entrenching himself in the zone, well, it shifts back down south. Zhao Wu's compound has been critical, not just the drops. They have full control.
China have a brilliant opportunity now to get a second chicken dinner of the grand finals. Vietnam, they're now fighting against the USA. It's just Hemas. And here's the thing, if it was any solo and the USA were pushing them, I'd be, this is dumb. But this is Hemas, as Brazil will fall with no placement points either. But Hemas is a difference maker.
Yeah, it does get the knock-on effects. They've got a reset here for Team UK, but they've got the freedom. South Korea on that west side did charge up towards the top. Germany also wrapping around that sort of top side. Justice gets a knock, though, onto Indonesia. And for Team USA, though, like, they've got to charge up, but it's difficult. They've got to close the gap, and that's a long run.
Korea fighting over on the west side here. You've got Indonesia and Germany with them, and if Korea can take advantage, they could rocket up that leaderboard and maybe catch Argentina or even have their sights set even further. Still plenty of points to go with this. Yumin catches out Queen as Indonesia. We're digging a bit. And watch, the problem is Korea are just too far away to push off of that, but the blue will help their cause.
It's difficult. It's the open train. It's the gap they want to try and close. Indonesia have entrenched themselves in, but the zone will now force them out of their rabbit hole. They have to try and make the play. Justice, though, played underneath him. And Justice, though, the myth-off steps up for Team Germany.
Yeah, but he's shut down straight away by Aexi as Aries is going to fall, and Justice now is fleeing. He's the last German standing. Blue at his back, Korea in front of him, Finland in front of him. It ain't looking good for the Germans, but 5 points on the board from kills and 1 extra placement. It's a bit better than what we saw yesterday from them. And Justice, he's just going to try hide behind Korea, use them as a buffer between him and the rest of the zone.
Justice is such a good player, and that little confidence boost is maybe what they need. They're on 5 kills at the moment. They are in the placement points, so they've got the additional one. We've got 7 teams remain. He goes for a little bit of a refill when it comes down to utility, and he uses the ridgeline nicely. He might open up the opportunity to expose South Korea, but he's only got 1 molly.
Yeah, you know it's not good, Mark? All of our fantasy teams are dead already and we're not in the placement points yet. That's not a good sign. I think that James and Matt are a little bit happier with their picks as Justice. Has he stayed hidden? I think he stayed. I don't think they know. Oh, they might not know, but Santa does. Oh my.
Let him be sneaky. Let him open things up for you guys to get the win, but they're eager for the kill. Little Ghost finds Vex, though. He makes the jump and he's shot out the air from Heather.
Yeah, the Koreans in full volume today. You hear the crowd go wild. Every single point their team find is another point closer to Brazil. Heather looking to lock down the north now. China still living their best life on the south with virtually no pressure coming their way, as it looks like the USA putting a bit of pressure onto the UK.
Yeah, they are. They're exposed. T-Bone is down. The zone's just back their way. It goes back towards South Korea. Don't forget, Gibson, yesterday, they won Tago. If they go back-to-back with a double Tago today, that might be good. Vard dodges 1 grenade, though. The shots will come through. No door to close. Here comes the flash. He does step up. Now, Vard can keep cool, but he can't keep calm, though, because he has to take on the fight.
Yeah, instead of Korea have any explosives at all, they're going to toss it into the shack as Lil Ghost wipes out T-Bone. Cowboy, by the way, will wipe out Hemas, so we're inside the top 5 now. Korea, China, USA, the UK, and the Finns are your last 5 standing. And Vard, he's just hiding in the smoke for now. But look at China. They're getting close. And I think China pushing Korea is doing Vard a lot of benefits.
Yeah, he just needs to eke out placement points. I actually really like, again, where USA are. They've got opportunities, whether they want to take the fight towards Finland or try and sneak underneath the radar. They drive on forward. Cowboy, though, on the right side of this fight. Finland, though, on the higher ground, and they can try and hold. I like the disengage. Cowboy, full reverse now, goes centralized zone. And for kickstart, it's on the outside edge. If Finland drop the board, they haven't got the read on him, that could be catastrophic for them. But for China, they find...
Oh, no.
Not one. No,
oh,
denied.
No.
It is the step of doom, and they're digging further and further. If Vard jumps out, he might find himself in a big crater.
Doorstep security there, keeping the nades out, providing Vard a second and third life, essentially, in this map. And that's 2 nades that China could have used towards Korea, who, by the way, are diggy hole. They're making sure that they can get the jump on the China. And Zhao Wu, he's going to pull the pin of the first nade as he tosses it over towards the tree.
Goes in between the middle of them. Zhao Wu does find Heather, though. It's that distance grade will go in hand. I think he's seen Gumin, though, as he's right in front of him. He does. He actually goes for that confirmation. He thinks they're further. And Gumin steps up and Spaceman put down.
Yeah, the Korean fans loving that one, but Heather's been traded on the other side, so Gumin will keep tossing nades, but a great one from Zhao Wu will take him down, and that one gets the flush. Korea being backed up against the blue now. Another nade from Little Ghost, and that's another good one as Heaven manages to just about avoid it.
Uses godly powers just to move that grenade further afield, but they've got to keep down. At what point does Vard get involved? I love this. USA sweep round that south side. They want to get involved. Zhao Wu looking to try and get the confirmation, but looking to try and find the entrenched remaining 2 players for South Korea.
Yeah, but the problem is here come the flying Finns. They're backstabbing this fight because they have the advantage. Sata will take 1 kill away. That's 1 kill that won't be found by the Chinese. leaving Seongjang still behind that tree, having the same, but the Finns are pushing in. The problem is now for the Finns, if you get too aggressive on Korea, China will be the first team to spot you out.
Yeah, they've got to let this fight unfold, then sweep in. Remember, if they want to win, you put a Finn in charge. They've got the higher ground. Cowboy, though, he is full send, taking on the China, but they are taking full force with utility. He's been flashed, he steps up, and he gets put down. Can Cowboy able to get 5th place?
Yeah, Cowboy didn't really have many options there, and he thought that he could get in behind China while they were distracted, but unfortunately for him, the Chinese were waiting. 11 kills for them now. Yes, I did take some of these teams out of my fantasy this morning. I definitely do regret it so far, but maybe we'll now see Vard finally dealt with as more utility's been tossed inside that China. No, the BC bounced off the lip again.
He's paid for his insurance. He's got home insurance. He's okay. It deflects all those grenades coming in. He has found safety. He just needs the fight to continue. Another opportunity for him is the team goes down. Extra points in the back pocket for Team GB.
He's like Neo in the Matrix. He's just using the Force to stop anything from coming in that front door. I don't know how he's doing it, but he has got himself into the top 4. 24 points now for the UK as, well, Finland, the coach just has to sit and watch. Seongjang will continue digging that hole deeper and deeper, and that's not a bad idea, Mark, because so much of the utility is being used now as far as nades are concerned that bull's not going to draw any nades in.
No, I'm saying that though. So still has one, but they're going to work their way towards zone. He's digging. I think he's just outside of zone though. Heaven is in, and they are so fixated. But as I said, Vardo has paid his home insurance, so he's
Another
okay.
One
it's fire, it's grenades, and it's blue zone protection for $9.99 a month. You can support Vard. Oh, one's got in the door, but he's there. He takes some damage, but it's not going to be enough.
He's just dispelling everything thrown his way, and at some point China just have to bite the bullet and send somebody in to do the damage. Zhao Wu still with almost perfect pristine level 3 gear and a P90. He is going to be something to do with it, and I love this. They've smoked off Vard so they can focus on the fight with Korea. That is so clever now from the side of China.
They have to. The time wasn't working for them. Someone has to go stick into him and exchange on the inside. Vard's not coming out. He's going to remain. Now they get to have to fight the head-to-head. Top 4 will go. The numbers are going. Scab opens things up. Heaven gets scabbed down. Zhou gets the confirmation point. Goes on the board for them. And for the Finns, South Korea will fall. And it's an extra point for Team UK.
And here's Zhao Wu now, they're forcing it towards Finland. The Chinese Red Army getting to work, and Zhao Wu's going to find one. And it looks like Spaceman's been dealt with by Corexi. Sata finds another. It's a 2v1. Vard is still alive and ready to strike. Zhao Wu, though, looks like he's going to step in, and Vard takes him down.
Let's go, Vard, UK. He's going to go his way out. It's down. Opportunity 3 versus 2 versus 1. There are 2 bleeding out. Tim Tam will go. Vard falls in 3rd, and it goes head to head. You got the win. You're going to try and get the win in the setter. He has the Famous though, and he has China backed up against Street.
It's just Jantar Asumi. Finland take the win. They knock down the Chinese, and they earn themselves 5,000 for winning that map as well. But the Finns, as you can tell, look at it, the emotions, they can't contain themselves, James. That's about as happy as you'll ever see a Finn.
You're not wrong. Torilla Tavatan, as they get themselves the victory here to start out day number 2. If you were to ask Curexi about that win, he would say, it's nice. And of course, we have got ourselves a brilliant victory on Tego. Matcham joining as well here. Matcham, whoa, careful, whoa. What do you think, Matcham?
All right, look, Finland, great job in defending the North. We had a very weird game to start off with a Vietnamese first blood into a terrible Circle 2. But it felt like that was just China farming the lobby for so long. Massive kill count coming up from them. And respect to Finland in their defense of the North. I thought there for a second, James, we might see Finland falter. I got a bit nervous. I know you were also on the edge of your seat because it felt like Finland got kind of close to throwing that one away.
Yeah, a little. Like, them going out of the smokes as quickly as they did to take the fight against all of those teams on the south side that I thought were just going to end up wrecking each other. But, you know, Finland was trying to take the initiative a little earlier than I expected. And anyway, it did work out in the end here, Mark, as Finland holding down that compound for such a long time in this game.
I think the biggest problem for all those teams in the south was Vard and the assurance that he had on that bunker, because no matter what they literally threw at him, he remained. And why he remained, he stopped that fight in the south. China wanted to push South Korea all the time, and it got to a point that they had to smoke off Vard to make the push.
Yeah, the fact that VOD, I mean, there was a few nades that went in there, Gibson, that I'm like, okay, surely he's gone now. But no, he kept alive. And you'd expect if you threw a nade in like that, you're like, okay, well, there's no one in there. But of course there was for such a long time, being annoying, being a nuisance. That's what we do in Great Britain, be annoying.
Yeah, you guys certainly do that. That's for sure. I think the Chinese are going to look back at that though and go and watch the VOD and go, we threw at least 4 nades in that, and every single one of them hit the doorstep, and the ones we got in didn't do damage because he was standing on top of the pot. So Vard then stepped out and got the kill onto the P90 holding Zhao Wu, which really ruined their day. But you know, Finland, you got to give them credit. You stayed quiet all game long, man, and whatever they had to step up, they did.
Yeah, I mean, just great, and having to deal with the firepower that was being brought out by China because they kept running back over to those crates, picking up more stuff, bringing it back into the squad. They were kitted. I mean, they had tons of extra utility. We saw stun grenades coming out like mad crazy. How many frags got thrown inside that one shack? It was an absolute ridiculous defensive line coming up from China, and Finland managed to figure out the ways to kind of sneak in, find the different angles onto them.
Yes, they did. Look at the smiles across the Finnish roster. This is insane scenes that you're seeing right here. Take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen. As Gibson mentioned, never seen them happier. Never seen them happier. But this is good for them. Obviously, they needed a big bump up. But again, so did China. And oh boy, did they deliver in this game, Gibson.
They really did, and I think that a lot of people out there were wondering what, you know, when they were going to show up. I know they got a map win yesterday, but it really wasn't what you expected. Yeah. I think they will be disappointed not to get the chicken dinner, but if China want to start a climb, they've done it the right way. Get 19 points in game number 1. It's a really good platform to build the rest of your weekend on. And I actually have the China PNC flag here from last year. I was supposed to bring it on cast yesterday, but I forgot to.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm sure there'll be more China moments for you, no doubt. But we got 20 points for Finland there, 19 for China, and nothing's too hard for Vard here as UK gets themselves an 11-point salvage from that spot. So they'll bump up a little bit as they still find themselves in 13th. China rockets up into second place, though, Mark. And considering it's what we said about that mid-pack, right? Anybody that gets a win on a board or something close towards like a 20-point game, suddenly you're right up on podium.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of movement in this mid, especially around this table. Brazil obviously trying to make something happen, but they got entrenched. And it felt like teams were just actively trying to push Brazil when they knew where they were as well. If you can get rid of them, they obviously clashed with Argentina quite a few times and early on as well. But it comes down towards Finland. bottom of the table. Now they're on the climb. They're up to 9th. That's a really good start for them on day 2.
Do you remember IEXE's hat from PEC, Mark?
Yes.
The little one with the flames on? He's doing the little cold emoji here. I can't believe he didn't bring the hat. I said to Scav, I need you to tell IEXE to bring his silly flames hat. And apparently he hasn't brought it. But looks like Sata might end up taking man of the match, unless Little Ghost takes it away from him on the other side, because Little Ghost looked awesome. And it will be Little Ghost actually here, giving the thumbs down, even though they didn't get the win, Matrim.
I mean, yeah, they didn't get the win, but they got some points in that game, making it all as far as they did into the late stages, and then just murdering this lobby. Little Ghost, 6 kills just in and of himself. Well, it looks like maybe China's found a way to reinvigorate themselves because I don't know what was going on yesterday. I admit I had them on my roster yesterday and was wanting to maybe try to switch them. I regret having doubts. You have brought me back over to the Chinese ship. I'm here with it.
Yes, I expect, if you're looking at 317 gaming members and then Spaceman, who haphazardly sent Argentina into the stratosphere, that was weird. I've never seen that ever, Mark. But the Chinese astronaut program very much in full effect, yeah, for sure. I think we'll see more from China throughout these next 2 days, no doubt. That is a great roster, and likewise on the other side of things, right? All the fans hoping for Korea to do something on the west side, they'd actually got themselves some decent points in this game. I thought maybe they could get a little more, but there was just too many strong forces in those late games.
Do you think it's coming down towards that sort of Taego? We saw South Korea obviously playing. They got the win yesterday. They played it really well in this one. China looked really strong as well. They did take the compound on the south side, and Joe obviously went for the drops, held the compound, and that was, I think, key for them getting so many points. With another Taego coming up to close out today, I wouldn't be surprised to see the same teams rocking up some big kills.
Yeah, I think people are hoping for maybe like a mainland Taego, right? Because constantly we're already going up onto this northwest island, and that does create a problem, especially in that huge hillside that can have so many teams in. And oftentimes, you end up playing edge and you end up getting third-partied, even fourth-partied in a lot of those moments once the circles do crash down. Whereas mainland, Tago, Gibson, it's a little bit different, right? A lot more open areas, a lot more fields in those areas, and teams feel probably a little bit more defendable and not less likely to have third parties, fourth parties coming their way.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, but it's been that long since we've seen one. I can't remember, to be honest. It just seems everything goes either towards the west or up onto that island. So we've got another Tago leader today, and I expect maybe some of the same teams will take advantage. But it's the crazy map next, right? Erangel, where we have seen, like, don't get me wrong, I think Na'Vi have won it almost every time they've played it, bar one. I say Na'Vi again because it's a habit with me, but Ukraine have won it almost every single time they've played it. Are you expecting them to kind of get their day up and running here?
I expect them to do it, yeah. I expect them to eventually get things rolling. I mean, maybe or maybe not on Erangel, right? Because something that I think about with these new circles for Erangel especially is the word water. And how much of an impact that has on it, Matrim, because we saw it yesterday. It's terrifying, and if we don't get a central circle straight away on an Erangel, oftentimes there is a lot of water involved, and that makes for some crazier circles.
That is a cute Gustav, but you are correct. We've been getting, I guess you would call it a ocean of water every single time we get a first circle, it feels like. It has made it to where a lot more of the playable space has been kind of denied out and led teams to get kind of caught in the slog, right on the edge of the zone, having to firefight their way. Oh, look,
he made it.
Tig made it to the finals.
Hooray!
Oh,
look at the builds. He got that build in that gym session he had out in Korea that we saw the video of.
Yeah. The golden body of Tiggleton. Yeah. Gosh, crazy stuff with Mr. What was he? Tiger? Well, I can't even remember what
I
it was
want those
called.
shorts. I want a pair of those shorts.
You want those shorts?
Yeah, all day.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
going.
the
Don't act
Falcons
like
boys-
you don't have them.
That's true.
They actually, at PGC last year around, they gave us Thai boxing shorts as a souvenir, so that was very nice
Yeah,
of them
the other
as well.
casters did.
Yeah,
They're so
yeah,
nice.
Zeophias and stuff like those. Those are lovely guys. So, yeah, everyone keeps getting given shorts over in these hot climates and these hot conditions. But yeah, the Tiger shorts were cool. Everybody's got to kind of work out and get things rolling. Indonesia's another team that's got to work it out here through today as well. Not exactly the easiest of days so far, Mark, for them. And looks like it's a bit warm. Oh.
It is warm, I'll keep it short, but they were aggressive, and I love to see that from them. They've got to keep up. That didn't go their way this time, but they've got to keep applying pressure, James.
All right, the games are rolling. It's Erangel, yes! Here, Game 7 for PNC 2026. Let's do it. It's going to be me and Matrim on the mic. Thank you very much, Gibson and Mark. We'll talk to you after this one. Let's do it, Matrim.
Well, you were concerned about water, and I take a look at this plane path, and it's going over Military Base Island down to the south and ending up around Zarki, so... I mean, a chance for a very fun circle, or we could end up with an extremely centered circle. And, you know, you were talking about it, maybe necessarily centered isn't so bad right now.
Yeah, tough stuff for these teams. Tough stuff indeed. And some are on board by the looks of things with Finland, who, for a drop like this, right, they go towards Severny, they go for that 2-2 split and much further south of Severny. They can stretch for that, not too much problem whatsoever. My question mark is always, where is Vietnam going to go? Because, of course, there was all that tussling about where they're going to try and drop towards apartments and stuff. They did navigate towards the western coast yesterday in our last Erangel, and it looks like they're going to do that again. This isn't too bad a playing path for it here for our defending champions. Have I lost Matrim again? Oh, like yesterday.
That one was on me. Sorry about that. I had to
okay.
cough real fast.
Sorry.
The game number 1 that we had with Erangel yesterday also had that weird Argentina rotate where they kind of got caught off and then had to push back over into North George. It looks like that has gone more over into Argentina territory. Finns are going to give them a little bit more space over there. That does mean that United States and Philippines are going to be stacked up down next to South George. Going to make it a bit spicy over there. Is the dream alive? Do we get Primoris? Maybe?
We may, considering the way it shifted over on the east side of Erangel. Oh my. Okay, interesting drop that actually did occur. Turkey goes for a very wide drop across that Gatka location. And you can see as Medabay here was being aggressed quite heavily by Vietnam, taking away their car, and he had to deviate away from his usual compounds that he would like to go to because Vietnam was stretching for vehicles and now was going for that west road. So no casualty there for Turkey. Very important to keep everyone alive.
So, okay, you were talking about the Finns in the last game and this hat. I apparently don't know the lore on the Sata hat. So help me out. No. IEXE. That's who you said had the flame hat.
Yes, correct. He has Do you remember when we were 13 years old and we had those black shirts with the flames at the bottom of them? Do you remember that?
Yes, yeah.
Yes,
yeah, the Guy
those
Fieri
shirts.
shirts.
I definitely still have one at home in England somewhere buried. He has exactly the same hat, like a beanie hat, and it looks like that. And he was wearing it at PEC.
Gotcha.
Awesome.
And so the hat is to counterbalance the shivers of how cold it was. And I
Yes.
mean, I guess the Finns do live that colder lifestyle. And if anything, they're probably enjoying being cold after the heat that was yesterday. But Finns doing a good job. This is that northern defense that we saw where they just kind of locked down this very efficiently. It wasn't flashy, but that's the way the Finn style is. It's just strong control, keep everybody at distance, let everybody else fight, and then you get the high ground and you get the dominant position to play from.
Yeah, I mean, that compound, they were giving everyone the cold shoulder, right? Similar to how they exist over in their country, right? They don't really want to... If you're at a bus stop with a Finn in Finland, do not talk to that other person that you don't know, all right? Don't do that. So they're going to keep their distance, and then they're going to try and finish off the game here as quickly as possible so they can go back to the green room and see what's going on. But Sato here with the FAMAS towards the end. Good stuff to be able to round it out, right, against a very formidable China that also had great kit, like P90s, Grozers, and the kitchen sink. So much stuff.
Yeah, I thought that China was going to get punished whenever we saw Zhao Wu going for all those crates playing on the outskirts of, what was it? I don't remember. It was Godok, something like that. Anyway, regrouping at that stage, there were so many other teams around, but they managed to do it just off of good territory control, and China used that to propel themselves into the later stage, all the way up into the very end of it. And I thought that just the economy alone was going to be too much, but Korea already in the thick of it, and it's going to be against Indonesia.
Yeah, with a VSS, as Poro would say, the very sneaky sniper. I loved it ever since he said that. I love it so much. It's working out so far. Seongjang, though, does come in and try and get things cleaned up. The problem is, though, Korea, yeah, okay, you've got 2, but you've also lost 2 as well. And this is not close to the circle. This is a very similar situation to our Argentina-Finland scenario in one of our Erangels. But you need to finish this fast and then get those blue chips and get going. This circle's far away from you.
Setsuna doesn't have much to work with here. You can see a very low economy fight in comparison to what we were just talking about inside the end of the last game. So Human's going to be on the other side of the VSS, really just about all you've got and running out of bullets for it fast. But Songjang doesn't have much to work with either. Going to go ahead and reload, get a full magazine before whatever is going to be going on, as we are over here next to Yasnaya. Finn's just to the north of it, but probably not going to path back this direction. How much is Korea? I mean, this is all really just a fight over blue chips if I had to take a wild guess.
Yeah, at this point, almost certainly. Just get rid of it as fast as possible. But the thing is that Indonesia, I'm actually very surprised that Setsuna's moved out of this building. That's very bold indeed. But they do find Seongjang. If Korea loses this out to Indonesia, I don't know what to say. Normally, you would put way more stock in South Korea, this roster, winning things out against Indo. But Jumin, look at this, using the car, trying to find another angle here, trying to move it forwards whilst he can also shoot as well. They're trying to shoot at his toes whilst he does make this maneuver. But I don't know, this has gone really badly for South Korea, Matt.
I mean, Indonesia doesn't have anything else except for SMGs. They've got to get in close, and they know it. Satsuna's going to go ahead and roam back around the other side of it, see if he can get on the other angle for it. He's just got to go for a couple of blind sprays, but Guman's got to punish it. And, I mean, whenever your economy is this low, you're just trying to make something happen. The VSS now down to, what, 15 rounds? Something like that?
10, I think. 10. This is dire now. Like, I don't think this is going to work on out. You would bet on Guman here. He needs to get in here and make this work. Only 6 shots remain. The VSS is out in the open. You've got a chance here. Can you take it, Indonesia?
Trick, you've got to hit this. You've got near on nothing left. 2. 2 bullets left.
1,
Can't get the tap. He's out. He's got nothing. And Guman, I think he's realized.
He's pushing. He is pushing after that reload. As I guess counting the bullets. Okay, picks up way more bullets. Moves up to the tree as well. What is this fight? What is going on?
Okay, the outer wall right now for Trick could provide something. Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and retreat away. Now he's got the double up. He's got long range, sneaky sniping, and close range vector. I dare you to come forward, Guman. You're going to have to deal with so much SMG.
God, what a delay. What a delay here for these 2 players. If you can get the 4 kills and somehow get yourselves out, brilliant. But Guman sacrificed his vehicle, pushed up on the tree. There ain't no way to move off this tree unless you're exposing yourself. Now, Trick looking for a very tricky angle.
There's a new problem on the economy with Trick. He doesn't have much meds. He's got a couple of bandages. So this blue zone is actually going to do a lot of work. But on the other side of it, Guman has nothing.
Nothing at all.
They're just going to wait against each other.
Just a few. He's got, of course, the blue zone backpack, as well as a few ticks of any kind of stims that are going on. As now Trick realizes, in these, actually, those pots usually have a lot of meds in them. So this could be the perfect little play for him to do this. That said, though, it's much harder now for him to get back on the roof if he wants to keep the angle. Did see him moving, though, in third person. Goes for the peek out onto the wall. He has so much more cover to work with here compared to Gumin. Technically, Trick should win this fight out every single time, but he's not been able to take him down despite all of these transitions. Moves up onto the car. Goes for Trick, does finish him off. South Korea is out.
That was a desperate situation for both those squads, and Indonesia is the squad that comes up on top. Let's go eyes back over onto the circle. It's going to be neutral down in Primorsk. A lot of squads just kind of clustered around the quarry positioning. Up to the north of the circle, we've got Philippines as well as Finland going to be rotating next to each other. Thailand's coming in from the east. Brazil is actually still back over on the military base island, kind of playing the numbers, hoping that maybe the way water's been coming into play, it could affect them. Now you can see that Turkey is going to go ahead and get themselves into a very good position, kind of off center from Quarry, but the split is very strong.
Yeah, so that neutral transition was emergency pickup into Primorsk, right? There is a red zone on them, so I don't think there's going to be any onus on them moving anytime soon. Trick's got to get moving. I suspect he'll have lots of meds and try and find himself a res as he does move forwards slowly towards this circle. But oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. For South Korea, I'm going to be honest, that's a bit of a disaster the way that's played on out. It's Himas, though, USA. Waiting for USA.
I was going to say USA about to get just completely caught by Vietnam if they weren't careful there. Ukraine just going to make the run right into Denmark along the coastline, using a couple of these little craters, running right up into position. This is a strong point in the circle, especially given the fact that the circle changes, and so it might not pop away from this water.
I'm going to be honest, across our 7 games so far, I feel like wider splits or even some close 2-2s in some instances are way more volatile than they are in our normal PGSs and things like that, because we're seeing some real mad dashes from so many of these teams. It seems just a little bit more unrefined gameplay-wise for some of these teams that are just going crazy pushing on these spots.
Well, the circles are just, God, they've got so much water. There's not enough terrain for the splits to really feel comfortable. So a lot of teams are just having to make these just wild dashes. Look what we see going on with the United States right now. They're just roaming around trying to find somewhere that people aren't shooting at them so they can stop for a second, get their feet back underneath them, and figure out where they go next. Philippines going to be coming on the other angle for it. Brazil's trying to make landfall into the circle, running right up next to the United Kingdom. Sparking finds 2 of them off of that push. Great play coming up from Brazil early in the game.
Yeah, nice. That's going to have to be Great Britain falling back from this. I don't think they can take this fight anytime soon. Tony drives forwards, takes down Michael, crashes on forwards, Dukes of Hazzard style here as Biel looking for just a little bit more and takes down Great Britain. That would be good for them to get some nice points on the board after having a bit more of a lackluster previous game. Oh, again, guess who's left? It's Vard. Surprise, surprise.
It will be hard for Vard right now as he's got Denmark in front of him one side. Brazil's not inside the circle, so he has to assume that they're going to be running up back behind him. He's got to find some cover and safety to get away from both firing lines. While this is going on, a lot of setups have also kind of continued forward. Ukraine's running a 2-2 split on the external sections from Primorsk. Turkey's gone ahead and regrouped. Germany's got control over Quarry itself, where they've got Argentina playing the southeastern area. China's just going to be below that, while it's going to be Thailand up to the northeast of the circle, and the northwest of the circle is still starting to get a lot more corralling going on as Philippines are getting way closer to Vietnam.
It's going to be a tough little transition maybe for them unless they completely go coast side. I think Vietnam is watching them a little bit there. They can technically go along the beaches, can Philippines, and that will work. As now, Keta just waiting, knowing that there is technically someone lurking on around here, Vard being ever so annoying. As he was in the previous game. I told you, man. I told you. We're really, really good at being a nuisance, is Great Britain. We're so good at it.
After meeting you and spending so many years with you, I never would have guessed. Who would have thought?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Circles pop. We keep some Primorsk, but we also keep that really cool peninsula section that's going to be in play. Philippines rushing in from one side, Brazil on the other, but look at the cluster to the north and to the east.
And again, I need to remind everyone, Circle 4 could still have a lot of water in it, so this could continue on, where we would previously know that our next circle would be very predictable. So we do have Brazil trying to thread the needle here. North side of Primorsk, as you were mentioning. Where can they go? Are they going to try and go for a building or something like that? Vard is still in this car. Kiss, he knows he's there. Oh, goes for the shots. Takes a bit of damage himself. That's actually coming from the opposite side here as Ukraine's shooting in on this transition. They do take away Vard. card. He's gone. Great Britain down, but now all of these teams going for what is the big send into some of these spots.
Looked like China was running right towards the shack, but it's going to be Brazil that kind of pushes them off on a different angle. China having no real good stopping point. Looks like they're just going to kind of split up other sides of the guard shacks. I mean, that's good enough for now, whereas a lot of teams don't even have any territory they can play for. Thailand's trying to regroup over into the east, but to the north. Finn's still got to move. Germany's got to regroup. Argentina still has to force their way into the circle as well.
This is... Okay, so... Yeah, sorry, CJ. You're going to get found here, I think, mate. No. No.
The turtle strategy works.
Come back! Guys! Neutral! Hello! Woo! Okay, so CJ's gonna strike, pounce here on him. And Luke comes around the corner for the save. Okay, that's really good. I like that. But the thing is, I don't think I've ever seen this many teams in Primorsk, Matrim. This is actually wild.
No. This is ridiculous. What we've got right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on how you define it, about 6. Here comes the Finns, right on the edge of the zone. Got a red zone on top of them to boot. Vietnam's going to be gatekeeping one side, USA on the other. So at least there's open territory, so you don't have to deal with all the other squads. These hills kind of keep everybody from Primorsk going after you, but that's the only benefit you got.
I wonder what that was on the south side of the screen just then, but it's just the shadow of the missiles coming down. I was very confused for a brief moment. As Finland now, we're going to be trying to figure things out. I mean, technically, they can make the same transitionary move that Philippines did just minutes before. But Diffex, though, does take down Little Ghost, not bad at all. Ukraine and China now embroiled in a bit of a fight. Tiantian with the Dragonov responds against it, but Little Ghost has been stolen away by Sparking here, so hey. You know, I thought maybe Brazil might let off the pedal here in game 2. Not the case at all.
I mean, Brazil's got the widest territory control, really, whenever we look at Primorsk. They're gatekeeping out China and forcing the firefight between them and Ukraine. The rest of the lobby is going to really love the fact that Brazil, China, and Ukraine are all pretty much stacked on top of each other. See if any firefighting kind of continues with them. Turkey's got their own territory control on the hillside, and this is a very strong point as long as you can hold it, because there is a lot of teams that are going to start looking into this direction. It's very centered. We still have the bay that's over into the southwest. So that means that Turkey is going to be kind of a funnel point to play around.
Where are we going? Will we have more water in? Okay, that's a bit more kind compared to where it could have gone, but still quite difficult. As now Finland is going to crash into Vietnam. A lot of them didn't take it out at the moment. Himas goes against Sata, though, takes him down. Kirexi starts things off against Delwyn, but there's a lot of casualties here. I think Finland realized that there were some on the side of Vietnam and they were weakened by all of this, but can Himas save it?
He put in some work to force him off of that angle. See Finland just trying to see if they can secure whatever they could. Almost fleshed out his own teammate, but hey, you know, take out the other person, get some control over it, because this is a very strong compound in this circle, because there's not much left, and everybody on Primorsk has to get out, but he gets spotted. Himas pops off.
Good stuff by Himas. Can he get the full cleanup here? He really needs this done fast so he can get Delwyn up, maybe. Knowing that maybe Kirexi might actually push on this, so he's going to go for the res, though. Smart move, I think, considering the proximity where he's at the moment. Kirexi, I think, may have been called now. There is no push coming this way, so he can get a Sata. Could end up being a 2v2 here if Himas and Delwyn don't move straight away.
USA just on the outside of this. If they realize that they could pounce, this could be big for them as well. Very weakened squads down inside these compounds right now. A couple of peeks. Kirexi trying to make something magical happen for him. They can't find the angles just yet. Everybody from Vietnam's doing a good job on avoiding the angles, and there is Shrimsy taking the shots, making it difficult for Kirexi. Delwyn on the other side of it does get a knock. It's all just down to Kirexi. He does get the knock on a 1v1, both sides through the window. Kirexi gets a lot of damage, but it's hard to peek around. Does he go for the door? Can't quite find it. Full retreat coming up from Himas.
Yeah, I think the comms to Sata there were he was initially trying to block the door, and then he was like, okay, well, I might need to use it, move out of the way just a second, but he's come back now, goes for a res once again. The molly into res is lovely. His first potential path to get to Kirexi as fast as he could do would have had to have taken him through that molly, but the United States is coming in the back of this here, Matrim.
This is a smart move from USA. This is such a strong compound. It's now forced Finland in, and everybody is now stacked up on top of each other, making this a lot more dicey. Again, this is its own contained arena, as now Himas and Kirexi are trapped in there with each other, and USA is just controlling the outside.
I think this is a very important compound for a circle like this, so United States is coming at just the right time to be able to maybe wrestle this away. Now Kirexi still, though, still alive. You can't bet against Kirexi, really. Two gods of the game here in this compound, Himas and Kirexi. I think USA as well has been kill reading and knows exactly who is in here, so they're being very cautious about how they want to approach it.
Yeah, the kill feed's popping off. The only thing I can say is down the southeast, everybody's trying to leave Primorsk, and it's just a bloodbath over there right now. Yeah. Brazil is just kind of holding out everyone. putting in a ton of work over there. 6 kills already for them, and it's just take what you can get. Any single kill that you can find while just trying to navigate a way to get in. We still have China that needs to get in the circle, Indonesia as well. Himas trying to make some more happen, but you can see it's still just USA on the outside crawling it all.
Imagine if this isn't in the circle coming up next. Let's find out. Circle's going to shift. It is still in the circle slightly there. So still a very important compound neutral, holding on to a very important high ground position as well in this. And they'll be able to look down on a lot of the teams trying to come out of Primorsk after all of that dust has settled.
This is just taking so long over here, and USA doesn't want to overextend. They don't know exactly what's going on inside this compound, and this compound is just so freaking hard to push. Let's just be honest with it. Whenever you look at those tight hallways, you just have to double up, walk through, and if you see the tools that are being used on the other sides, we've already got a shoddy out for Himas, so he's just waiting for somebody to walk the hallway. Correxy on both sides. These are 2 solos stacked up on top of you that you do not want to deal with if they were by themselves. Now put them on top of each other, and it's an absolute mess. Turkey now starting to get a lot more focus. It is going to be Argentina and Ukraine now on the hunt.
Yeah, timer on a lot of these teams on the eastern side, and we missed quite a bit of it, of course, but it was going to be just bedlam over here. So now Argentina will send some smokes forwards, also with the smoke launcher as well, trying to encroach on the position here of Turkey. And maybe try and get their friend back up as well. But Ukraine from the distance, Boostic will actually steal this one away. So now still they're trying to move through what is the tail end of the long woods. It's going to be difficult though here because there's so many teams just in this one location.
And you can see that Germany's read it. They've led out of their circle control position, instead coming out, and everybody is just funneled in. Ukraine really can't hunt the way that they want to hunt because they still have Spaceman still alive from China back behind them. They know that that could be looming. Brazil is still just on the other side of the hill. So everything is just being funneled right into this firefight, and Ukraine looks like they might be trying to just use the hillside to leapfrog around where Germany's going to be to see if they can come up on a new angle, but I think that Germany's already waiting, and they walked right into a crossfire. This could be bad for Ukraine.
Can Germany capitalize? Can they, off the back of having a circle advantage in all of this here? Justus does take down Pippa, and now Ukraine is falling on the other side of it. I don't know, though, whether or not Ukraine can live a little bit longer. Fairest, who's been a phenom here for the team, has a FAMAS in hand. Can he get a little bit more off the back of this? It's Chris, sees him from the BRDM. Oh, no, Fairest. I think, yeah, I completely agree with this. Go out into the blue, try and get yourself a flush here or there. Does find Captain. I think he knew he was gone, so he went out into the blue to find any point he could.
Yeah, I mean, he was dead. He knew it. Get that one more point. Make sure you secure it. Don't give it over to anybody else. We still have Spaceman that's going to be coming up right back behind Draft King, so that's going to be about all she wrote for him in just 1 second. Yep, but Blue Zone's going to go ahead and finish off Spaceman, and that means that Germany's got control over everything to the east. Brazil's kind of moved down below it. There you go. Himas finally gets taken out, and USA finding some kills.
Yeah, I think they realized it was time to spring the trap. Time to get rid of these players here and carve out this side of the map for you. Depending on if this circle goes west or east, if it goes west, USA might have themselves a ticket to a free win for this one. But at the same time here on the east side, Germany still going up against Brazil once again. Kar98 in hand for Chris. It's Lou on the other side of things here. Good shots coming in. Knows that Brazil's between them as well. Goes for the Molotov straight into that smoke. That could be perfect.
Okay, see how it falls. Just a bit too short, but there's a lot of utility still to be thrown. The way that this circle is now laying, it is going to be neutral with having a high ground position and the only high ground that's going to be remaining inside this. A lot of open territory. Nade's just going to roll down right on top of Brazil. That means the northern section of Brazil's got to deal with Germany, and it is going to be problematic. BRDM going to be a big issue as Brazil does hit the shots. Chris goes down. USA gets some vision on it, but they're still caught up with everything going on with Corexy.
You're doing a lot of work there. Tony down now, and for the rest of the lobby, they're hoping that Brazil gets shut down in this moment. 8 kills, 75 points now, moving up towards the top, thanks to the fact that Corexy is down. That's another placement point there going towards Brazil. And the thing is, Biel still has an angle here with these little windows. Cheeky boy. Come on, Germany. You've got to get rid of Brazil here. But on the other side of these circles, I don't know. This is all looking a whole lot like neutral finally going to come alive.
I love it. Biel runs in. He steals the BRDM away from him. He says, nah, man, you're not going to be able to do that to me. Runs it down the hillside. There's not very many places he can go. Can he get distance away from neutral? Because this is the open section of the circle that nobody's going to want to play. This is safety for him now.
I've never seen a BRDM run away so fast. That was absolutely wild. Okay, BL, what a play. I think he knew that there wasn't much more to be able to take from this game, so make a wild statement there, and it has worked. Unless the rest of the lobby is actually going to shoot at that BRDM. Now, though, Neutral going to try and hold out Germany. Batulins takes down Justus. Cowboy has a mortar. Where's that going?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm very, very curious.
Neutral?
BL's just kind of watching all of it. Now, Germany, who had control over the circle for so long, now gate kept out. They don't have the BRDM to chase, and Neutral's just doing so much work. And oh, BL wants vengeance.
No!
Yes!
Oh my god, BL, what a play. The BRDM steal into running over Germany. It's perfect coming out. That said, though, Panzerfaust in the hand of a doozy. Could the dream come to a crashing halt here for BL? Americas is going to be shooting at it. They're driving on past. They're trying to get themselves to position themselves here towards where Neutral is. They are taking damage on that, though. A doozy goes for the spray against the tree position. Levante takes down Cowboy.
There we go, Levante. It was only a matter of time before we knew Neutral started to pop off. Nades roll down into USA's face. They hold it for long enough. Here comes the BRDM. BL is just a beast. Vamos, Brazil. They are putting in the work.
They might get second place off of this. I cannot believe it. What a play by BL to take the BRDM. It's now burning. He's gone. USA will take at least second. But what a play from BL, as now Neutral here needs to fortify this high ground position. Even Neutral stunned here. The Tab can't believe what he's seeing at the moment. This is crazy on Erangel.
Okay, 2 up for USA. We've got all 4 up for Neutral, but the circle has popped and it has gone into USA's favor. The high ground that Neutral was using to exploit so much of their situation to get their points and positioning. 11 kills for them right now, but they now have to walk down into the more open areas. They're going to go to the north, use a little bit of a wraparound position that they've got over here at Car. You can see lost multiple tires, not going to be too useful, except for maybe picking up anything that's sitting inside of it. Can the positioning of USA be enough? Trimsy, opposite side of the circle from Neutral. He's got some tools to work with, but it's going to be Kurt right in the middle of it all.
Gosh, so much ammo still on the arm. That's scary. That is scary here. Man advantage for Neutral. Can they make things work? As America has moved into what is technically a closer spot towards the middle of the circle, right, for Purdy. It's not too bad a position, but against a 4-man of Neutral, that is some trained guns looking your way. Oh.
Just 4 points between them, 6th and 8th place respectively right now, as that pack is just so tight after what we look at everybody that's fighting for the top. So opportunity for both teams. Neutral still has that little bit of territory that they're trying to play for. Use this ridge line with the smokes. Keep distance away from the firing lines of Shrimsy. Couple of shots do connect, make it scary, but I mean, Neutral just has to fight for territory and get opposite sides of the tree. That's what they're going for right now. Duos on both sides to try to take out Kurt.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Shrimsy in this moment, I think one of the only ways you actually win is getting yourself a lucky arm shot through some of that smoke and then really causing like a delay on Neutral. But they're already getting range with those nades against Purdy Curdy, and he is down. It's all on Shrimsy now to do something. Yeah, I think that it was a far cry's chance for America to be able to make something happen from this. A Neutral now is looking to put in the boot.
I mean, it's Shrimsy. He can make something big happen, but this is just so outnumbered. And remember, this is phase number 7, so Neutral doesn't even really have to go after Shrimsy, but they're going to. They know that they've got the numbers. They're going to push forward. Shrimsy and his shack. Is the nade going to be enough? Maybe he can get a knock off of it.
Levante takes down Purdy, and now they're taking all the angles. A great spray from Shrimsy here against a doozy. But honestly, if I was Shrimsy at this point, I mean, even just a flush would have been enough. But no, Neutral will take it here. Their first victory in PNC 2026. Let's talk to Mark as well as Gibson here about this game. They don't look best pleased with it, but a win is a win, Mark.
The feels, but both me and him was screaming at that BRDM play because there was only one option, and Gibson was going, run for the BRDM, run for the BRDM, and I was going, run for the BRDM, and he pulled off. Brazil unhinged, keeping themselves alive. Neutral get the victory, but what a game that was.
Yeah, the end game especially. What a shocker there, Gibson. I think you guys are totally right. In the back, I mean, we were losing it as well, right? The fact that Beal gets that, and then so many salvage points off the back of it. What a play. What a play.
Yeah, he got himself into the top 3. I think he stole about 3 kills as well off the back of it. And to be honest, it all came out like... I don't know why Chris got out of the BRDM. Like, he gave it up, and then he almost got a second knock on to Germany too. But I think all in all, that's a big game for Brazil because the drop, their drop didn't suit the circle. A lot of teams leapfrogged them in. I didn't even know how they managed to get into Primo at one point because the place was that busy. But when you're getting 11 plus points out of a game like that, it goes to show you're playing really good PUBG right now. But I think Neutral, you said it, they didn't look too happy with that win. I think they're probably disappointed they didn't get more points than they could have with the position they had.
I think it comes down to a lot of like, okay, you've got that high ground, you're looking down on Primorsk, and so many teams coming out of Primorsk are trying to head into the long woods, therefore kind of like negating your lines of sight and then all killing each other off at the same time, right? So it's a toughie, really a toughie to be able to get it, but we watch back as BL just puts the nail in the coffin for Germany, Matrim. What a treat to watch BL play this.
This is the weirdest, most fun game I have seen in a long time. We started off with that weird SMG firefight. Then we had the whole Himas Corexi versus USA situation.
Yeah.
All of the Primorsk firefight, a BRDM theft. This was wheels off PUBG, and I love it whenever we get this because you just kind of get to see people showcase some of the more crazy strategies whenever we don't necessarily get to see it in the more formulaic style that can pop off every once in a while. It's cool to see the chess match and all the heady plays, but sometimes whenever everything just goes wild, it's just fun to go along with the ride.
I'm of the opinion that maybe the USA could have won this game if it wasn't for BL. The fact that he crashes into where Kickstart was, Mark, and then takes him down, like, if... The knock-on effects that he was able to pull off in this game are problematic for USA.
Yeah, even go back even further. USA's push around that north side to northwest, taking on the fight. Obviously, saw in the compound with Finland. And to be fair, Finland had a great crash as well. Went down to 1 versus 1, but they took advantage. And yes, obviously they did play through. They charged forwards, and without BL being there, then I think USA would have had the victory. They went for the center dot. They knew where the zone was going to end out. It was the BRDM that caused the problem.
Did you, there was so much going on in the kill feed, Gibson, in regards to the Primorsk fights that were going on. Did you guys manage to catch any of that? Obviously, we were very focused on the compound over on the west side.
Yeah, Himas was getting plenty of airtime, waiting for him to do something magic. And to be fair, he did have some nice shots onto the Finns, but yeah, it all got a bit hectic. Like you had Ukraine, Argentina, Germany, Brazil, all just trying to force their way out. I think Philippines snuck a player out at the end that was caught out by Brazil as well. So you had like a real bloodbath on one side of the map, and then on the far side of the map you had like this real tense standoff between Himas and the Finns. But credit, like Brazil, they got out of there. They got a few points, and I think Germany are going to be the most disappointed because Germany were another team, 4 players up, BRDM, high ground, and you're like, this looks so good for Brazil win. And then I would say the wheels came off, but the wheels were stolen.
Yeah, gosh, imagining what you were able to do. But anyway, it's 23 points going the way of Neutral, 15 for Brazil. Matrim, you want to say something?
I was going to say, imagine your pains, and you have your BRDM stolen from you, and then you're run over by it as you're trying to get into the circle. That's tilt, man. My heart would hurt so bad from that, as Brazil is holding their lead. I can't believe this. I was a little bit worried. I mean, they're just continue to push it up, as Argentina's kind of had a bad day, and everybody else is just stealing the points, man.
I'm going to be honest, that's a rough way to go, right? I will say, Matrim, if me, in real life, if I get run over by my car, that's personal, all right? Like, I'm not about that, so let's not make that happen. But of course, Neutral here. No. We've got Batolins with 6 kills from all of this. What is Lou doing? What's this pose? He looks interesting.
He's thinking.
Not the Doozy 6-7, no? Did no one pick up on that either?
Yes, no, I saw it on the backdrop and I didn't want to address it at all.
I guess Levante is surfing.
I can't believe Levante's not flexing. We haven't had a single Levante flex this whole PNC.
I figured it out. Lou is just like, what type of funny like hand gesture are you wanting me to make? That's what he got caught in, is like, why am I here? I get it.
Or it was an attempt for a 6-7, maybe. Back to Neutral, though, I do think they look disappointed for their win because they were one of the teams in that southeast corner that escaped the town and they moved to a position. Arguably, from that position, you'd get a lot of kills, but no one came out after them. They were the only ones that really left. They found position and they held and they came over the ridgeline. And there was no one to shoot at. So for them, yes, they got the win, but I think they wanted the win with a lot more kills under their name.
Yeah, definitely a potential lot of knock-on effects that could have occurred. Not only USA surviving BL, but also I think that they had like a mortar play going the way of neutral, didn't quite connect with that. Who knows what could have occurred if that had connected as well. So just definitely a lot of small things that could happen. But again, another brutal circle, Gibson, on another Erangel. These teams are having a rough time.
Yeah, just within a minute and 20 seconds, we've seen that circle. I was like, yeah, this is going to be another fun one. Can me and Mark please get an Erangel? Like, come on, you guys are having all the fun.
No, they're all ours.
Now that I think about it, they might be. All right, well, we're going to a break. When we return here, we got 3 more games today for PNC 2026. See you soon.
We are going to be talking some business with Team Australia. Ta-da! What are your? Can you sing us a verse from your anthem?
I can speak it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're young, wild, and free.
Young, wild, and free. Team Australia. Hello, good to see you.
It is not it.
What the? Okay. I'm just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. But, okay.
She said,
okay. I bought it. Quite an intro. What are you guys bringing to PNC 2026?
I reckon we've lowered our expectation. But that could work in the long run. I think this could actually help, like, be in our favor. I don't think, if I was like a neutral watcher, I wouldn't expect us to be a favorite.
Just a humble approach.
Yeah, exactly.
Underdog's story. I wanted to hear how Team Australia, what would you be if you weren't a pro gamer? Starting with Luke.
Lost.
You look like a professor right now, though, with the
Maybe
sun
a teacher,
beaming.
yeah.
Teacher Luke. What about you?
Maybe like a
Flood?
sports coach.
You would be a sports coach. What kind of sports?
Water polo.
Water polo.
Yeah, I've been playing for like since I was 12.
He's flexing. What about Monty?
No, I'm not flexing. I've got no clue, honestly.
You'd just be a sick lad. You'd be a farmer.
I'd be a sick.
I can see you being a carrot farmer, though.
Okay, nice. Cool. Because I'm a rank. She just called me a carrot, everyone.
What should we expect from you this year?
Definitely better than last year.
Yeah, better than last year. Anything else is
Yeah, anything else is a failure.
How do you say bye? In
Bye.
Aussie way.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Yep.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
right, 2 games down for the day here at PNC 2026. We got 3 more remaining. We're rolling on it today, yes. We have got ourselves a win from neutral as well, coming in here to try and challenge for those top spots. But Brazil in the last game was able to rise to the occasion. Gibson, Mark, and Matrim joining me here for this one. Matt, that is Brazil really solidifying themselves at number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely explosive game for them, finding kills where they definitely shouldn't have. We've got just a couple of seconds before we jump in, so I'm just going to say, eliminating the BRDM being stolen. Just tell me a few words. What was your favorite play? Let's start off with Gibson. What was your favorite moment in the last match?
Oh, the flick by Himas onto Finland. That was just insane.
Yeah.
Mark?
Insane. That play from Himas was insane. Like, it has to be the right play for me.
Polaris?
I'm having a hard time. There was some cool stuff.
SMG shots?
Yeah, I like the Balti shot from Germany over towards neutral. I'm always a big fan of the Baltis, so I'll go with that one. That said, though, I also liked Corexi trying his very best to hold off against Vietnam there in some of that compound, which is a lot of what we watched, to be perfectly frank. Look, we still have the Australian crowd in. Yes, fantastic. There they are. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah.
Somebody had to do it.
Somebody. And as previously noticed there on Team Denmark's, of course, Tiggleton did make it to the grand finals. Good for him, man. Good for him. Who is this? All right,
he got there in the end.
Yeah,
USA.
Yeah. You think USA can kind of rise even further here, Matrim?
Hey, they are now doing things. I was a bit nervous in the earlier rounds, but they've started to cement in. If they had not made the push onto what was going on with Vietnam and everything like that, I would have been like, okay, maybe start writing out USA. But they understood an opportunity in front of them, jumped on it, exploited it. Took them a little bit longer, but hey, whatever, you've got Himas and Corexi each holding down a building. I'll let you be a bit slow in pushing them.
That's fair. Mark, of course, we just saw Great Britain there. Do you think anybody on Great Britain other than Vard can survive past minute 10?
It's the same. It's just what we've been seeing. All events so far, they are getting caught split, they're getting caught in rotation, and it screams back to the update, the zone shifts and how the zone's playing. Team UK are not ready for it. They can't get into the zone. Vard is keeping it scary, he is keeping strong, but they do need to keep bodies up, especially for that mid game.
Yeah, well, we know as this heat wave rolls on through Europe, right, if it's hot in Korea, Great Britain's oftentimes will melt like witches as water is thrown upon them. So it's a bit difficult there for the Brits to be able to make it work, but I'm sure they will. Maybe a few more points on the board. Some people rooting for USA as well here. Philippines, once again, I've still been very excited to continually watch the Philippines here, Gibson. It was an interesting scenario that they keep getting themselves into. Not as many points as I would like to see here from the Philippines, but hopefully they can bump it up.
Look, they're not here for a long time, but they're here for a good time. That fight with Korea was something else to kick things. Like, it seems that long ago, doesn't it, that we had that fight? But look, they're a fun watch. There's always going to be one team that don't get a ton of points, but every time you see them on camera, you know it's going to be entertaining.
I looked at even some Seongjang kind of fans coming in from OG Enters Force. That is a throwback in itself. Jeez Louise. But yeah, even as far back as that, Seongjang was making waves in the Korean scene, in PWS and the like. So, and we got to see OG Enters Force on some internationals as well. I'm talking about things that, like, if we've got new PUBG fans in, Mark, they have no clue what I'm talking about. Maybe I should.
What are these words? What is OG in?
That was some time ago. That brings back some good memories, though. We just obviously looked on towards Thailand. They've dropped off a little bit today. I'm a bit concerned. I'm lucky enough to drop them off my fantasy. I'm surprised about that roster. Again, on paper, those 4 players are insane, but I think the 50-50, the FS and the Made in Thailand split is just not working out for some reason. So I'm surprised, especially in day 2. I thought they were a team that might go for a transition.
Oh, Matrim, he did some anime thing there. What did he do? Can you explain it to me?
Well, yes, but we're not going down to that deep dive. I'm just curious on who the Akatsuki are actually rooting for, because they're only holding up generic PNC stuff. They're going to try to, like, backstab and maybe kill somebody so that way they can get their victory.
Send Martin to go ask him.
Go find it out.
No, everybody in Korea is instantly afraid once Big Dane appears and asks them extremely loud questions in English only. So I don't think that's going to work out that well.
Swings open a door, like slam. I've never met a man that can slam open a door the way Martin can.
Slam open the door. What are you doing, Martin? Shut up. But anyway, yeah, I think the rest of Denmark doesn't need to shut up. Obviously, they need a little bit more points to actually start bumping on up. And here, of course, is Indonesia. Trick winning things out against Gumin at the end. I just couldn't believe it, Mark. Again, it delays both teams so much in those moments, right?
That fight at the beginning was insane. Like, there are a couple of things that really stood out for me, right? Obviously, one, he was in the open and getting those VSS shots to connect. Really difficult when you're fighting against Gumin, right? But the fact that he then, one, went to the roof to try and find the angle, didn't work out. Two, then went for the meds as well. And I think people underplay. It's a 1 versus 1. They should have dealt with it quicker. But when it comes down to that, it's all eyes on you. And you've got to make sure you get your team out of it. And it was a good play at the end. So well played. I think for South Korea, though, time was against him. The jammer pack done, no meds on the side. And he had huge gaps to run.
Yeah, for sure. I think Gumin knew that, okay, you've got to do something a bit drastic, try and do something, even though you've got actually no cover whatsoever. But anyway, it looks like we are ready here for game number 3 of the day. Will be game 8. We are ready to rondo for our 16 teams. Brazil looking awesome at number 1. Who can catch them? Let's go over to Gibson and Mark.
Thanks, James, and it's ready to rondo, as he said. And what's the phrase? Get your condo, something, bingo, bongo.
Out your rondo. Yeah. It's time to go rondo. Out your condo, out to rondo. There's a bongo one as well that Martin
Bingo, bongo, rondo.
So
happy in the jungle.
I don't know. The flight path, I can tell you, though, is the southwest up towards 8 east, but it does favour the south side towards the southeast of the map. Test track, the Not Factory will be in, so we know who's going to be going there. Intriguing, though, but Denmark going out early. They're not looking to try and make a push onto Team Neutral.
Yeah, not going to happen, I don't think, at the weekend, especially when Denmark are in a position where they can make a run and get themselves in a position to win going into tomorrow. But flight path, they're very southern favoured. And the one thing we've not spoke about is teams that get out of the plane early now, Mark, get so much of an advantage in the rotate game since we've shortened the circles, since we've shortened when they start closing. Like, being one of the first teams out of the plane gives you such an advantage over, say, the example like Finland. They're the last team out. Like, Germany will be looted and already on the move before Finland basically even get a chance to think about it.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things, as if I go back to sort of Team UK and we speak about before, it's one of the pieces that are unsettled. I think they're not adapted to these changes that have been made, and they're getting caught out on things like rotations and obviously pathing. Let's look quickly, though, as everyone is now out the plane, but the Philippines are clashing potentially with China, but they've got to figure out who's going to go for the car.
Yeah, I think that China might be about to hit the ground first, and I think the car's being picked up by the Philippines. So one's going for the gun, one's going for the run, which is going to be just a pan. All he could get was a pan. I like the aggression, because Little Ghost technically could have got boots on the ground first for the car, but he went for the kill.
He got he actually got a pistol as well. So surprising they didn't go for the joust, especially seeing someone with only a pan run out the container. I suppose you have to worry about the rest of China at the moment. So did go really early. So you go back to your point, obviously Germany first out, but they're first out and first in towards zone. But so is Team Brazil. They went out pretty early. Now they find themselves pretty much in the center of zone.
I know that there's nothing to it, right? Like, it literally isn't a thing, but the amount of times that you see that a team have an advantage and all of a sudden the circles start popping their way, like, that's what Brazil have got themselves going right now. Now, Kraken is very close to Sololzi, so keep an eye on that. They're both actually sharing the same compound, so while these replays play, Mark and I will kind of keep you updated as to whether or not there is a fight that kicks off between Vietnam and Brazil, but Brazil are very close to center right now.
That's what I spoke about as well. Neutral obviously leaving the town a lot earlier than the other teams. So obviously they were hoping, praying teams would come their way. Most of them didn't. They actually went around to that sort of north side, and that's where we saw obviously Ukraine fighting Argentina, and Argentina trying to take on obviously for Team Germany. So really good play from them. They controlled this, which I really liked as well. But they did launch the leaderboard. That's 10 places they got from one game alone.
Yeah, Brazil have actually crashed, and Brazil are actually fighting now with Vietnam inside the first unit. So I know we're watching the replays and the big plays from neutral, but I'm more focused on what's going on, and it looks like Kraken has actually gotten a kill. So Sololzi has been taken out. Now, Delwyn is still in and around the mix, but Brazil drawing first blood on Rondo while we continue to watch the replays from the previous match.
Yeah, Brazil have cut tail, so they've got their point, and they've got, and I wouldn't be too surprised, they've got that blue chip as well. So for Vietnam, they might only be a 3 now. As we do close out the highlights now with neutral closing out Team USA. Unlucky for Purdy there. But actually, good hold from Strimsy. I like that he got the opening knock, and he did look to be aggressive and aggro his way out, but unable to get conversion.
Yeah, so just as we watched kind of the end where Batulin stepped out and won that one for neutral. Brazil, they got the kill. They've fallen back. Vietnam are down to a 3, but I think Delwyn has picked up that blue chip, so Vietnam should be back, but it's a point on the board for Brazil nice and early. Denmark, they're going to chase Germany away as Germany move closer and closer towards Argentina and Brazil. So there's a chance for a lot of early fights here. Looks like Chris is going to crash in. It's 2v2.
Yeah, they were the first down, the first one of the teams to find safety. They leave it late. Argentina already here. Panzer, well, it's sent to Narnia, but doesn't get the connection. They charge in. Pains gets confirmation as well, but they go down. Second one before. Argentina are in bits.
Yeah, and the thing is, because there's still Argentinian players alive, the rest of Argentina have to commit, so Germany should be trying to follow up, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But DraftKing, he's going to step over, but it's BL third party in the action, almost getting the knock onto DraftKing, but he just about gets inside, so all these teams do damage. And here's the Danes as well, because why the hell not?
Well, center compound. This is key. This is critical, especially with the zone shift. Pains does get his first confirmation on the board. Be back with the Panzer. Does get it as well. It's Chris, explosive into his, but he now has to give the information, has to get the call, and it's Justice, but he's outside in the open.
Yeah, and he's going to go pro now. Does he go for the red? I think he's going to go for the flush, but stepping out is Pipa. Pipa gets it done. But there is the trade. 2 teams wiped in the blink of an eye. Denmark are able to take advantage, and I like that, right? Denmark, early stages, they chased Germany. They saw the kill feed lighten up, and they thought, you know what? We have an opportunity to get some points on the board. But for Argentina, yes, you've fallen in 15th, but you got 4 points. So it's, despite the fact your game's over within the first few minutes, at least you're not going home empty-handed.
No, yeah, a couple of points, and that is it. You need to keep that point average up. Germany have been on the climb, though. They're up to 9th on the leaderboard, so I think they'll be disappointed not to be able to get much more from this match number 8. Neutral are game number 7 winners. They are rotated, obviously, test track. So they're going up and round kind of by Bamboo past Stadium. Stadium is housed to Team USA, and Batulings, though, he's just
I've done that move.
Levante as he wants to lead the charge.
Many times. Mark, the amount of racing games that I've played where I've seen a pole coming up and I've given a rival a little bump into it, it's more than one. That's all I'm going to say is it's more than one.
It was a full pit stop. It's like, no, I'm leading this. You get back there, Levante. You ain't winning this race.
Yeah, and now Belmont from Thailand, they're moving here as well. Thailand, we spoke about, they're playing aggressive 2-2 splits. We looked at the 4 players and said, man, the fragging potential that Thailand have between these 4 players is like up there. Like, that's why they're so expensive. But I just don't feel like we've seen any of the Thai flashes that you kind of expected.
No, and I said in that pre-show, it really pains me dropping them because I expect Thailand to be really strong. You're coming from PGC winners, you're coming from PGS winners, MVPs as well, right, with KISS. And you go, they should be doing better. Now, day number 1 wasn't too bad. They were in the fighting, I suppose, upper part of the table. But something told me just something wasn't right. That's why I dropped him. I made the sacrifice. I had to make money and move things round. And lucky enough for me, they've fallen down the leaderboard. But they need to activate. At what point does Thailand get back into this fight?
Yeah, USA, they're going to send neutral out of stadium. I think Aduzi was having a peek at what was going on. But remember, these teams still need to rotate in towards the circle. I think China, they're going to pick up their way into the circle, but kind of crazy. Like, we're 5 minutes gone and we've already lost so many players. Like, it feels like the tempo's been ramped up a little.
Out your condo in Toronto, that's what it's about. China will take the manage to pick up. I'll keep an eye on the map. Finland are coming behind them, but I think their distance is far too great. They will sort of scurry past this one, so China will be airborne. I expect they will be airborne before Finland do arrive, so they should leapfrog. And it's not a bad time from China as well, because they've been the emergency pickup. They will be in as the zone hits, so they'll be one of these teams that will be able to take a critical decision. Oh, scrap that! IX, he does see them. He gets a couple of shots, but it's not enough. It's from the glider. He hits from the skies as China take the flight.
Yeah, China, they've gone to the skies, and that was a
Look
big
at his
opportunity
health.
for
He's going to
Finland.
go down.
One shot. What? I've never seen a player flying so close to an E-pick.
He has to go down. He has to go. He's not going to. He's going to fall. The blue zone's going to do him. What a play. IXE from Finland, though. From the skies, rains fire onto China.
Kurt's going to rain fire though as well alongside Cowboy as they do real damage onto the Philippines. Like I said, not here for a long time, but always here for a good time as Kick will get another one. Kurt falls as well. I think that leaves Alec as the last one alive, and he's just sending it on in. USA, they want some points.
The Stallions, though, are chasing Kick, leading the charge, though. Alec has pulled up, though. He goes for the seat swap, and Kick puts him back in his place. Remain down and out. Philippines will fall in 14th.
Oh, man. That's big for USA, though. 4 points on the board. Second place last map, you know. Realistically, they're well and truly in the fight as well when you look at the points levels of all the teams around them. Like, if USA can finish strong in the last 2 maps, like, we could have a position where the PAS teams are in such a good spot. And that, how did that Panzer not get the kill?
Yeah, I'm questioning that one, but the grenade comes in, Sparkin charges out. Indonesia take a tumble as well. So Sparkin's looking for the additional point, and he does find it. So that's now number 3 for Team Brazil.
Yeah, Team Brazil coming under pressure now. Setsuna will send shots that way from Indonesia, but 2 kills already for Sparking, 3 for Brazil, 1 of course being from Vietnam in the early stages. They just continue to grow that lead, Mark. 81 points. They've not even won a map today yet. They're just constantly finding points.
Let's see if they can find points. They don't find the breather. Though knows he's being pressured here. He's got the Panzer right in the face of Batulis. It's not one.
Another.
Oh my God, it's 2. Can anyone put this man down?
Well, Levante can. What indeed? That was Sparking's going to fall, but here come the rest of Brazil. 3 kills on the board already. 2 neutral players still standing. Tony, do you flush the kills, or do you stay in the fight, or do you go for the res? That's another really viable option here inside the smoke as Levante fires on the other side. Kraken, he's going to get caught out by Ketter, leaving it all down to Tony. And yes, Tony, we know you're great, but you got a lot of work to do to take down these neutral players. And actually, it's just Lou.
I can't believe he did that.
They're great.
Oh, Tony, well, he's shown us that he can put 4 down as a solo anyway. He's got a little bit of a mountain to climb. The mortar's coming in. Indonesia not too far away. Denmark taking the third party. Battalions has been confirmed out. The shots come over the top and Brazil step out. Indonesia, that's a big play, not just for their team, but for the whole lobby.
But can Indonesia put even more pressure on now to neutral, who have got a res happening inside the smoke? But Indonesia stopping Brazil. But even though they're out, Mark, they still got 5 points. Like, it's a bad game by their standards, but they've still increased their lead.
And arguably it's their point average, which is better than some of the other teams at the moment. So yes, they're out there, making a little bit of a rest. Zone, it doesn't rest though. It goes down towards the south, and we have a divide. So there's a lot of water that comes in from that south side and has opportunities. Teams that want to kind of maybe rotate round onto the east. What I fear, Gibson, though, is that's not going to be the case. We're going to have 12 teams trying to stay on the west side of the river.
Yeah, and you know, this could easily go towards the east, Mark. Like, we know that the circle rules have changed, so we could very easily see this go back towards Ringjiang, and that could cause havoc for these teams and everybody now making their way in. China, I think, did China actually pick up the blue chip in the midst of all that madness? They did, so they're going to try to get everybody back on the board, so it's kind of no harm, no foul for them. But I'm looking at the north. Thailand, Vietnam, Ukraine, Team UK, USA, Finland, all trying to follow that narrow path in.
And I'm praying, fingers crossed, it's going east one more time. Wait and see, though. IXE, though, the top gun from Finland, chasing down his next victim as neutral look to try and escape. Scav trying to keep eyes on. They are outside the zone. They're in the northwest corner here, and Scav obviously needs to find an opportunity for the team to get in. So he's just going to wait for IXE just to fly on past. But for them, Team UK might be the next target.
Yeah, just work out what's going on. You can maybe target UK, but UK already have you in their sights, so that could be a bit of a problem on the side. I think if you see a knock coming on to UK, don't be surprised if Ukraine decide to bring the fight in that way as well. But it looks like neutral. They're going to go into the blue in phase 3. They're going to get everybody back. The question is, Mark, where do they get loot? Like, where is this reef path going to take them back in, where they've got a chance to get everybody fully geared up again?
It's going to be down to sort of compounds, isn't it? Who's got him? Well, they might have to be an aggressive and take him, or they're going to have to load up in the back of the car. But Zhao finds Strimsy, Purdy finds Tian, and Spaceman, well, goes for that confirmation. There's a bit of a hit and run here for China.
On a bike, by the way, so that could get really bad as Levante. He gets one, nearly gets a second, but Sata will shut him down. Scavaexi and Sata will get Kurexi back on his feet, but for neutral, you've lost one, and you might get a couple of players back in the fight, but that is not what you want as Lou just desperately tries to outrun the blue and bandage up.
Yeah, it's phase 3 though, so he should be okay. It's just at what point does he enter back in? Obviously, with Finland ahead of them, Turkey is going to be not too far away from that. He's got a wide rotation to try and take, as the rest of these teams, though, are also looking for that rotation down. Aduzi has been recalled now. Maybe he looks over to the east. Maybe has the opportunity to follow sort of in China's pathing.
He's going to land in the very edge of Ringjiang and hopefully find enough to keep him going. Meanwhile, Ukraine are taking the fight to Thailand, but Tigger will strike back. Another nade being thrown up. Oh, we got Tigger in the lobby, and we also had Tony, so you got the full mix in the mix. I'm not going to say anymore, but Thailand... I want to see Thailand hold them out, because we're still waiting for them to really announce themselves this tournament.
They have to, and I'd also argue, announced Ukraine for the finals. They've been thereabouts, but it's not always been enough. Not like this man here. Gustav, though, charging over Keta again with another bolty shot as a doozy. Well, he gets down first and puts Little Ghost out one more time.
Yeah, tricks dealt with, and the rest of the Denmark are now going to provide some reinforcements. You've got just ahead of this fight a couple of players from Finland and Turkey. Remember, somebody said you were crazy for saying that Keter was one of the best bolties in the world. He has backed you up big time over the course of this.
Shot after shot, I'm telling you. Watch that kid. Watch him. He's going to grow massively. Talk about growing now. Finland, they obviously look to try and work their way on the other side here, but for the fight that's coming in front of us, though, Ukraine versus Team USA in Thailand, get a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, Thailand, they've got the fight pull up, but Vietnam are coming into that fight now as well. You can see the Tanvu wiped out Hakatori, so Ukraine kind of limping in this end game as well. As you look at it, Korea have got a real chance to move up from 7th place in the leaderboard with the south of the circle.
Oh my God, B-Mate.
All themselves. That second nade was almost a thing of beauty as well.
I think he launched a blue zone as well, didn't he? Turkey, they're not too far away. It's a difficult push. It's quite open terrain, and they obviously have hard cover. And the option of giving it up to go find points is something you might want to look at. Boostix finds Delwyn. Beaming. Let's find another one on towards Finland. Krixi will go down, and for Ukraine, they take the opportunity. Everyone's diverted, taking fights. They go underneath the radar of everybody.
Yeah, straight towards the shack, which is going to be their home for the remainder of this game. But China not too far away, and either is Jexi from Indonesia. So watch for China potentially using some of these a little bit later. Great Britain, they've sustained one knock here. Marcus Sata got that one off, but they're flanking onto Finland.
Yeah, it's difficult. They're coming in from an angle. They haven't got the cover, so they have to kind of insert themselves now into this fight. So that will obviously use the trench that he can. Michael looks to reinforce and take the lead in charge, as unfortunately for Team Ukraine, it's 11th place for them. Another no-showing game, unfortunately.
Oh, good blue zone, good blue zone. The res has just come off, but that's going to cause a few problems for UK if that bloom happens quick enough. Michael, don't tip back that way. You're going to step into the blue as Michael will take down Sata. But UK still not done yet. Great nade on to Belmont as Thailand. It just goes from bad to worse. It's Mixon getting the double.
Gonna look for the scene squad. Don't give it over. Yeah. Now, lock it in. He'll get out of there. Mixon says I'm out of there. Oh, he gets put down. Tigger jumps out, finds one. Now finds that confirmation as well. Thailand now up to 4. Said they need a salvation game as they have to undig the BRDM.
Yeah, but they're still alive, and that's the main thing. 2 players up, 2 players down. USA, they wiped out Ukraine while all that was going on as Vard turns his attention to Turkey, and what a circle that is for Korea again. You know, you and I said they were in a great position earlier. James even said he thought they were going to win when there was only 4 teams eliminated. It would be really difficult for Korea to not win this game when you look at the dispersion of teams in the circle.
You're just looking around like, where is everybody? We can see the kill feed, but no one's coming our way. It does play back to the east. We still hold on to water. For Team UK, for Turkey, they have to find their way in that sort of west. For our Vietnam and our Team USA, they have to play in from the north. China, Denmark are in, but they are bleeding numbers. For South Korea, as we said before, they are completely free on that south side of the zone.
They're playing a different game. Like, genuinely, they've got nobody near them whatsoever. Like, the closest player to them is Beamy, but he's not moving any further south. Aduzi's on the other side of the water. So for Korea, look, I always say a good team is supposed to win the games that they're supposed to. Korea is supposed to win this game. It might not be 30, 40, great name. It might not be 30, 40 points, Mark, but they will probably get at least 10 for the placements. And what a backup that is from T-Bone. UK still swinging.
Oh, let's go. T-Bone activated. Looks for the second now as he gets that confirmation. Turkey in problems. Denmark fall, 9th place for them. Difficult to live in the center of the circle with Thailand running around with their BRDM. So flattened over one more. Team UK finds Belma from Vexto holding the anchor, gets put down.
Yeah, and Thailand got all 4 players back up as well, which is so important for them, as Shilla on the other side for Turkey is looking to get it done, firing off the Pika bus. Come on, get the foot down, get that acceleration. The empty click might have just saved his life. He's down to 1 HP in a dream, but Belmoth elsewhere tosses an 8 onto Shilla.
Gonna say, you saw him taking the shots and the grenade comes rolling in. Var trying to go for that jump to get any information he can. Can't go that way. Blue zone's there. Himasto gets Var down, so he falls not just to the blue, but to Vietnam as they are still not in zone. They're taking the high ground advantage.
Yeah, Metabay, just get out and confirm these extra points for the team. Shilla is not really in a position that you can go for that res, as you hear the Vietnam chants once more. T-Bone, he's going to try and confirm out his own kill as well, and this information get fed across to Metabay. Metabay gets the angle, gets the kill, so by T-Bone confirming the kill, he actually wrote his own epitaph and he fell as well, so we're down to 7.
Yeah, extra point on the placement. We are now into 7 teams. Korea looking to try and take the fight to everybody else as no one is on that south side. Kisto, he's going to try and hold off South Korea. He is South Point. The rest of the guys have to come closer. Does find Tigger though, but Tanvu finds Scappy on the other side. And Kiss lurking in the wings. He now looks to activate. He comes out with a bang.
Oh, Korea, do not go down like this. They deal with Vietnam. It's neutral that does that one, as Lou's able to do some real damage, but Korea battling with the tie. Belmoth is still alive, but this could be a signal for other teams to get involved. He's the last player standing. Nade getting tossed by Xiongjiang. Is he going to land it on the spot? It looks like it's good. It's Heaven that does it with a Panzer, though.
Thailand annihilated. Turkey arrive as well. Looks to try and take the third party, but we get to a top 4. It's only phase number 6. This is a bit of a speed run of a game at the moment. Korea should be able to get the numbers back up, and they will have the advantage now coming into the top 4.
And it's a 4v2, v2v1, so Korea are in a wonderful position now to get another win as the US just look to play the riverbank. And you know what? It's not a bad idea, Mark. It gives you a ton of cover. You're not going to get backfilled, but they really need other teams to do damage onto Korea.
Yeah, they might be able to keep their head down, especially with the fighting happening. China obviously sees the guys rotating their way, so Xiaowu goes towards the outside, trying to stop maybe Purdy coming around the top side. Grenade comes forward. There's one. Blue zone will follow. Debate should be able to get a med back on and back away from this a bit, but he's going to be cautious of that car. It's going to go backwards, and he's going to be careful which way it rolls.
Yeah, so he stays alive for now, but then Zhao Wu from China, he gets the angle and down he falls. So 3 teams left alive. Korea with 4 players up, full control now of the western side of the circle, and USA's trying to stay hidden. Really, what this lobby needs for Korea not to win is for China or the USA to engage with Korea and the other team to third party, but it just looks like it's written in stone for Korea to win this.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am with you. China knows it, I think, and they're looking to try and play around to Team USA as we get the handsome gunner on the screen. Team USA coach, big brain plays.
Yeah, he spotted the camera. He knows he's on the big screen, and I'm a big fan. I'm a Gunner fan. I think he's one of the best in the business at what he does, and well, Kurt has been one of the best nade throwers for a long, long time, Mark, but China are sweeping this way. Like, they know from the earlier fight that US are somewhere around here, and they want these 2 points rather than focusing on Korea. So this is best case scenario for Korea.
Yeah, they're trying to maximize any point they can get out of this match, right? So if they can get rid of USA, it's not just the additional 2 kills, but it's also the placement points that go with it. They're not interested. Not interested. Spaceman finds Purdy. It's down to Cowboy looking for that confirmation. Korea should get a complete green light now. They're in the cars. They're sending it. Cowboy, he's on the back foot. He can hear the cars coming his way. Can he dig deep? He's a young gunner, but he's an all-star.
Gotta hide. You gotta hide. Maybe get a 1v1 here at the other side. Spaceman's trying to confirm with the kill, but Cowboy, he's got a nade. You can see the smoke being thrown. The nade is perfect as Cowboy wrangles in one. Can he whip out another one? Tosses that nade off into the distance as Korea will sustain a loss. It's a 3v1v2, Mark.
Yeah, Heavens wraps in behind him as well, so he's got time, but hasn't got time ticking. Sees the car, but has to juggle multiple fights on multiple fronts here. But Cowboy, he's trying to wrangle in as much as he can.
Yeah, he's going to toss another smoke up to allow him to continue this fight with Zhao Wu and Spaceman on the other side, but that's the blue zone being thrown over, and that will deal the telling blow onto Kurt. So Korea still down one, but remember, it's 2 minutes, Mark, before you die. So Cowboys has got to confirm this kill, or else they ain't going to get that point.
That's right. In the LCR Purdy with the information. Cowboy gets another one. And he looks to get a point, but he overpeaked slightly. Heaven is going to be there. They now know exactly where Cowboy is. Back into the car, back towards zone. And it's a 4 versus 1 versus 1. South Korea look to get one of their bodies back in the fight.
Yeah, they're going to go for that res, so this is kind of opportunity lost, but I suppose Cowboy did get the point onto China. If he can find that other kill onto Spaceman, he might actually get himself a 2-pointer, but Spaceman, he gets a knock onto Korea, so the Korean team are starting to get picked apart. They've spread themselves very thin, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 1v1. If Cowboy can find another knock onto Korea, and they're trying to play a 2 here, this could be a huge throw.
This could be a huge throw, but it's a huge climb, and it's a climb from the Cowboy. Saddle up and lock in. He wants to get more points because they're currently in 4th. Cowboy leading the charge. It's a confirmation. 9 kills for Team USA, and a 4 versus 2 versus 2 is going down to 2 solos and a dangerous duo from Korea.
They're doing their best to give this one away.
Oh my God. They are actually, it's like they're teaming up. They're flanking either side. He's wrangled in. Cowboy just needs to hold, but he's holding on the outside edge.
Yeah, it looks like the US at the very least are putting a high tariff onto any potential win Korea could get by taking down multiple players. But at this point, they're so isolated. Songjang and Yumin are so separated that they've essentially made this a 1v1v1v1 because you've got a real chance of Spaceman opening up an angle here.
When is this astronaut coming back down to planet Earth? Because he's lost Cowboy. Cowboy has no idea. You can see him continuing to look towards that north. The blue zone will eventually confirm that he can't move that way, but Spaceman has put himself in a great position. Flash comes forward, Cowboy looking to try and charge on, but the gap is not going to help him. He has to isolate a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, he's tossing stones, he's tossing smokes, and an angle opened up by Spaceman, but he's not taking the shots just yet. He wants a kill shot confirmed before he fires. He needs help, but he's actually going to take down his biggest ally. Spaceman will deny Cowboy, and it's a 1v2. And has Spaceman just given the win back? 10 kills for China now. They're on 64 points, but I still wouldn't rule them out for the win.
Talk about rags to riches from Team USA. I said a climb, and Cowboy, yeehaw, mate, all the way up there to 4th and taking 3rd in this match. Spaceman, though, knew when to disengage from the fight. Really good play from him. He's used the terrain to his advantage. Now he goes belly down. He's trying to lose the players. If he can get out of sight, not quite out of mind, but he might be able to isolate again a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, and look, people might get mad at him for taking the shots on the Cowboy, but that's a 2-point kill. Like, there's no guarantee that you were going to be able to get kills confirmed on the Korea or get the win. So getting the kill on the Cowboy, confirming those 2 points, was probably the smartest thing Spaceman could do. And now Korea, they've isolated themselves again here, Mark. Like, yes, you're giving Spaceman the chance to maneuver 2 1v1s.
Yeah, he's taking a few shots there, and he's getting that shield. Human knows he's going to charge forward, use the trees to his advantage, but he's obviously the weakest point of this. If he can get rid of Human, he can obviously swing his way around towards that south, but the south's going to cause a problem. The shield's trying to survey up, those shots coming through, and it's a South Korea win in the end. It was not easy. They had the numbers, they threw them 100%, but Cowboy and Spaceman held on, and South Korea eventually bagging the win.
Yeah, but it was entertaining. Like, come on, the US got a bunch of points. We saw some big plays from China, but Korea get another win, and that's going to at least get the fans happy, James, going into the last map of the day.
Yes, it will. It felt to me like 18 minutes of a potential victory lap there from South Korea in this game. It felt like almost assuredly going to be theirs, but towards the end, things got very, very dicey. If they hadn't have won that, honestly, I genuinely believe that might have been one of the biggest throws of all time. But no, they do get the victory in the end here, Matrim.
Yeah, I mean, I get going after the last player for USA, but in my heart of hearts, I believed in Spaceman. He had that flank down so good. If he had just waited for Korea to go after Cowboy, I feel like there was a real big upswing there for them. I mean, that being said, China and USA all having great days today. It's just in my heart, I wanted it so bad.
It would have been wild if Spaceman and Cowboy had made that work against Korea, and there was a scenario where it could have gone their way. But let's take a look back at the highlights for this game here. Once again, Brazil just finds themselves in fights non-stop, and they do get themselves 5 points from this game. Go out early though, but they're still in first place, Mark, with still a very hefty lead.
Yeah, look, their point average is insane, right? Even if, yes, they went out early there, but bagging 5 points again, they're continuing. We spoke about in the pre-show, were they able to hold on? Argentina dropping off, but Brazil continued to put the pedal to the metal. They are now in a position where actually everyone else has to chase them. So go out early, but god damn, they're not easy, and they go down with a fight.
And for the majority of this game, Gibson, it's just the North that was lit up. There was just non-stop fighting going on up here, considering how the circles are shifting.
Yeah, you said it. You thought Rondo was going to lead to some crazy circles, and even though the players knew it was a possibility, I don't think they expected it to go there. And like what, phase 6, we were down to the last 4 teams, which has been a long time since we had it, and you said it was like an 18-minute victory lap because there was like a 12-minute fight between 3 teams before that ended.
Yeah, tough stuff. Spaceman trying to make things work towards the end, but it's not gonna. He settles for a guaranteed 2nd place after seeing an opportunity against Cowboy, which a lot of these pros kind of do that here, Matchroom. I know that you want the big move, the big maneuver. Yeah. I know you want that, but
yeah, play the mathematically better way to like how get that. But at a certain point, I want somebody just to be like big balls and say, no, I can just kill everybody here. I'm going to use that guy to be a distraction so we can kill these guys together, and then I'm going to kill you on top of it. I want somebody that plays that way in a tail in my 1v1s. That's what I want.
That's called Cowboy.
Could have been good for China.
What are you talking about? It's Cowboy. Cowboy was using everything he could. He done a huge amount. No, I don't want to take anything away from Spaceman because yes, he did take out Cowboy, but the ability that he lost Cowboy and lost South Korea, that he used to train to his advantage to wrap all the way around to the other side. Yes, I'm with you, Matt. I think he should have played into maybe the other side of South Korea and sandwiched them between the 2 dangerous solos. But I don't take anything away from Cowboy. That kid held his own, stood his ground, and he put people in the dust.
Oh, no, I'm not taking anything away from Cowboy on that one. It was all about just the fact that I wanted Spaceman to go after the other ones. Cowboy survived long enough against 2 Korean players, technically I think it was 3 for a while he had the focal point to allow Spaceman to get that massive win.
Well, it's a small victory from Korea because the story really is China and the United States here, Gibson, looking fantastic on either side of it.
Yeah, I think I even said at one point the Korea were going to get a really low point chicken dinner, and they only ended up with 4 kills. And they made an aggressive push towards the west and backfilled the fight. And then just because of USA and China going head-to-head, it really denied their point-gaining opportunity. But you look at it, China now move up into 2nd. Neutral had a good game there in 3rd. Brazil still extending that lead at the top. But we're starting to separate the wheat from the chaff, right? Like, we've got 1 game left to go today. By the end of today, we're going to have a really good idea who's in with a real chance tomorrow.
Well, you're getting ahead of yourself. 2 games left. So we've got still the Miramar and the Tego here to come.
For some reason, I thought we were further into the day than we were.
No. Definitely not. I'm dying here because I'm looking at Korea's numbers and I'm thinking, well, they weren't dying to it. It's just a win is a win, right? I guess we'll walk away with that one.
Oh, good old Korea just kind of like sitting there for so many circles being like, guys?
Hello?
Are we in the right lobby? Where's everybody else at?
It felt like that. It did feel like that on the south side. They were like, where is everybody at the moment?
The funny thing is when you look at their positioning as well, they had like 2 waiting on the bridge for so long. They were like, surely someone's going to come over eventually. Right, guys? No, not to be the case. It will be Zhao Wu taking man of the match here. I did sneak that he had 6 kills in this game here for China up at the top because, let's be real, Gibson, that's where all the fighting was. And guess what? Zhao Wu was involved in quite a bit of it.
Yeah, he was, and that fight with the USA lasted for ages as well. So look, massive credit to them, 6 kills, really good damage conversion as well, like not really messing about with long-range engagements. Whenever he shoots to kill, and Zhao Wu, he's been one of the big names in the scene for a long time, and would you believe it's only my 2nd time I ever got to cast him, so every time I get to him. Yeah, PNC last year, PNC this year. That's kind of been it for me.
Yeah, multiple PGS champion is Mr. Zhao Wu. Many a championship over in PCL as well, not to mention So good stuff. Obviously, we never cover PCL. You know what? I wish there was like proper English, like an official English broadcast of PCL, because it's a window into the world that we never really get to see too much of, other than glimpses here and there, Mark. So that'd be fun.
Yeah, we kind of see the end result. I know I'm always in the chat. I know you're in chat. And Matt's in the chat as well. So we get to watch the games. You guys have some crazy zones, but I feel like they have crazy competitions because they are all throwing everything they can at everyone else, and the points that some of these teams get, Xiaowu being one of them, will rack up massively.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff. But again, China and Neutral have now put themselves in a position where they can, if they get another good game today here, Matt, start challenging Brazil's position. And I don't think I would have come in today too thinking to myself, you know what, China and Neutral, they're going to be the ones here, considering the teams at the top.
I mean, we do have a couple other squads back behind that with the USA and on the increase that they've managed to pick up. I mean, there is still a bigger jump for those other squads, but I still think with these 2 games remaining, there's a lot that can still happen. And with Brazil not necessarily finding the biggest of games right now, there is a world for it.
All right, I'm getting word that we have a small tech issue. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a break. And when we return, hopefully we're quicker than yesterday for game 4 of the day. We'll be Miramar. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Dance? Gangnam Style.
Everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella, and with me today is Team Turkey A. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hi, good to see you all. Who would like to be the charades? Celtic?
Yeah, okay.
Let's see if Team Turkey A can bypass Team USA. 1, 2, 3, go.
Parfum. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Drink. Water.
You got this. Yeah, think.
Alcohol.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Dance? Gangnam Style. A horse.
Oh, Celtic's trying.
Cowboy.
Yes.
Okay.
Change.
Okay, skip.
What does it mean, sausage?
Maybe we'll give you a free one, yeah. Oh.
Gift. Gentleman.
Yes.
Yeah. Angel, no?
Well, time is up.
Swim.
Time is up. No, yeah, time is up. But can you guys guess?
No.
No, you give up? Okay. That was a very interesting. But you're the first team to get gentleman, correct?
Yeah.
You guys got 4 right. Well, the sausage was very funny too. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah.
Was it good? All right. Thank you for joining me, Turkey A. And
Thank you.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, Hear whatever you want, better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Josh, it's time to get back here to PNC 2026, and we have Miramar on the cards. Let's get to it here. Game number 9 for the championship. It's going to be me and Matrin bringing you the desert. Let's do it.
We've been having some spicy games so far today, with the leaderboard still pretty compacted. Of course, we still got Brazil up on the top, but it is just a hunt after that. China in second place at 64 points, leading all the way down into 6th place to Argentina, only a 10-point differential, and Miramar can provide it. You can get an absolute bloodbath of a game rolling here. It's just going to be the question of who's going to find it.
Quite a north plane path, right? For those teams going down south, going towards Los Leones, etc., you're going to need vehicles alongside some treacherous roads that can oftentimes be heavily contested. So we'll see if the road just running northeast of Picardo becomes a bit more of a hotbed if people want to actually get some vehicles alongside there. Normally Korea and Ukraine might bump into one another. Of course, as Korea just got what should have been a very free win for them on Rondo. So let's see if they can capitalize on that.
Well, there's a lot of mixed drops. Looks like going for vehicles. Indonesia's going to go ahead and take that one away from Shilla, and Turkey's just been having a struggle right now. Poor old Shilla's kind of trapped over here, and now he's got Satsuna on the other side. Not too much to find, but maybe a backpack, a smoke, helmet, that's about it, and that is going to be a big problem.
I mean, what an ugly Germany drop that is on that far west side. Obviously, they wanted cars and get going down south as quickly as possible. But we will have a central circle for this one. As, of course, Picardo team in 17 Gaming, as well as Spaceman, going to be very happy with that. Alongside Neutral, alongside Korea and Ukraine. But this is still kind of stalemating here between Turkey and Indo.
Has some ramifications for it. Looks like Shilla's managed to get something there. He's got one magazine to work with. For reinforcements in the distance. Uzi on the other side of it right now. Gonna be a little bit hard to go for anything until they get right on top of you with those vehicles, and that could be a bit of a bait. That's why Satsuna's just kind of waiting this out. Reinforcements now coming in from him on the other side, but notice the Panzerfaust coming up from Turkey.
It's reinforcements all the way down. Reinforcements on reinforcements. Trick pokes on over. Sees the Murados moving on in. And trying to get some shots on him, but Turkey realizes they're being shot from the back, so they're going to hit the warehouse as quickly as possible, navigate around some of those lines of sights that were coming in from behind, maybe divide and conquer as quickly as possible against them. Setsuna with the Uzi tries to do damage, but Ko Marco takes him with the Panzerfaust. Here comes Indonesia here to try and reinforce.
I love the Panzerfaust play there. Just make sure to shut down anything before it starts. Take a second, get control over the territory around you. Queen is still off on a different angle to the side of this, kind of supervising what's going to go on. Indonesia still wants to try to get him out, but the other players are on the opposite side of him. So are they going to try to go for reposition and maybe go for a res? But that feels like that is just bait sitting there waiting. Turkey's got the line on it and waiting to see if anybody's going to take it.
Yeah, as is tradition with a lot of these early fights, a knock or two comes through, then everyone stays very still for the next few minutes. So Drake here would love to maybe try and eventually bolt over towards his friend here to be able to get him up and resed and good to go. But any transitions that do happen between these buildings and this warehouse are a bit difficult. As Marco takes some shots along with Celtic here against this reinforcing angle. Indo, you'll see him. Oh, this roof could be annoying, but so Trick would like to close the gap quickly to get rid of this roof angle.
Doesn't want to take the shots just yet. I mean, they heard the vehicle rotate around. That was just good position over there. Instead, it's going to be a step out. Now going for the shots, but can't get the knock onto it. Means that they've now got to make sure that they start corralling in the control on the other side. Don't let the duo sneak in while you're focused on the solo.
Yeah, tough time to reveal that because you don't get the knock. So now Metabay will leave the roof because they know technically that Indo being on the outer buildings could move out a little bit further and get angles on that roof that aren't Trick's angle. So definitely there is some concern there. I think Indo has completely resigned themselves to the fact that they're going to need to find a blue chip down the line. They could not make the transition over to Setsuna.
Don't have the duo actually leaving, so staying committed on this, thinking maybe that they can get some type of retaliation back. Go for that blue chip like you're talking about, but I would have thought whenever we saw Trick kind of extricate himself from the position, the other two might have done the same thing, but no, instead, it's just going to be the duo lined up now, just trying to see if they can hold out long enough, and this has stalled out a lot of the looting for both of these squads. This is going to be an extremely low economy game.
Yeah, I kind of like what Turkey's doing in terms of trying to find some outer perimeters of this compound themselves, knowing that they could escape from the warehouse and now try what it felt like to them. They were surrounded slightly by Indo. Now they are trying to surround Indo in turn, which could potentially work out, though. Here comes a little transition from them. They all want to get together. That's putting Indo in exactly the same spot, though. I don't know if this is going to work out. Metabay just drives on past, takes down Queen. I think... Yeah, I don't know why they regrouped on that spot. I mean, maybe it's because they lost one early and they had no other answer, but this just felt like a death sentence for them.
I mean, Metabee, you got to give respect. That was a bold play coming out, but USA looks like they're trying to exploit it. Couple of shots don't connect the way that they want. Does USA stay committed in it? Do they go on the hunt after Turkey? Because Turkey is just separating. They're going every single direction. They know that they're low economy, but doesn't matter. Code Marco spots, gets one of them down. Point pops off, and now Celtic is returning.
Like a trapdoor spider, just launching themselves at Purdycurdy as soon as he drives past. And that was good stuff by Code Marco. Now let's see if Kickstart can get a little bit more for his troubles from this side. They obviously want to get rid of Turkey, and then, oh my days, here comes another team. Finland, from the high ground, sees Schiller. Do you take shots? Yes, you do, on this corner. He doesn't have a window to jump through. He's gonna have to take cover behind a buggy. That's so slim pickings for the cover.
That tire just barely keeping him alive there. He took so much damage. Now it's everybody taking shots over into Finland as Cowboy is gonna get involved. Turkey taking the shots as well, of course, and try to fend up their boy Schiller, and that's going to open up some more opportunity for Turkey to try to get out. Oh, okay, that was awkward on like 3 different levels.
Yes, it was. Oh, Lynx AMR already in play from Keta on the other side of things. He's upgraded from the Keta 98. As I think overall, it's just been a win for Turkey. Nothing more to be said about this one.
All 4 up, 5 kills, sure, take it, man. Just run out, life's good. You somehow pissed off most of the lobby. I don't know what you did to do that, and now Kickstart's got to be the one to run away. This is not inside the circle, guys. This is just firefighting to firefight. You just want points.
Yeah. And just to come back to the Indo thing for a second here, whilst everybody disengages from one another, I feel like if you feel like, okay, your only option is to group as 3 and try and make something happen from there, I would have much rather you just sent one person off to try and kind of play out the rest of the game. Like, it's tough, I know, but...
That's so weird, yeah, because Trick was out. He left, got something, I think, back over in Pozo. Maybe it was a vehicle switch. I don't remember exactly. Maybe just some more ammo or something like that. And then it's just like you're talking about. They regrouped as 3 on a position that they were already kind of losing and lost a player for. I would have thought that they would have just used the one player sneaking out while people were shooting at him to let the other 2 get out. So, but I don't know. I don't know what the plan was there, but it definitely didn't work.
Not at all. Fun fact, Heaven and Guman is the oldest duo in PNC. They've formed together since 2020. There you go. There you go. Even though one of them did miss out on the previous year. But I guess, yes, all the way back to 2021, they have been a staple here for many of the PNC rosters. Fun fact, Hambu recently moved his family into their dream home. Oh, that's awesome. I guess that's off the back of being, at one point, the PGC champions.
I mean, Tom Vu is just making a name for himself internationally, so it's good to see that he carries that back over into his family. I mean, he's also just such a nice dude. Like, he's just such an absolute fragger that you kind of get intimidated seeing him interact with other players, but he's ridiculously funny and nice guy.
Oh, totally. Like, he is one of the only players, actually, as we get our circle come in, he's one of the only players from the East that actually came over to our analysis desk, me and Martin and Toffees, and was like, hey, can we get a picture with you guys? And I'm like, oh, you're literally one of the best players in the world right now, but that's really lovely. Thank you. That's very appreciated.
I mean, it's always just good vibes with the Vietnam guys. Dude. It's just... I love it. All right, so Thailand's got to make a rotate into the circle as we're going to be around Cantera. Minas Generalis is going to be a big component of it. Of course, we got Hacienda, where it's going to be Brazil. It's going to be holding down. Finland's already going to be coming around San Martin. Turkey's going to have to make a later rotation coming out of Pozo. Down to the south, it's going to be USA lined up back behind Germany. Neutral's going to have the high ground over into the southwest, while it is going to be Argentina regrouping around Cantera to the southeast.
Yeah, there's technically some sketchy spots to be playing here, as... normally you see, like, what would be that area north of Minas Generalis become a bit of a hotbed of absolute death from that hill that rolls down all the way to those compounds. But we'll see where teams want to go as Denmark's shooting towards China, who's had a blinder of a day here so far as China. But again, that's kind of what you expect. Yeah, they had a bit of a middling day yesterday, but this is basically 17 gaming. Like, and they aren't going to take that lying down.
I've seen it commented online a couple of times that it is quote-unquote stronger 17 Gaming because you can bring in Spaceman. Well, no, now it's just 17 Gaming again because Spaceman's down.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting him up anytime soon. He will try and take some cover. Maybe some smokes across the way. Maybe you want to try and recover him here, but he is laying low. For all he did in the previous game, yeah, he's going down early. Keta takes him with the Lynx AMR. Nice steal there for Denmark.
Denmark's got high ground as well as neutral over here. So they've got the area coming out of Power Grid right before it hits San Martin. That's going to give them a ton of vision on what's going to be going on in the circle. The circle is pretty much around that flat area coming out of Graveyard to the north. It's a bit of an awkward spot to play around, but China's managed to get a point to play for in that right now. That did cost them that one player, as we just saw. Issue is, you've got to exploit this high ground to make sure that you clear a path for you to get into the lower sections of it, because you have to assume that this circle is not going to stay over into the west.
We'll see. We will see. As we take a look at a replay once again here, Heaven on board, and he was the one that I think knocked Spaceman on their transition. Yeah, okay. So good shots by him. Unfortunate for him that he can't actually get that finish off as well, though. Because the eyes in the sky of the Lynx AMR are terrifying. And again, you know, with these pillars being in early, and Heaven does not gust that from a distance too, but these pillars being in, we don't technically have to shift away from them, right? So Keta being up there with the Lynx AMR, that's a scary prospect.
It's a very strong position that Korea is playing. They're going to have a lot of vision on anybody that tries to come down, specifically from what we were talking about a moment ago. Also have a lot of vision on what's going on to the south, where Ukraine's going to be playing from. Germany does get into positions, feels pretty strong. Here's that circle shift, goes pretty centered, so Thailand's going to go ahead and regroup. Minas General still stays in. And all those guys around Power Grid got to figure out how they're going to get into the circle.
Yeah, get off those pillars that I was talking about before, because you won't get in the circle this time around. That's tough. Joining the rest of what is effectively an anchor point for Denmark in the circle, in the compound along the road. But hey, look at that. Great Britain. Great Britain in 14th place, not doing so well. Dead center of the circle right now, in Minas Generalis, kind of the warehouses on the west side. So maybe Great Britain can do something from here. Maybe not.
I mean, Great Britain isn't, like, yeah, they're in 14th, but they're actually not that far back as far as points go versus everybody else. So decent game here. As long as they can keep their head on a swivel, could really push them up the leaderboard. Have to see if they can manage to rally together. They do also have Argentina, who's been on a little bit of a slide. We did see them get a couple points inside the last game. I think it was like 4 kills, and I don't remember if they got placement, but it's still just enough to keep them in with the rest of the pack that is just having so much better of a day.
Losing their fellow South Americans in Brazil, who has just been able to rocket up compared to them, right? Like, it's been a bit of a stark contrast here for them in day 2. As now Turkey, where are we going here for this one? Making an entry point on this northwest side. Straight up against Vietnam, though, as Tanvu does get some nice shots in there. But the rest of the reinforcements need to come in fast. Turkey's going to be able to hit this quite quickly. Metabay does go down. Marco trades it in kind. We need reinforcements. Instant for the flush here. Turkey is voracious on this one. Oh, no.
I was pretty shocked. I thought that it was going to be just a great defense coming up from Vietnam, but they were not expecting that angle. The defense just doesn't come up the right way. Brazil now looking like they wanted to try to third party that. The yellow's going to go ahead and come off, but that is a great set of utility nade and blue zone. We're stacked on top of each other. 2 players for Turkey down, and what looks so good has suddenly turned into a big problem.
I've never seen like 4 blue zones in the same location. If Celtic was going to try and heal through anything, it definitely wasn't that. That was brutal. Marco, though, now does have Panzerfaust in hand. Can he make something happen from here? Delwyn going around the corner. This could be perfect. Hitting at the same time as Himas. Maybe that Panzerfaust has been put away, so he'd need to reload it. Even if he goes straight once again, he does go for the reload. Finds some time for it. Himas has knocked Celtic completely. They're in the same building. Oh, no.
Delwyn on the outside, and Himas is just running around in the thick of everything. Marco can't quite trace the footsteps. He doesn't even realize Turkey goes down. Vietnam defends this very efficiently. Sure, they do lose several, but with Panzerfaust, the way that was going off the start, it felt like Vietnam was just going to lose everybody.
Yeah, the Vietnam crowd goes wild. There is technically a world where they could get the blue chips and go back into the north of Hacienda and get that up, but we'll see here in just a moment's time as now everything's going to kick off. Heaven does knock, but Tulin's on a great couple of shots there here as he does just dip behind the kill. He will be able to get Lou to be able to pick him back up, though, but those are some good shots once again here by Heaven.
Circle's pretty settled already. Down in the south, we've got Ukraine, USA, new circle pops, and it's going to be great for Denmark, Korea, even China. Whenever we look at it, there's going to be a lot of squads up to the north that are going to want to try to rotate. That could be China's only big problem. So Graveyard now going to be the focal point for a lot of these rotates, and with neutral and Korea stacked on top of each other, it's going to be hard for them to defend.
Would be. Let's see now, as Levante here and the boys still up against Korea on the south side of this. In church location. Meanwhile, Germany. Okay, this is very much a German special. This was Ascend 101. Try and somehow thread the needle, get towards some of these cliff sides. And actually, this does provide them a little bit of cover, as long as nobody peeks on over the way where UK is.
I'm just trying to keep a track on what's going on to the north. We've got a lot of rotates, as we can see. The Thailand is going to go ahead and try to regroup. United Kingdom's now spotted them. They've got that high ground position coming right out of Minas Generalis, you know, the compounds that lead into Graveyard. It's going to give them a lot of vision. Finland doesn't have too many options, so they're just going to have to tail in right back behind it. They're sending it. Brazil's going to take the shots off the start. How far down the gauntlet are they going to go? Do they even know where Thailand's at? This stopping point's good for now, but the crossfire just pops off. High ground everywhere coming after them, and there is nowhere for them to stop at. And it's even going to be Scappy coming up back behind all of it. The tail end for Thailand. I don't know what Finland can do here.
Blown away in the wind as now Scappy finishes off Satter as well. There's going to be Fex also looking towards Kiss as he makes a bit of a dash into the middle of this circle. Could work out for Thailand if they're able to hunker down in the middle of there. Meanwhile, we have Ukraine, who needs quite a few more points to say the least. 49 at the moment, currently middle of the pack. And on the kill feed, on the table, I should say, Vietnam did get those blue zone chips off by the looks of things. Easy pick. Ooh.
Ukraine peek one side. It's going to be Pippa externally, but also Vard does get the counter knock onto Ferrist. So Ukraine, with their foot push, is going to have to deal with Argentina other side of this one. Great Britain's tail end just kind of catching a little bit of that aggro, but Pippa just popping off right now.
Pippa popping. Okay, I'll take that. That's good. I like that. We've got DraftKings as well finishing it off. It's Argentina also. Similar points to those boys at the moment. Looking on the warpath here to try and dislodge Ukraine from this position. Already with another knockdown here. Can they get Ferris back up? That'd be important. But Hakatori and Boosted, that's a duo you don't want to go up against.
Argentina has left Pippa back behind. He's finally going to come in and regroup, realizing that they're going to have to make the push into the building itself. See that Ukraine really hasn't had the time to commit in. I don't think that Argentina even wants to really deal with Ukraine. They might just be content to kind of let them stay up here. Hakatori spots out Capitan. That might force more of their hand. And yep, it's going to be Emmy coming back to now reinforce because there is no other option. They've got to commit into something. This has gotten a little bit too wild for them.
Yes, it has. Nate goes through the window. Just as an update as well, Vietnam got their 2 players back up, but Tony killed them instantly. The rest of the lobby was shooting them as they came out of the air, and they instantly died. So that's 2 extra points for Brazil in number 1. And now the circle does shift towards very important compound with those silos, etc. like that for the Philippines. China still existing up against that road side here, but DraftKings and the boys trying to get rid of Ukraine as much as possible. Just Boostic left alive. A little bit of damage done, but they know where he is. They should be able to shut him down from here, surely.
I mean, Boostic's going to make it painful. He's going to try to get at least 1 of these, if not more. Does get the knock on 1.
2.
Gets a second one. You cannot come after this squad. Ukraine just has so much firepower. It looks like he already has an idea on where the footsteps are on the other side of the wall, waiting to see how approaches. Finds the 3rd.
No.
Boostic just absolutely massacring Argentina.
1 more left. Can he do it? Oh, he knows exactly where he is now. Shots have been taken. He has to heal. There's no way you can peek that once again here. Charges up a nade, thinking that he might actually push through on the other side just to completely annihilate neutral here. But that is so important. If Boostic can just somehow weather this storm, does get the heal off, buy some time with nades as well. Can he do a 1v4? Oh,
Nade.
55.
Ooh, it just forces a full retreat. Does he know? Peeks around the angle, catches him going for the meds. Boostic just demolishes Argentina. 4 kills for him.
I say you don't want to go up against this duo. Never mind, you don't want to go up against Boostic alone. What a play from the man, as now Cowboy gets taken down here once again by Heaven. It feels like Heaven hasn't missed a bullet in this game.
USA, where can you even go? Great Britain on the other side, Germany directly in front of you, Korea just peppering on shots on the other side. It's just damage control, trying to get the reses back up. The blue zone's going to be rolling in. Carr narrowly misses him. Could have just finished him right there. Luckily, the bounce works out. Looks like they're at least going to try to get Shrimsy up, maybe to deny a point. I don't know.
I'm still reeling from Boostic. That was absolutely amazing. Kickstart does go down to Fex, and likewise Shrimsy. Well, they'll be able to answer back here against Fex as well. So at least it's a 1-for-1 at the moment here, but everyone's just taking some Furic damage that is going to cause them huge problems later on. Hakatori back up on the road. Oh yeah, we're on Boostic camera again, but no! The nades will shut him down here. Great Britain manages to do something from the jaws of defeat.
They're running in, now tied up with Turkey. Still got a couple points before they catch up to Finland. Korea finally has one of their players go down. Guman kind of caught out there. Korea still has to push into the circle, and it is going to be a lot of squads trying to get vengeance back on a very active Korea through these earlier stages. Germany going to be the forefront right along the line, but Heather's going to drop the name onto Justice. At the distance, though, Denmark's already got a full-on bead and focus onto Korea's positioning.
Crimsy, you're bleeding out soon as well. Seeing if you can even just get the finish off on a flush or anything like that. Not going to be the case at all, though. Nades forwards here from Heather. Can Korea make something work here from this south side? Trying to just focus on the kills and not necessarily the transitions, I think is kind of important. It's going to be difficult to transition in north into this circle. That's a nice nade. Oh, from Ares, and does knock him straight from the skies. The God of War being able to do quite a lot.
That is where we see Korea falter there, and that's going to leave them at 64 points. China has an opportunity. They've got Little Ghost right on the edge of the zone, but it is going to be Brazil as well as the Philippines trying to fight into the north. Denmark's taking control over the western area, and it's going to be Thailand with most of the east as well as the center, and Germany down to the south.
And let's watch as Justice here was able to smash them into oblivion. Good stuff here on the replay. Thank you for showing that, of course. And Batulin's trying his best to get out of the car at the end. What huge damage. For neutral, though, only having one vehicle there towards the end, you know that that has to have been a very, very desperate situation.
Oh, Little Ghost. Looks like you get some orders coming your way, and it's not going to be a couple of them. He's still got 3 more to go. Little Ghost just hiding out in a dip right now. Thailand coming alive, spotting out what's going to be going on with Great Britain and their rotate trying to stall it, but Germany's just now 1 point back behind Thailand and Denmark. Big potential for them if they can find a way to get into this circle.
I feel like they're slowly opening up dips for China to play. Which definitely is not the ideal thing. Or maybe they're going to transition into the dips themselves ahead of China, seeing if they can use those to their advantage. Nades go forwards here from China into those smokes to try and deny them. This push on forwards is perfect. Does do a lot of damage to Zakraken, but not enough. And now Brazil looks to relocate.
Yeah, that was bold, and it's going to get punished. But, I mean, what else is Brazil going to do? They can't go for a long wrap around the west.
Yeah.
They still have to deal with China, and they still have Philippines that they're not leaving their compound. They need to get in the circle still, so it's just kind of stalled out Brazil. It's all going to be on firefighting for Brazil, but you can see it's just nades denying any form of movement. That's going to be just right on top of Zakraken, yeah.
That car, actually, I think bounced towards the duo there as well of Brazil, so you got to be very, very careful about that. But Alinbots does take down Zakraken. Meanwhile, China now tries to make a bit of a move themselves. Sparking takes down Tian Tian. Let's see if any more can happen. No, Little Ghost will respond here, but Denmark decides, you know what? That Lynx AMR has not done enough work just yet.
I mean, Denmark is taking aggressive control over the circle. They're running down into Germany with 2, keeping 2 up to the north as well. Finding some successes, 5 kills that they're working with right now. How much more control can they take over the circle? Because now Philippines have just jumped in using the distraction that China and Brazil fighting made.
It's 5 with 239 damage. So again, we watched as some of those steals came in with the Lynx AMR. Yeah, okay. I need the highest kill, lowest damage game of all time from Keta, please. That'd be great. As now CJ looking the way of all these teams trying to move on north of them and figure out exactly what they're going to be able to do. Because Philippines here did make a good transition from their compound onto the east side of this ridgeline.
I mean, the Lynx is great for getting flushes, right? Making sure to get all those kill steals. So, I mean, put in the work. Brazil, where do you even go? This is bad life. Philippines already set up defense on the other side. Denmark on the other. Now just down to Tony. No BRDM to save them this time, and they're going to go down. That means that 9 through 12 all have an opportunity, just a couple of points separating.
Well, not dissimilar to Korea winning out that game in the previous one. I feel like Denmark should have a good grasp of this one. If the teams on the east side are corralled into one another, and if Beamy, the game changer, can hit some shots like that. T-Bone down. Great Britain, yeah, I mean, from here, they're going to have to come off this rock, and it is going to be deadly. There it is again.
You only have to deal with all of the Philippines and Thailand, and then Germany waiting for you to walk down from the hill. Yeah, it should be fine. Oh, and Denmark also gets vision because they're so far away and you're so vertical. Yeah, it's fine. Just throw down anything that you've got left as far as smokes go, but if you can stall out long enough, it is going to be a problem as Philippines keep using the timings of the circle to their benefit and kind of letting other squads fight to sneak their way past. Now Philippines, they don't really have that same option. They've got to deal with either Great Britain or Thailand on top of them, and Agent does spot off one. Scappy already down.
All these teams know it's a very important catch-up game. Just as with the Car 98 again, Scappy was able to take that away. Great Britain is gone. But now, it looks like if Thailand and Philippines end up murdering one another on this side of the circle, Denmark will start exerting a lot of control here from that west side into the middle as well. As long as they don't spring the trap of Germany on themselves. Zeres does confirm Kiss. Yeah, Avenger knows that potentially this one could be in the bag.
They've got everything is stacking in their favor right now. They just have to play it slow enough and steady enough. It just keeps going for peaks over into Denmark, but can't seem to find it. The way that this is set up, the Philippines are kind of above and behind where we see Thailand playing from. So that's why it stalled them out. They can't really just jump down this. It looks like they're finally going to go with a little bit more of that drop down the hillside. Thailand doesn't have the best angle into it, but Belmont's been waiting. Finds one. That was working again. No, that was CG just right on top of him.
There was a car on him. You can't park there, mate. That's ridiculous. This nade gets charged up here by Tigger as well. I think he's actually nading a position where it technically would kill his friend off as well. And yes, it does. Belmoth goes down to Tigger's nade, but he was trying to get the confirm. But Keta with the Lynx AMR again. It's been the full story of this game. He just has not missed one of the 10 shots yet.
Every single time, he just binding it. Justice is going to go down. Denmark's taking more and more control over this. Area is now just on one side, Aya on the other, and the whole circle is now starting to belong to them. Philippines can't find a path into the circle in the slightest. Tigger is just doing such a great job in staying alive in this dip, and the Philippines can't figure out how to deal with him.
No, everybody is getting absolutely ransacked for this one. And it is the Vikings that are looking to pillage and take everything from the rest of this lobby. There is no reprieve from it. Tigger does finish off Aya. So that is going to be the Philippines going down and out from all of this one, surely by the end of it. It's all on Allenbots here to do something on that east side. But now even more Util goes forwards here against Germany. They got to weed them out of those holes. Justice down.
Poor old Justice, he's downed and they're still throwing stuns at him. They want to make sure they keep control over this circle. Just 3 solos up now against the world. It looks like Algin's going to spot out one. Aries is going to go down. This is just pretty much can the solos do anything else to each other because Tigger's just got eyes on Algin.
Yeah, very unlike our career situation in the previous one. There's no way the solos are going to have a good time of this at all. Like, whereas solos could have maybe won out the day in the previous game, there is no way you're winning out against Denmark here. So Allenbots knows Deny is probably smartest. Or if you can peek over against Tigger, but no Deny gives it over to Denmark. And this was the catch-up game for all of these teams down on the south side of the table.
This is big points for Denmark.
Nice.
Massive for them as they do take the victory. Controlled and methodical. Way these guys like to play. And of course, with the Lynx coming up big, let's go ahead and tag back in Mark and Gibson.
Yeah, not too many. In terms of straight kills, there was a little bit of it, but there was a lot of steals as well, Gibson. This was Denmark looking good from the west side.
Yeah, they've always got a game like that in them, and I laughed how you were pointing out how many kills Keter had for how little damage he was doing at one point. And it was overkill as well. He was shooting people on 10 health points with a Lynx. He was just bullying the lobby, but I think I agree with you guys. Like, it wasn't like the Korea game earlier where the solos had a chance. Like, once the zone popped near the end and Denmark were in that spot, they were going to get the win. And it wasn't quiet. Like, Denmark were in lots of fights. They held their ground. They didn't back off when they shouldn't have, and they did back off when they needed to. They just played a really good game, and I know that Avenger will definitely take credit for that one.
Oh, no doubt, 100%. He thinks that he is the game changer, no doubt, despite it being Beamy and, Gustav and all those guys. But yeah, we upgraded from Keta 98 to Keta AMR for this one, Mark, and that was a lot of fun to watch. It was like, as Gibson says, right, some of those guys are on 10 health. I'm like, well, $5 is $5. I'm going to have that.
Yeah. It's crazy, though, to watch him and how much control that Keta had. I know he had the links in hand, but the information he was gaining, it felt very controlled from Denmark as they were able to sweep him for that west side. But I want to go back to this. Oh my God. You guys said you can't push this dangerous duo, but yeah, you guys called Boostic. What a hold, though. And look, don't take anything away. There was information coming in, right, from Makadori, but the way that he played that and he managed to fight was insane.
Yeah, just the nades to be able to buy time as well, because there was a moment where Boostic was very low, so I had to buy time to find a spot where he could heal, making sure making sure Argentina as a whole weren't able to push. So good stuff overall. As we take a look at some of the final moments as well, I'm very surprised Alien actually just peeked over for this. I think he wanted to try and go for second place against Tigger, but being as low as he was here, Matrim, it wasn't possible.
Well, you're already so low on the leaderboard. Beating a point over to Denmark, I don't think that they were as concerned with as maybe trying to get that last little kill for themselves. We also didn't get a chance to really dive into it in the post matches. Germany had a very big game for themselves, finding a lot of kills. I think it ended up, 6 or somewhere around there, maybe 7. I won't do the hand-gestured match with it, but also making it into later stages of the game. So a big game for them to kind of rally up and move up the leaderboard as well.
I like how Mark just did his little head bob there.
Yeah, I seen that too. He was like,
6, 7.
We're all too old to do it, guys. We're all way too old to do it.
Correct, and then Mark has now done it. I hate him. But I think you're right. Like Germany, obviously, when neutral's coming along here in just what is effectively, Mark, a clown car at that point, just as hitting those shots, very important to shut down that push and get yourself some important kills too.
Yeah, him and Ares, they play really well together, and obviously able to find their position. They were always going to be the problem for Denmark coming in, because at any point they could have potentially moved around on that southwest side and played into Denmark, but Denmark managed them well. But really good to see both those guys actually showing up and actually putting kills in.
Yeah, funny that actually we don't get to see the myth of on any of these international stages or anything like that, but at least here at PNC Gibson, they're able to show up in a few configurations.
yeah, it's just a shame, right? I've said it for a long time. Europe deserves more spots. It's far too good of a region for not having more spots. And, this performance by the Americas shows the same thing. Like, the way we've gone this year, we might not see sparking at another international event this year. Like, Europe and the Americas need more spaces.
Yeah. That's all I can say. Everybody keeps saying it, and you just keep making my heart hurt. Why are you doing this to me?
No. He said Europe needs more spots. Who is this Gibson guy, and why is he so right? That's what I want to know.
You nearly swear I'm European,
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. 89 points for Brazil at number 1. There wasn't much catch-up for the teams in the chase at the very top, but the bottom side mark of this lobby and leaderboard, very much important points from this game.
Yeah, every game is really changing the lay of the land in this mid-pack. The problem we're having is Brazil's getting either 4 kills or 5 kills every single game, plus the placement points. Someone needs to put a stop to that, because this will be going through like we saw last year, but with Vietnam, obviously going for a win on day number 2.
He did 561 damage. I hate it. It could have been, it could have been so beautiful.
The meme doesn't work. Why do they do this to us?
Yeah, big dislike there. Thumbs down from Gustav in the chat. But yes, it looks like Kedda may end up taking the man of the match here for this one. I don't think any other teams had a single performance that helped it.
Look at his damage taken,
Justice got a couple of kills.
0!
Maybe.
Because he was in the gods for ages. That's why. No one knew where he was.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, up on that pillar for a long time. So Keta will take it here. And again, actually, maybe you guys didn't hear this during PEC. Keta in Denmark means ketchup. Yep. So there you go. That's it.
I see what you're doing. They're getting there.
Yeah. Anyway, let's put that on one of those fun facts down in the bottom corner, and everyone's
I thought we were using it as a double pun for catch up, but they're also catching up. Yeah.
They are catching up. Yes, I think they're in 4th place right now. Right?
Yeah.
That's a clutch, guys. We're letting that one go. That's nearly as bad as Gibson jokes with Tony.
Okay, kind of saved me in this moment. I don't know what he's talking.
Well, let's talk about the fact that off of Germany's come up, they've managed to get up to 50 points, and there's now a break line of 12 points from 11th to 12th. But then it's really 50 up to, 2nd place at 67 points, just 17-point differential. So there's still a lot to be played for in this. 2nd to 11th? What are we talking about here? That's not mid-pack. That's just kind of like everybody?
Yeah. That's the problem. That's the problem with this at the moment. One game will change this everybody else pack. But it comes back to that point. They need to stop Brazil. Otherwise, they're gonna if they close out another 5 kills or 4 kills in this game, with or without a win, you come into the final 5 games and you have to really potentially look at how much do you have to stop Brazil if you want to stay a chance to win.
All right, well, this car crash of a segment brought to you by me. There was multiple 6-7s here as well. Awful stuff. We're going to a break. When we return, we've got one more game for day 2 here for PNC.
Hi guys, it's Bella here, standing with Denmark's Ketter. Ketter, tell me what you just told me. Were you just super excited for this interview?
I've never been more excited than for this interview.
Yeah, and you guys get your first chicken for the grand finals. I mean, you guys had a pretty good survival stage, but it looked like day 1 was a little bit rough. Tell me, what was the talk for your team, and how are you feeling after your first chicken here?
Yeah, I mean, we've been struggling a lot. There's been a lot of issues, and we've not really been able to get through, but I think here we had a good game, and it clicked.
What do you think about Brazil just dominating the lobby so far? They've gotten lucky with all the situations that's been handed to them. And I mean, even BL, he got away with stealing a car.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it pretty much good yourself, lucky. I think that's what we should describe them. I think we're coming to win now.
Yeah, I mean, more luck to Denmark then, right? All right. Thanks, Ketter, and best of luck to you for today and
Thank
tomorrow too. Thank you.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
the best intro song. Let's play more of that. But we've got one more game to play here for PNC 2026, and we will be going to Tego once again. So Brazil still has a firm grip on #1. Will that change here in this last game? I doubt it, but let's make this catch-up happen. Let's get over to Gibson and Mark here for the fan game of the day.
Thanks, James. And he's so talented, isn't he, Mark, that James guy? He plays that intro and piano every single time before we come back to the mic, so I can say nothing but the fact that I'm impressed.
Let's try to figure out what you're saying then. Going from the west across towards the east, the talent of James and Matt will have to park this one. It's the final game here for day number 2. The catch-up is big. 22 points is the gap between first and second. But for these teams, again, I question, what point do you have to stop and start hunting Brazil?
Yeah, and the thing for Brazil is what they have done today is just keep their head above water, right? They had a 17-point lead going into today. They've expanded it to 22, so the big thing for them, it's not been any individual team below them that's popping off. It's just lots of different teams are having their moments. So it's allowing Brazil with their 4 or 5 kill average per game to just stay in that top spot. But Mark, this is Tego. This has been crazy. We've actually seen big plays here from Korea in the past. We've seen big wins from other teams. Is somebody in that chasing pack going to make their move here on the final game of day 2?
We'll wait and see. Everyone's out at the plane now. And the flight path is west across towards the east. That's maybe that south side. We will wait for the zone to show itself. Kick though straight down. Germany haven't taken advantage of down. Not quite sure how he's in now. He's looking back. As should get a couple of seconds now, Gibson, and we'll find exactly where the final zone is going to go. And it's crazy. We start on a mad one. We're going to end on a mad one. We go late. It's off towards the east, but what, 40% maybe unplayable terrain.
Yeah, massive chunk of the circle's unplayable, and even better for that is the fact that if you are a USA, Argentina, or Germany, you can actually play from that edge and not have to worry about anybody backfilling you at all. So it's not a bad scenario for those teams. I think that compound that you see just south of Emmy, Mark, is one that we see a lot of teams that they like to move into and play that position. But, you know, Denmark, they always have a big moment. They got a big win, and I think they timed it right. They needed that win there and now to give themselves a real fighting chance going into tomorrow.
Yes, we're looking back obviously at match number 9's winner, which is Denmark. And Keta taking or receiving 0 damage, but putting big kills on the board. But obviously links in hand early, and he was in the mix of things. He was taking shots from multiple people. It wasn't like he was on that pillar for the whole game, Gibson. He was just getting involved with everyone.
Yeah, he was, and I think that Denmark, they did a good job of just not sustaining multiple knocks. I don't think Mixon got a knock or a kill the whole game, but again, he was alive and he was in the fight and he was feeding information to the team. But Beamy, like, I think for me, outside of like sparking, Beamy's been the standout player all the way through survival stage into here. He's been insane. He's been consistent. And there's Keta. Like, if you're going to stand still and someone has a Lynx, that's the end result every time.
Yeah, 100%. Do you think Gibson then was going to catch up with Brazil, or do you think the 22-point gap is going to be enough now for them to maintain a lead for PNC?
Are you asking what I think will happen or what I want to happen?
Let's go think first.
I think that team will make a big cut into that Brazil lead in this match. What I actually want to happen, though, is I want Brazil to get the win. Like, I'm a massive fan of South American esports. I'm a massive fan of Brazil. I love the players. It would make me so happy to see Brazil or Argentina get away with a win. But I think somebody's going to make a big move in this map.
Yeah, I think they have to. There are teams obviously neighbouring Brazil. As I said, looking back at the highlights from that last game, it's the final blow will come in, and it's from Gustav, and that'll be the win, though, for Team Denmark. Denmark, obviously, on that rotation, they do land for Palace, so they go on that north side of Brazil. Obviously, Hosan is their location, so they're going to get migrating already. Team Ukraine looking to try and hold them out because they know they're going to be neighbouring them. To Brazil, looking to move around maybe south to southwest before coming in towards zone. And it's quite interesting that we're seeing these teams sort of maybe follow some of that pathing.
Yeah, Brazil, I think, will follow Indonesia into the circles. We look at one of these Keter highlights. Like, look at the steal. We're showing it a steal just because we want to show how far away he is from some of these kills. Steal number one.
He was in Narnia. Like, yeah. you got the distance barely rendered in. Oh, sit down.
Yeah, Keter, you said it. One of the best bolties in the business, but kind of getting back into this one. Brazil, they're wrapping in south just behind Indonesia, who, funny enough, haven't been involved in a hot drop or any fights early on in the stage. UK will be right behind Brazil as well. So, funny enough, with this circle, so many teams look like they've had the idea that they want to push in on that southwestern side, and that could lead to some problems.
Yeah, Tego feels open, but obviously you guys asked for an island, the mainland finish. Well, this is what we're getting. At least 50% of it, maybe. The rest of it is unplayable. But it's limited. Down in the southeast corner is actually how and where you kind of enter in. I won't be too surprised, as you say, the donut effect. We can see a lot of people in and around the center because we do see some of these neighboring towns. Actually, we've had a few zones in there. So teams need to be ready. They need to be able to springboard into, I suppose, a late game when we see the shift.
Are we questioning these fun facts, or are we just taking them as gospel?
There's no way he talks to me. No way.
He does. He does. He talks about, like, just the fact that he's so good. He doesn't think it's him. Spaceman, he doesn't think it's him. But, nah, look, you know me, I'm a Shrimsy fan. I think the guy's absolutely insane. But back to your point, Mark, about a circle like this. 40% is unplayable. 40% is unenterable. Like, you're really limited at your access points into this zone. And it's going to lead to some congestion in and around the edges of the circle. Like Brazil have made it in, UK, Philippines, Indonesia, USA. They all were in a race to get there first. And I'm watching. I actually think that the South Korean fans will be happy because they'll go across Shipyard. I think they'll come in south of Airport and they'll find a huge pocket of space.
Yeah, they can play the outside edge. It's going to favour a late team, this one, especially if it shifts back your way. Team UK, Brazil getting pretty close. That sort of pizza slice. This is one of my favourite areas of the map. Obviously the water, it plays a lot when it comes down to the zone. Finland positioned himself, waiting for South Korea to come over that bridge. It's not going to be the case. As Gibson, as you say, they are going to go around towards shipyards and cross in and find themselves with loads of open terrain.
Yeah, Finland are making the crossing. Yeah, I like this from Finland. Why not? Finland have nothing to lose, Mark. They're in 13th place, 37 points. They're a long ways off Brazil, but if you can cause a nightmare for the home team, you could have a lot of fun with them. So they're trying to cut them off, but I think Korea are going to go into the blue. And like I said, I think they're going to go all the way over to Airport and straight south.
Yeah, they have. They've continued that long road. So they, for South Korea, they will come all the way in at northeast and work their way down by Airport. Finland have missed them. They haven't seen the cars. They might get back in their vehicles and cut them off again. They're kind of playing this 2-2 split at the moment. USA, they're also on a split further into the zone. Obviously, Germany neighbouring them, but they were drop partners, so nothing to be clashed at the moment. Denmark, on the other hand, though, they have found themselves in zone, but they'll find themselves on that north side, so a little bit of high terrain might push them down to Little Ghost.
Yeah, and they're only 5 points off second place as well. And, you know, you were talking, was it the USA interview when they were asked where they were going to be and they were like top middle pack? Top middle pack right now is second, isn't it?
That's mad. I think it's a good call. I'm so impressed with USA today. Their climb has been insane. And as Matt said in the break, it's not really like a second group, the chasers. It's everybody else down towards 11th. Unfortunately for UK, they're outside of that. They are sitting in 12th, and that gap is obviously a little bit larger for them to enter into that conversation. Another good game from any of these teams in the middle will jump up, and I wouldn't mind seeing a USA win and putting them kind of in that sort of top 4 scenario.
Oh, look at you. You know you're casting with someone who works the Americas, and you're just trying to butter me up, saying you want to see a USA win.
I think they played really well. I'll hold my hands up. I'm an EMEA guy. You know that, right? That's a big knock. Scappy gets sparking. That is a kill feed read. The zone, it does give away a lot of the unplayable now. It does hunker down towards that donut effect. But how much pressure will Thailand apply? Would anyone dare to take on Brazil?
15 teams right now loving seeing that in the kill feed. Brazil, they want them to fall to give them a real chance of being right on their coattails going into the the third day of the weekend. Brazil, though, sending it in. They want the res, and Scappy, he just can't stop it. And Brazil should be able to get this res. Like, this is a wing and a prayer need. I don't see it going where it needs to go.
No, they need blue zones, but they haven't got the reinforcements. So Brazil receiving a knock, at least failing that information gained by a lot of people. Brazil obviously suffering damage. They won't see the confirmation, so they know they'll be back towards that 4. So they do get them back up. Vietnam on the other side, though, they are working their way in and across the fields. They have Argentina on a big 2-2 split, providing pressure just to maybe deny them getting in clean.
everyone's favorite thing to do is to drive through those fields at full speed because you never know what's going to happen. Kurt, though, he's going to catch Emmy as the USA are fighting Argentina. Capitan have bailed. You lose Emmy, but for the US, right on cue, they managed to pick up a point on the board. And Argentina, who've, I don't want to say they've been in free fall because they haven't. It's just they've not had the day two to match up what they did in day one.
No, they've definitely taken their foot off the gas, and you can't call it a free fall because it's so close. It's still so close. One game from there, if Argentina convert this, it could be huge. But I'm just seeing other teams around them performing, warming up, momentum-based teams. And again, we see Team USA back in that kill feed, getting points.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue to climb. 60 points for them now, as they're just 7 points off second spot. But as you can see, still a long way behind Brazil, who are on the southern side of Ohyang. Ukraine, a lot of people had them picked as their favorites. The survival stage would have, I think, compounded a lot of people's thoughts on that they were unstoppable. They're sitting in 9th place on 53 points, but I like the pocket of space they've had. If this zone kicks back towards Ukraine, this could be a really big game for them.
They need it. That's what I'm going to say. They need it. For my fantasy, at least. I need a survival game. I need a 1.3 multiplier from Ukraine. They're praying, they're hoping for it to come back here. T-Bone hits the shot zone towards, but it's Marco that will find the opening. Vard is not too far away. He provides a blow back. Looking for the grenade to follow up, though. Looking for two.
Yeah, that nade could actually do a lot of damage, but unfortunately for him, it just bounced the wrong way. Celtic's going to arrive on the spot as well as Code Marco tries to go north to wrap his way around Michael. Basically, these two teams trying to play a game of chess. I love Michael and Marco's thought process, but Michael's out of the car first here. Michael could draw first blood, and he does.
Right. He does draw first blood, though. Vard on the coattails, though, as actually the molly does get Celtic. So I like the pressure applied here from Turkey, but it's not going to be the case. Indonesia, they've been in the kill feed a lot. They've been hunting teams down, and the zone hunts its way back down towards Team Ukraine. They've got a massive split, and like Indonesia, they need to take the fight to these teams.
Yeah, Turkey are trying to go full retreat now, but Vard will wipe them out. Team UK, they get 4 kills. Vard's going to get inside the circle, but that's pretty good for UK. But Setsuna, he's there. He gets that knock on defects, and he's in a rush to flush it. Indonesia, they just can't stay out of trouble for too long.
No, they're pushing it. They applied. They migrated before the zone shifted. They wanted to take this fight. Michael finds safety behind the rock, trying to find out where the shots are coming, but multiple of the Indonesian players are coming his way. He peeks his head above the precipice, though, takes a huge amount of damage, and he's 2 for 2.
Setsuna again, getting more damage. Vard, though, he'll try to catch out Trick as he sends it in towards the blue, and Vard will get that knock on to Trick. But Indonesia pushing onto the last Brit standing. How often is it Vard? It nearly always is Vard. But Setsuna Indonesia, they want to get the job done, but it's another Vard.
Oh, so close. He had the opportunity to dip back or try and get the kills. It's not going to be the case. Red zone is coming in, but so is Team Germany. They are flanking full speed down to the south.
Yeah, Ketter's going to get the res off onto Mixon. This time Ketter has taken damage, so he's not quite Mr. Perfect like he was last game around. But Denmark are in red zone now. Could ruin Indonesia's day if it lands at the right spot, and they are sending it to the edge into the shack, because if you're inside, you can't get hurt too badly. But elsewhere, Vietnam look to be engaging with the Philippines.
Yeah, that's really in those rice fields, really difficult to fight. Ohang is obviously the center point now, so these teams can send it in towards zone. We saw Ukraine doing the same for Thailand as they consolidate their split. No move from Brazil, as they are also centered up. On the other side of things, though, there are teams like Team Finland now coming in from that north side that have to find their position, and it's difficult to play these areas. But Gibson, they have a BRDM.
Yeah, they have a BRDM, but Delwyn's got a Panzer that he can use to really just counteract that moving tank. And Delwyn, he's going to creep, he's going to crawl, he's getting closer and closer. Panzer fired, and well, bye-bye, Scav. I can see that coming a mile away.
Yeah, straight through the fields, though. Finland, they have to react to this one. Grenades will go straight out. Grenade comes back in, and they have to try and apply pressure to try and stop this push, though. Grexy, actually, with the BRDM rolling back, able to kind of sneak here, do a BL move, and actually save it. Still keeping it in the hands of Team Finland.
Yeah, Delwyn's going to get dropped off by that mortar as well, and you can see the UA's hidden, but Corexy's back inside the BRDM, but it is just a few shots away from being removed from play, but he's desperately trying to get up to Scav to get his teammate back on his feet.
Yeah, it's a good play. Let's see if he can avoid the mortar fire. Delwyn launched them forward. The zone is going to shift. This is obviously full in the rice fields. Team USA, as you can see, now coming in that northeast corner. They're going to cause some problems. Philippines obviously storing the wing, but it goes straight back to the town. Urban ending potential here for match number 10.
Oh, Yang, that's the circle we're going to. Ukraine, Thailand, Brazil inside the small city, but a lot more teams will suddenly be hitting that go button. If anything, China could be in a great spot if they can just play the edge alongside the likes of Germany and avoid going into Ohyang until the very last second. But USA, they look to finish the job, what they started onto Argentina.
They have DraftKings launch out grenade, defensive grenade into that corner, doesn't quite open there. Belmov opens up with Gustav though, but DraftKings does find Cowboy. Purdy takes a huge amounts of damage, launches a grenade through, but uses the opportunity now just to get a move as Kit gets the knock.
Yeah, Capitan's going to fall, leaving it all down to DraftKings now, and he needs to hold the line against the US, but it's Kickstart that gets him. And down fall Argentina. They are going to finish the day on 57 points. Very poor day by Argentina's standards, but for USA, starting to come to life, 63 points and counting.
Yeah, Costa was at Cowboy. Flush happened from a doozy for neutral, and they've positioned themselves to try and take that fight. Back on the other side of things, can't see Hakatori though, as Team Germany, they went south to try and get those kills, and on their migration back, they come across Team Ukraine.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say for the USA, it's phase 4, and if they really feel brave, they could go north, because there is a blue chip station just inside the blue. But to get there, you'd have to go through Team Neutral. So I don't think USA will take that option. I think they'll continue to play as a 3. But Neutral, they'll use that kill, they'll use the res that's happening as their signal to leapfrog the US.
Yeah, Philippines having a little look at this as well. You can see them coming out. Everyone knows that they're trying to take every opportunity now just to close off day 2 with as many points as they can. Again, this is about average point management over the 3 days. Good play from Team USA. They found the compound. Nice push from obviously Neutral, picking up an additional kill. It's only the one kill they get as they have to reposition.
Yeah, you can see the players coming back in. I think that Spaceman's going to rejoin the fight as he's back inside, and Stelman's coming in as well.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
Good night.
That's still quite an instant goodbye. And Brazil, well, they find their first kill on the board, but they find safety as they are in the outside edge of the town. South Korea feel like they've been driving the whole game so far. They now enter in. They enter in on a dangerous player as Boostig finds the Kobe.
Yeah, Korea sitting in 3rd place. 1 player down. They want to get Songjang back on his feet as soon as possible, but Boostig will send another nade over that ridgeline. Ukraine with 3 players up and 2 kills. They're trying to defend their borders now in the southern side of the city. There's so many teams trying to get in.
Yeah, Boosted playing well. He's done that hit and run. That grenade opened things up for him to get back to the rest of the team. Don't forget, Ukraine are down to a 3. Waiting for the zone and now to push. Urban ending. But which side do we go? North side with the additional field. South side has a little bit of a hillside, but again, open field terrain. But we go center up potentially. And it is the case. Center in towards the Urban.
Yeah, Brazil's still inside. Thailand the same. USA, though, coming under a world of pain as Correxi's lead is a good one. Shrimsy is crawling back to kick, but can he get there? Finland, though, they've got the Philippines to one side, USA to the other, and that'll be the end of Shrimsy. And USA, they look like they might just finish the day in the top 5, but NEU are closing in.
Beamy with a headshot on towards Scav. They've got to, again, manage not just one angle, one fight, but multiple. Belto, long distance shot, though. Brazil getting the freedom to flex out now as the Philippines run the gauntlet. And it's not just 1, it's 2, it's 3 now as Brazil working their way up towards 100 points.
Even in their bad games, they're still getting 3, 4, 5 points, and that's exactly what they do time and time again. And they could get potentially even more as they hold out Finland and USA, who are trying to work their way in as well. Mark, this could be a big game for Brazil.
Oh, that was right on the head of Kick. He's going to fall. Tian will find Indonesia, though, with an opening on the mortar. Sparky, though, looking to try and flex out. When Finland move over to the other side of the road, that's going to give the opportunity for Brazil to know their back is now clear.
Yeah, Finland, they're there with Sata now just on the edge of the circle, but this is as good a spot as any when you consider the situation they find themselves in. You can see mortar strikes, nades, mollies, all being thrown as Ukraine's Hakatori will deal with Queen. That's 5 kills for them as they're starting their real climb on the final day of the game, final game of the day too.
Have to. Unfortunately for them, Ferris is down, and he's a big hitter for that team. We speak a lot about him, so the guys have to dig deep. Loop. Well, he digs the mortar in deep now on the outside. This might be more of a defensive mortar just to find some sort of cover. They will send the barrage forward. There's one, there's two, and he is now out. We'll go pick up the MK back in the car. And I wouldn't be too surprised for them to use the new holes that have been given. So team neutral.
The map looks like Swiss cheese. There's so many holes dug into the ground from the mortar strikes, from the nades, from the digging. Like, you've got a pick of little molehills you can hide in.
Yeah, it's good play. Again, we see a lot this now. Again, mortars are not just offensive now, they are defensive. And it's the same with grenades. We've seen so many teams get stuck and actually they have to dig a hole pretty quick. You can see the pickaxe takes some time. So the ability to launch a grenade forward, to find yourself a little hole really quickly is really powerful. Wait for the zone just to work its way in. The spaghetti junction of the team's entry points all seem to look to one town at the moment. I'm so surprised Brazil didn't get picked up by Thailand. You saw them go across that south side of Ohang.
This is the circle, though. This zone shift is going to be the one that really puts the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to it. Like, is it going to go to Ohang, or is it going to back off and maybe go south or over towards the west? It's going to decide who wins this game, really, Marcus. Hakatori finds another onto Chris.
Surely south side. Surely.
Said donut.
Says pure complete donut. So yeah, Ukraine in the middle. Obviously they have a neighbor which is South Korea, which we know Boostic held off once. Now Brazil have to work their way in, but does anyone even want to challenge Brazil at this point? They're not going to run the line on that north side. Thailand should tighten up, and it's how many kills these teams are already in can focus and fixate for everyone trying to position on the outside.
I think Brazil are going to play their cards, right? They're going to wait to see if either Ukraine engage with Korea or if Thailand engage with Denmark, and they're going to use whichever one of those fights kick off to be their push, right? So they're going to third party their way in and try to pick up points. They don't want to be the first team fired upon as Finland look to make their full stand, and this could be the one that calls Brazil over.
Oh, they had to go full send. They did. And it might be Belmouth actually finds IXEO Scout on the other side. And it's actually Sparking that finds Belmouth. That is a green flag. And it's Brazil as they start to engage now on the northeast corner.
Yeah, but it's exactly what we said would happen. They were going to use an engagement, the third party, and force their way into the circle. And that's exactly what happened. Sparking picks up kill number 4 for Brazil. Sata, though, catches a Kraken Keter. The one time we actually spectate him with the bolt, he goes and misses.
It was windy. It was windy. The last game, Tego, high breeze, easterly wind. It was the blue zone that put him off. But now he's got a full fludge. As Finland, though, they charge on in. He has to put that bolty in the back pocket. He goes to the shotgun, and it's the kiss of death from inside the town that causes him damage.
Yeah, Ketter's going to fall now, and he's dealt with by Kiss, and that's still opening up spaces, opening up holes for all of these teams to begin to close their way into. Finland, though, still stacked up, all 4 players alive. Remember, they won a map earlier today. They're looking to go back to back, and I'm not wrong, Mark. It's $5,000 for every map win as well, so not only placement points, but getting that chicken dinner fills out your pockets too.
It does. It does. Only 3 points for Brazil. Ukraine, 5 kills at the moment as they play parkour mode. As they get the height advantage now on China as they work their way in that southwest corner. Diffix will try and deny any more opportunity for that vehicle to move forward. As we jump back towards Finland here as Vimy puts a stop to Scav.
Yeah, Beamy gets that knock on the Scav, and that could be a problem now for Finland. But remember, Denmark only have 2 players left alive and in the fight, and you can see that they're closing towards... Oh my word! What? That is just Tigger and Scappy deleting Neutral on their way in. Another one's going to fall at the hands of Defex. And Neutral, this could be that for you in this one. Oh my god, that's a good knock.
That's a great knock, actually. And Beamy, again, trying to maximize what he can from this game. Neutral roll in. Levante cruises, and he cruises so calm, so quiet. He finds himself 2 kills, and Ukraine falling apart.
2 superstars left for Ukraine and Neutral, though. You've got Levante on one side, Brustic on the other. He's already pulled the rabbit out of the hat against Argentina. He's going to try and do it once more, but heaven will make sure it ain't going to happen. Ukraine eliminated. Thailand are going to take a big knee as well. It is all kicking off.
Thailand wanted nothing to do with Brazil. They run the other way, but they find the kills, though, as they make a climb in the last game. 7 kills already on Thailand, 7 kills for Ukraine, but they are out. Brazil, well, they're down bodies, but they have the opportunity to get the res because everybody runs away from Team Brazil.
Yeah, 24-point gap over the next team in it, and then at 25 as Tony gets the kill confirmed on the Sata. China, though, they're looking to follow it up. Tian doing a ton of damage on the PNCs by the polytunnel. He will peek once he realizes he's got a player dead the rights. There's no way for Germany to know exactly where he is without peeking foot closer.
He hasn't got any heavy utility either, so he's no ability to sort of just launch it out. He's being forced out of his position. He has to really hug this tight. I think the sound cues are not going to be great. They're going to go for the height advantage. Aries a little bit further back, but can't really provide the cover. And more importantly, there's a little dip in the road for him that he can't help out, but gives an opportunity. Payne steps up now. Looks for Team Germany. They've got to activate.
Yeah, big knock from Paynes, but I don't think Germany are getting aggressive enough. They're tossing a couple of stones, but they're not really doing anything after that good work. Paynes is still peeking, but Ares is on the other side. You've allowed China to regroup. You've caused yourself a little bit of trouble now. Paynes misses the opportunity the second time of asking for Spaceman, and you're really running out of lives here, Germany.
China running the gauntlet at the moment. Zhao Wu is just waiting, medded back up. The time is working down. 57 seconds left. The zone will start shifting. That's going to force both China to take the fight. As that smoke does bloom, they haven't got much more left in the tank.
Yeah, it's buying Germany time, though, and like Korea might start pushing this way as well, the gatekeeper, because they know they've dealt with a lot of the teams on the south, and I think that's exactly what Korea have done. They sent Yu Min across the road to do some scouting, but he's fallen back, so somebody's made the call, and the blue zones get a knock on a Spaceman.
They do. And don't forget, we've got Levante sitting in that southwest corner at the moment. He is going to cause chaos. Ace in hand for him. Tiantian, though, looking to try and smoke, but that's going to deny lines of sight as they work out that South Korea's on the other side of the road.
Yeah, Germany used the China fallback to push inside the city as well, but they're right beside Levante, and we know how dangerous this kid can be. He solo carries vitality at times with how good he can be, and I think China are completely blissfully unaware. One steps over, he gets one, he's going to try flush it out, and he does. It's just him against Zhao Wu. Tosses the nade over the other side. He's in a battle here in the blue zone, and he's going to do it. Levante is just him.
He stood tall and he flexed out. James, you wanted to flex and take that with Levante. 4 kills. The blue zone, it forced him to play forward. South Korea have to step up and put him down, and that's the only way. What a play from Team Neutral Levante. Massive, massive hold.
Oh my, Levante, what a play. Maybe he's a little disappointed he couldn't add more to it, but Korea are not taking any chances. They are in 3rd place now. They can move into 2nd place. Sparking, though, gets Brazil over the 100-point mark. They are the first team into triple digits this year at PNC, and they have as good a chance as any. It's a 4v4 v2 v2.
Look at the point gap, 17 seconds, and Brazil enter in. We're in top 4. Korea finding themselves though in 8-4. Brazil with 4 as well. Germany sneaking their way in with 2, same as Thailand though, as we are still holding the urban ending. It is phase 8 already, so the dot is going to go somewhere just south to southeast of Thailand, and everyone gets a bit of a breather before the chaos will end day 2.
Brazil are in a massive position for getting more points in this one. I'd even look at it right. They've got 30 points more than Korea in 2nd place. They could be going into tomorrow with a mountain of a gap between them and 2nd place, almost similar to where we saw Vietnam last year, and they turned their attention to Korea, but good shots from Heather for sparking back.
Force is sparking back. Not me to RDS though. He looks so happy. He looks like they're on 100 points. He's cruising. He's the coach for Team Brazil. Germany, though, only 1 kill at the moment. There are 2 of them up. They are in though, and they have to try kind of keep South Korea at arm's length at the moment. The gap towards that north is quite painful for them. And if they do, they have to try and take on Kiss, who has the high ground.
In a normal 4v4, v2, v2, you'd be going, it's going to be one of the 2 teams of 4 that wins. But once you get into these city finishes where people can rat in corners and players start to get spread looking for kills, it could really open this up for any team in the lobby to get the win mark.
Yeah, Heather has seen him. And that's a nice angle. They knew exactly where he is. Kraken, though, moves over to find the angle. And it's going to be about angles and shotguns here. Or Pharmacist in the hand as Tigger drives forward.
Yeah, but the problem for Brazil is they can't push over to finish that one out. You can see the nade at the ready, but Heaven's actually picked up the med bag as well, so he can get his teammates up even quicker. Korea are really playing for the win now. They're using every trick in the book, even the ones we don't see so often.
A win for them will be huge because it closes the gap, but they have to try and stop, and they have to stop this Brazilian attack though. Kiss, well, he's going to open up the opportunity for once. The Kraken has the high ground, but the smoke's providing the cover now, and he gets caught though. He can't get over, and Heaven puts him with a nade.
Oh, the two teams from Asia are taking it to the Brazilians. They want to make sure they've got a chance going into tomorrow. Korea send it in. S12K, sparking falls, and Brazil are down to 1. Can BL hide? Can he stay? Or sorry, can Tony Tony hide and stay out of the fight with these other teams just trying to delete them as quick as possible.
He's got to follow the blue in, but Tony, his back's up against the blue. We're going towards the dot here. Any more teams fall is going to be in the favor for Brazil. But for South Korea, a win has to be critical. A win has the opportunity to close down the gap, and Tony steps up. He doesn't get a connection, and the blue will claim Brazil.
Yeah, it doesn't give the point to Korea, but it opens it up now. There's still points on the board. Can the hometown heroes close the gap? Shoot! You've got to dance inside the smoke as Heather is just back-to-back with the Germans. As Kiss will get heaven. The smokes are dissipating, Mark. We're going to the dots.
We're going to the dot. It felt like a breakdance battle in the middle at the moment. South Korea down to it too. Payne's though putting a bandage on Kiss, and Tigger stepping up and stepping out, putting them down. We're going all the way into the dot. Tigger finds another one. It's a 1 versus 1 at the end. A famous versus the shotgun, but he misses. He drops over, and oh my God! South Korea find the victory in the end. He misses the shotgun. He goes to the M4, and Gibson, he gets South Korea the win that is needed to close the gap against Brazil.
And listen to the crowd. They went wild, but he missed 2 shots with a shotgun from 3 meters away. James, not even I feel like I could do that at times, but he got it done.
A tough one there, but yes, South Korea, 2 wins on the day means that they are trying to challenge that Brazilian dominance at number 1. A huge win for the crowd. As you said, they were going radio rental for this one in this urban finish. And good that we got an urban finish as well here, Matcham. This was exciting.
Oh, yeah, just a nail-biter all the way down into the end. But reminder to everybody that's watching, there was just a ton of smokes down. So while we can kind of see through it, the players couldn't. And that's why it was so hard to hit all these shots. And everybody just kind of end up stacked on top of each other. There were people crawling all over the place, making different foot sounds. And it was hard to localize where to go. So in the end, Korea does manage to hold it out and clutch it up. Meanwhile, this was just an actually wild game off the start. There were so many like little mini skirmishes that were going on all over the place, Gibson.
Oh, it was nuts to watch, and the crazy thing for me was at the end, we had the anti-Brazil alliance between Thailand and Korea. As soon as the knocks came in, both teams closed in that position, James. They were like, I don't care if we're enemies fighting for the win, we're stopping Brazil here.
Yep, totally agree with it. And in the end as well here, as you take a look at some of these highlights. And this was an interesting one, right? Because I think Ukraine has slightly lost track to the fact that this car was still going. Levante with this cheeky little play. That was crazy, Mark.
It's so good because he just slowly continued to move. Diffix was distracted by the ejecto seat that obviously Thailand produced on neutral. But Levante snuck his way here, picked up 2 kills from Ukraine, and then also done huge amounts of damage as China tried to charge in.
Yep, we have Thailand and Germany trying their very best to shut down Korea towards the end, but they just didn't have the numbers. It makes me wonder how would happen if either Germany or Thailand had 1 more person alive here. But so much smoke, so difficult to be able to see through all of this. It gets very tricky at the end here, Gibson.
It really does, and here we go. Gyu-min misses shot. And you know what the funny thing is? Matt, Gyu-min was the player who Tony had dead to rights in the window when he sprayed at, and he missed, and then Gyu-min is the one who gets the win. It just goes to show how the tiniest of margins can decide who wins a game of PUBG.
It's so back and forth, and you got to also give some respect to Brazil on that one, because I think that they broke the 100-point mark now. So they're now in the triple digits. Brazil is definitely the team to hunt moving into our last day, but Korea finding a lot of success today, China finding a lot of success today. You can't say that it's done, but it's all on to Brazil. They have to keep up these point totals. They got to keep stacking up these kills. And I feel like they are so hungry. They are finding it in every single game. It's going to be on onus on everybody else to go after them.
I think, honestly, coming into day 2, I think I have a little bit of egg on my face here, Mark, because my question was Brazil going to be able to keep it up from day 1 to day 2? And so far, the answer is absolutely yes.
Yeah, you and me both. I thought they were going to drop off as well. The history says they will release the gas a little bit, but that 4 to 5 kills every single game is helping them out. And there's a lot of fighting happening below them. So what happens is the teams that are able to kind of catch up and end up going against each other and unable to close that gap. So it does play into their favor.
Not bad, but Korea trying to keep on up here with this victory as well. I will say that I think the previous Korea victory, yeah, they absolutely should have had that. It was a small chicken dinner, and they do get this one. This one, when it is an urban ending, Gibson, it does get a bit tense, right? You've got to kind of really bide your time, really pick your moments on when you're going to make these transitions happen, and they were able to do that masterfully.
Yeah, we spoke about it in the casts. It's so hard in those urban finishes because you just don't know what corner somebody's going to be hiding, who's going to get there, and it came down to a 1v1 at the very end as well, so it wasn't clean, but Korea, I think, played it the best out of all the teams that were alive, and you know, it could have went the other way had that nade got the second knock when they did get one of their players felled, but Korea, massive day, 10k in the bank as well for those 2 chicken dinners, but that 10k means nothing. It's tomorrow they're targeting top spot.
Yep, with $1 million plus on the line there for that. Now, of course, Korea, 2 wins, and that equates to 30 points, those 2 wins. That's not common. That's quite unusually a low point mark there for 2 wins, but wins are wins, and they'll keep you in the running as long as you can keep your points high and above the stuff, everything going on. 100 points for Brazil for number 1. This is the lay of the land going into day number 3. It's actually very neat. 100, 80, 70. So the podium right now here, Matrim, is looking very clean.
Yeah, Thailand comes alive in that last game. Nets a ton of kills, going to be walking away with 16 points as well as Korea. So that puts them into that 4th place position. Now tied up with Neutral, who's been trying to strive for a little bit more of a consistent approach, not necessarily as big and explosive. Denmark, though, just nipping at the heels, 1 point back behind the double-up tie. Then we still have the United States, who had a pretty decent day today. Not the greatest, but definitely better than day 1. That puts them also kind of in that touching distance. This is the recipe for a great last day because we even still have squads like, I don't know, Vietnam down in 11th, looming, waiting for a big day.
I think the point I want to add as well is it's actually not a bad lobby from top to bottom. Like 23 kills, I think, is what the last place team has as well. So there's nobody that's just kind of there to take part. Everybody's having an impact. But man, this is one of the tightest PNCs I think we've ever had, where so many teams are on the run going into the final day.
There's a good opportunity here, and again for Korea, if they're able to somehow take over Brazil and claim a championship, that would be 3 PNCs that Korea was able to win. But man of the match for it will be Sparking here for Brazil yet again, just playing lights out here, Mark, at the moment. And if they are able to convert in day number 3 as well, mate, I'm convinced that eventually an event in Brazil is going to happen if they win this.
It has to. If they win, PNC for 2027 needs to be Brazil based. But look back at how they got in there. They came in that south side of the zone. Yes, they received a knock coming into the town, but they held and Sparking, keeping the troops alive. Gibson made the call during the cast. It was depending on which way they went. The fight happened on that north side, and they got straight on the third party. No second guessing. They knew exactly where they wanted to go. And that's fine enough for them to find themselves now on a good 100 points.
There's still teams that can technically make the kind of catch-up happen, but it might be difficult, especially if Brazil keeps moving those goalposts here. But let's take a listen now down on the floor in a few moments' time. I can see them getting ready for the interview match room in the distance. Look at them.
Oh, yeah. I just want to give a big shout out again to Sparking, man of the match in that last one with the 5 kills. 7 for Brazil. So he was a lion's share of what kept them in, keeping those point totals up for his team. So that's the way you got to do it. 20 points now ahead of Korea. So they're going to have to string together multiple wins because it feels like it's Korea going for victories and it's Brazil just going for kills.
What a way to end up day 2 of Grand Finals here at PNC 2026. Next to me is Team Korea's Heaven. 팀 코리아의 Heaven 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
Well, what a day. I just got the chills. You guys climbed all the way up to the second part of the leaderboard today. Now that today is over, are you feeling a little bit relieved, or are you thinking, what should we do for the next day, the next 5 matches? 오늘 마지막 매치에 치킨까지 가져가면서 역전을 하고 오늘 2위로 마무리하게 성공하셨어요. 지금 다 끝났는데 오늘 하루 좀 고됐다라고 생각이 드시는지, 아니면 내일 그래도 해볼 만하다, 긍정적이게 생각이 드시나요?
일단 저희가 2라운드에 좀 아쉽게 터져가지고 좀 힘들겠다라는 생각도 하긴 했는데, 일단 3라운드에 치킨 먹으면서 네, 그때 치킨 먹으면서 할만하겠다 해가지고 막라만 잘하면 내일 우승 경쟁 무조건 할 수 있겠다고 생각하고 했던 것 같아요.
얼마나 집중하셨는지 좀 알 수 있었던 답변이었습니다. I mean, our second match of the day definitely was a little bit disappointing. Didn't really go our way, but having that momentum after our chicken dinner definitely helped us to close the gap between the lead. And I think I'm actually pretty content with how we ended the day. All right, I wanted to ask you about the gap. Right, number one, Brazil. They scored 100 points just on day 2. What are you thinking? Do you think that you could possibly close the gap, the 20 points between you and Brazil for the next 5 matches? 이제 다음에 5매치만 남았습니다. 저희가 내일 5매치밖에 안 남았는데 1등 브라질과 20점 차이예요. 해내실 수 있을 것 같나요?
일단 20점 차이는 일단 한판 차이기 때문에 저희가 충분히 가능할 거라고 생각합니다.
Oh, I mean 20 points, that is just one match, so it's definitely doable for us, right? And Heaven, you are the lucky totem of Team Korea. You were there for every trophy lift, right? I mean, the fans here, they're all rooting for you. They're staying with us till the very end. I think you owe it to them for the final thank you before we close out the show today. 행운 부적이기도 한 혜빈 선수인데 늦게까지 정말 많은 분들이 끝까지 인터뷰까지 함께 해주시고 계시거든요. 감사 인사 드리고 저희 인터뷰 마무리해 보도록 하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 오늘 좀 아쉬운 모습을 좀 보여드려가지고 좀 재미없으실 수도 있는데 내일은 오늘 아쉬운 모습 마지막으로 내일은 최선을 다해서 우승컵 저희가 들어올리겠습니다.
I mean, today the way we performed in the beginning half of the day could have been a little bit disappointing. You might have lost watching the joy of watching for a bit, but we promised to make it up for the final day of PNC 2026. All right, that was Team Korea's Heaven for our post-match interview, but that is not all because we are going to be coming back tomorrow, same time, same place, with 5 matches, and that is the day that we'll see PNC 2026's very own champion, Spella, and thank you for watching. All right, bye. Say bye, 안녕.
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 There you go, an angelic interview coming out from South Korea, getting themselves a very strong day overall with the 2 victories. That said, though, you know what? Still no 20-point game from the Matrim, so they're saying 20 points is just one game. I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, they have 2 16-point games with 6 kills and a victory, and then a 14-point game, but by comparison, whenever we look at Brazil, they have actually achieved the 20-point game in their one victory that they've gotten, because Brazil's only getting it by kills, man. They're making it later stages and just fragging out.
Yeah, Brazil's like playing the Looney Tunes strategy of like, well, what if we just like paint like tunnels on rocks and stuff like that and then crash into teams as they crash into that? And it's really working out, Gibson. It's been a lot of fun watching Brazil go just lights out and tear people apart.
Oh, it's so fun to watch. And I don't think anyone's ever questioned the mechanical skill of players from Brazil. Like, they're always insane when it comes to the micro aspect of the game, but their macro's getting better. And I just think PNC suits those players who could just frag out because, yeah, you don't have full teams. It's not going to be as tactical as maybe a PGS or a PGC. But if you feel like you can dominate other teams, you'll do it. And I think their worst game so far in the finals is still 4 points. They haven't dropped a single donut.
Yeah, they're keeping the averages up really nicely. And that's what will get them the championship down the line mark if they continue things on. Beyond that, though, I mean, there's teams that I think need to have a big step up compared to where we think they are at power level, right? Like, if you look at that mid pack, there's some big names there that should be doing better, and they still have 5 games to try and make that happen.
Ukraine's the one that stands out for me, right in the middle. Expected more. Obviously, they've been caught out. They're just, again, Levante tore them apart in that last one. They dropped the ball in that car coming through, but fair play to him. So 5 games left. I think the big question is who can stop Brazil if they get those at 5 points per game. That's an extra 25 that's going to be on there. If they can close them down, maybe we might see some big leaps. But USA was the big takeaway for me today. They really kind of inserted themselves in and looking to try and close out the games.
63 points for the USA at 7th. Not doing too bad at all. All right, boys, we are wrapping it up here for today. If Brazil is able to round this out on day number 3 of PNC 2026, that will be a big shift for national PUBG for sure here, with so many of the last ones going over towards the East, be it Korea, be it Vietnam, but Brazil is looking to fight back. We're done for today, day number 2. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place for more PNC 2026.
Saturday night, we under the lights, it's going down.